folks could take their seats, please, we're going to call the meeting to order. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the June 24th, 2026 City Council meeting. I will ask everyone to please rise if you are able for the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, you can be seated. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today by teleconference to address City Council on various items on the agenda. Okay, first up, I am going to call upon Councillor Radens to introduce Peace Akinta de Luabea, 11th Poet Laureate of Saskatchewan. Councillor Radens.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're beginning today's meeting with a special presentation as part of the Canadian Capital Cities Organization's National Canada Day Poetry Initiative. This national initiative brings together capital cities from across the country to celebrate local voices through original poetry. I'd like to thank city staff that were able to help to make this happen for today. It's an opportunity for each city to reflect on its unique history, character, and contributions, while also exploring what it means to be Canadian. As part of this initiative, each capital city is invited to work with its poet laureate or another accomplished local poet to create and present an original poem during Canada Day celebrations. Today, we're proud to be joined by Saskatchewan's Poet Laureate, Peace Akinta. She is an interdisciplinary African-Canadian poet, playwright, and performer. Peace has been a strong leader in Saskatchewan's poetry community, working with youth through initiatives like Write Out Loud and bringing poetry into classrooms across the province. She is the author of Earthskin and a recipient of the RBC Sask Arts Emerging Artists Award and the Platinum Jubilee Queen's Medal. Her work draws on folklore, current events, and vivid imagery to explore human connections and build bridges across cultures. On behalf of City Council, I would like to thank the Canadian Capital Cities Organization for leading this collaborative project and bringing cities together through a shared cultural experience. And it is my pleasure to now invite Peace to present her poem.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's a privilege and a wonder to be able to open this meeting up with a poem. A bit of context, I was brought in to write a poem about Canada Day, and I felt in my work as 2 years as poet laureate, my job is to write what the people are saying. And so I have been spending time on 20th Street, I don't know if you know, in Saskatoon, sitting in a bench and just reciting people's work. And so we created this poem together, and I am just the messenger. Some days, living in Canada, it's hard to smell the roses. So instead, I sit on a bench in the corner of 20th Street. A street sweeper tells me a joke to no one but me. His teeth not bearing the strain of tomorrow. His shirt 2 sizes too wide. His son's shoes worn as his only pair. His jokes are not funny. Starts with, the world is ending. Ends with, my workload is starting. Before his job of sweeping cans into plastic bags begins, it gives me a proverb for the day. He says, safety looks like a crime to those that have never learned the strain of running full speed in darkness. Safety looks like plastic fumes, unraveling bonfires, exposed frostbites. Safety looks like a crime, except to mothers asking for armory to protect her pure children from becoming weary children, from becoming displaced children, from becoming unmarked graves, from becoming bothered children in midtown malls. And the children learn in classrooms that soon, when you ask for help, they will call you unsafe. We are closer to unsafety. We are closer to despair, to rock bottom, to bankruptcy, to unwell than well. I tell him about how the lilies and dragonflies strive unaware of their beauty. He tells me about his grandma's lesson of hospitality to strangers learnt in Canada and comfort in the unknown. He leans closer, tells me of his time in refugee camps and how he dreams of being a surgeon. He says, when life becomes heavy, imagine the warmth of a companion. I tell him, isn't it a privilege to be in a country that wants to care? He tells me to smile, so I squeeze my eyes shut and hope he sees the cruel lines. I squeeze my eyes in hopes that his memory stays with me, that his words are not forgotten, that I remember the lines, that I remember he cares, that I remember I care, and we sit on that bench on 20th Street, strangers, together, alone, in Canada. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation today. We really appreciate you sharing that with us. Okay, we'll move on to our regular scheduled agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? To add the registered list of delegations, to replace the written submission for DE 26-66, Elizabeth Prokop, Regina, Saskatchewan, in the list of delegations with the attached revised submission, and deem the following notice of motions as read into the record to give notice that they will be debated by council at its July 29th, 2026 meeting. MN 26-12, Project No Excuses, MN 26-13, Project Service Prioritization, MN 26-14, Updates to Council Policies, and MN 26-15, Installation of Additional Benches, Norseman Park Walking Path in Harbor Landing. Look for a mover for that. Councillor Siklees, and a seconder. Councillor Burton. I'll call the question on the approval of the agenda. Any opposed? Okay, that is carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting held on June 10th, 2026? Councillor Rasevich, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Flores. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I will call the question. Any opposed? And carried. We will now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted on without debate as one item regardless of the number of agenda items it includes. Item CR 26-79 Heritage Incentive Applications 2026 is deemed to be automatically removed from the consent agenda as a delegate has registered to speak on this item. In addition, item CR 26-82, the wastewater and stormwater bylaw number 2016-24 proposed amendments will be removed from the consent agenda to allow for an amendment to Appendix A of its attachment EX 26-72, the wastewater and stormwater bylaw number 2016-24 proposed amendments to correct an administrative error. Therefore, the consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 26-80, Mosaic Stadium 2027 Capital Program Advanced Approval, CR 26-81, Build Canada Strong Funding Agreement, CR 26-83, North Pumping Stations Pumps 1 and 2 Replacement Project, and CR 26-86, Heritage Designations 2026. I'll ask now if any member wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
I'd like to remove Mosaic Stadium Capital Program Advanced Approval.
Okay, so CR 26-80 Mosaic Stadium 2027 Capital Program Advanced Approval will be deemed removed from the consent agenda and will be considered by council in the agenda order at the call of the chair. But first I'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of CR 26-80. Councillor Fro and a seconder, Councillor Zakiniak. Any opposed? And carried. So item number CR 26-80 Mosaic Stadium 2027 Capital Program Advanced Approval is deemed removed from the consent agenda and will be considered by council in the agenda order at the call of the chair. Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-75 Cathedral Village Community Association Garden Lease, and I will ask Deputy Mayor Bizo to please introduce the report.
Just give me 1 minute to get to there. What's that? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you very much. Mayor, on June 24th, 2026, its Executive Committee, the Land, Real Estate and Economic Development Area, introduced a report pertaining to the Cathedral Village Community Association Corporation, CVCA, for city-owned property located at 2054 Forget Street, shown in Appendix A. The lease is consistent with the terms and conditions stated within the report. So, Mayor, what they are looking for is a lease extension based upon the existing terms of the report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bizo. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder, Councillor Burton. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
No, pretty standard report. I'm familiar with it. It's necessary, but also necessary for a community.
Very good. Any questions from other members of council? Seeing none, anything final, Councillor Mancinelli?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item CR 26-76, Regina and Area Motocross Lease. And I will again ask Deputy Mayor Bezo to please introduce the report.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. On June 24th of 2026, executive.
Just hang on 1 second. We're going to see if we get the mic figured out. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We didn't really trade words. We just changed seats here for a second. Okay, at June 24th, 2026, at the Executive Committee meeting, the Land, Real Estate, and Economic Development Group introduced a report pertaining to a lease in the area known as Kings Park Speedway for motocross racing. Mayor, in the report, it talks to the terms about leasing the racetrack from the city to the speedway. And I will add, if you are going to the race, you'll get a ticket for the seat, but you only need to sit on the edge. So with that, I'll introduce the report.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Well played. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Siklees. And a seconder? Councillor Zakidniak. Thank you. Councillor Siklees, would you like to speak to the report?
Nope.
Okay, any questions from council members on the report? Seeing none. Councillor Siklees, any final words?
None.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item CR 26-77, Saskatchewan Kart Club lease. Deputy Mayor Bezo, I'll ask you to introduce again.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. At the same council meeting on June 24th, 2026, the same Real Estate and Economic Development Division, not only were talking about motocross, but they introduced the sport of kart club, which is more like a race car. So it was the same lease agreement that the city would lease the land for the club for the duration of the term of lease and gave the same deal as the rest of the lease agreements.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Siklees and seconder. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Siklees, anything on this one?
No.
Okay, any questions from members? Seeing none. Councillor Siklees, still good?
Yep, just a reminder to get out and support.
Right on. Sounds great. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We will now consider item CR 26-78, lease of Curry Field to Regina Red Sox. I will ask Deputy Mayor Bezo again to introduce the report.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. On June 24th, 2026, at the Executive Committee, we talked about CR 26-78, which is talking about the lease of Curry Field to the sports team to enjoy some baseball. So the same terms and conditions apply to this lease as well. So hopefully we can move forward and hit a home run. How's that for the batting average?
I think you're enjoying these introductions a little too much. All right, thank you, Councillor Bezo. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Zakidniak. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Zakidniak, would you like to speak to the report?
Yeah, I do have some questions. When we talked about this at exec, unfortunately, I had to step out for that part of the meeting. So I was hoping that administration could just start by giving some information about whether just like how we got to this stage or how they feel that, like how they arrived at their recommendations and how they feel that that process has gone, and the recommendations in front of us, and why we, yeah, just how we got here.
Mr. Jedlick, possibly? Or Ms. Braden?
Thank you. Through the chair, originally this came before the former council, and administration was given direction to enter into a lease arrangement with the Regina Red Sox, which at that time was a nonprofit entity. After that occurred, the Regina Red Sox were purchased by the Regina Red Sox General Partnership Incorporate, which is a private entity. So as a result, we entered into negotiations with that entity for Curryfield lease. Those negotiations have been ongoing for several months, and we feel the recommendations before you are, we're happy with the recommendations we're bringing before you today. We will see some capital improvements up at Curry Field that our minor sport teams will be able to enjoy when they participate in their ball games out there, as well as a better experience for residents or visitors when they come to the field, and a better venue for our Regina Red Sox as well.
Great. And so also, my read of the report also shows that we were looking to, like, there's the desire to, I guess, like, the lease agreement has been shortened, like the renewal option has changed, and also to clarify that if there's, you know, the Red Sox relocate to anywhere in the city, not just specific locations. So part of it, I guess, is to clarify the lease agreement, and part of it is to ensure that, my read of it, that we have a good deal, like, for the city as well. And so would you say that this is an improved lease agreement from what we previously had, like for the city specifically?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, I would say it is an improved lease agreement. We did reduce the renewal rate from 25 years down to 10 years. And we did secure, I would say, the protection in terms of the capital investments for the city. And so that we're more comfortable with this particular lease.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from members on this report? I don't see any, so Councillor Zakiniak, would you like to close?
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. With that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Turnbull, just waiting for your vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will move on to delegations for the tabled report related to CR 26-70, the Johnson Collegiate Fair Free Pilot Project update. So we'll start with delegation D 26-58, Terry Sleva. Okay, Terry, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions we have. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Terry Sleva, and I'm with the Regina Citizens Public Transit Coalition. And with me is my cohort, Harpreet Singh, wearing a mask. Anyway, with the coalition, I live in Regina. High school students need fare-free transit. Compared to the positive advantages of having fare-free transit for youth, the negative aspects paled in comparison. Let's talk about this as it relates to the youth in Regina. If City Council does not implement or expand fare-free transit for youth, the city risks increasing barriers to education, employment, recreation, and community partnership for young people. Families facing financial pressures may struggle with transportation costs, while some youth may miss opportunities that support their development and future success. The city will see greater social inequities, increased reliance on private vehicles, more traffic congestion, and higher greenhouse gas emissions. Investing in youth mobility is an investment in the city's future. In the city's future workforce, economic vitality, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Failing to act will result in long-term social and economic costs than the investment required today. I will repeat this. Fare-free transit for youth aged 13 to 18 provides significant social, educational, and economic benefits. Reliable transportation ensures that students can attend school consistently, participate in extracurricular activities, access libraries, jobs, volunteer opportunities, and community programs regardless of their family's income. It reduces financial pressure on households while promoting independence and mobility for young people. I'd rather see my teenagers taking the bus safely and responsibly. Increased transit use also helps establish lifelong sustainability transportation habits, reducing traffic congestion and greenhouse gas emissions. Fare-free transit access creates a more equitable community by removing transportation barriers that can contribute to social isolation. Investing in youth transit supports educational success, workplace development, community engagement, and healthier, more connected communities. It's a win-win for Regina. Please don't forget the youth when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I'll look to my colleagues if anybody has any questions for you today. Go ahead, Shannon. Sorry, Councillor Zakiniak.
So I just wanted to sort of to summarize what I heard from you is the investment that, and just check in if this captures it, the investment that we made in fare free transit for Johnson Collegiate, while not necessarily clearly articulated or with a number attached to it in the report, you're saying it pays back in a much larger way with all these community benefits and benefits to these kids, but also like pays us financially and socially much more than the investment we made. Is that what you're like? Would that summarize what one of the positions you were putting out?
Yes, thank you, Shannon.
Okay. Okay, thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, Terry, so thanks for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D 26-59, James Elliott. Okay, and once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jim Elliott and I live in Regina. I've presented to you what I think are some 6 basic either problems and or solutions to what you're initially talking about in the sense of the transit for youth. First of all, of which I think was explained fairly well at the executive committee meeting, the analysis that was done at Johnson, I think, was far too short, and therefore in that respect, I think it should not be the basis on which you go forward. I think you need, as I've stated in my brief, at least a year's worth of information, as well as a lot more engagement with the youth over that same period. Second point is that I believe all the benefits that we have by having the youth riding the bus are not necessarily monetary, and therefore I think we tend to degrade the value of the choice by simply looking at the financial stuff. Third, when the idea around the investment of the buses was suggested, I think we're not looking at what we typically do with anything that takes a substantial change in processes. We gradually work it in. And as I've stated in my brief, I think we need to be looking at least a gradual process over the next 7 years, so that whether it's 2 schools per year or whether it's a yearly progression from 14 through 18. And I've again listed a number of the suggestions around things that don't have a monetary value or are very hard to monetize. The fourth one, which I think is important, is that's the myth that we're losing revenue. I give you 2 examples in my presentation. You have a 14-year-old child whose bus is paid for by the parent, and the remainder is paid for by the taxpayers. If you pay everything by the taxpayers, you don't lose money. What you do is you overly burden parents with the cost of doing providing the transit to the. I looked at a basic analysis of this. the service to provide transit to those school students is about $2.50 a week per household or per taxpayer, which I believe is not as large as you might think, but also in some respects a very valuable investment. And again, I think part of what I was also getting at in my brief was the idea that we need to be talking to the people affected by the possible changes, and that's the students. I've outlined a couple or three groups. I know that in many cases high schools have environmental clubs and other groups that work on programs in their community, and I think it would be worthwhile, again, if it's during that first year of piloting, again, to do a much more aggressive communication with students and engage them in what's possibly could be happening to them in the future. I'll leave it at that and be willing to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Does any member have any questions? I don't see any questions for you today. Thank you for your presentation. You can return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation D 26-60, Florence Stratton. Okay, Florence, once you're settled there, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions council members have. Go ahead when you're ready.
Florence Stratton. I live in Regina and I'm representing myself. I'm here today to ask Regina City Council to expand the high school fare-free transit pilot project to include all Regina high schools. City administration claims this would cost too much money. $21 million is the figure cited. In my view, it would be money well spent. To look first at the success of the 4-month fare-free pilot project at F.W. Johnson Collegiate. 51% of F.W. Johnson Collegiate students made use of the free bus pass. Student transit ridership tripled during the 4-month period of the pilot project. 32% of the students who used the fare passes continued to ride the bus even after the pilot project ended, and there was a small increase in school attendance. Such results are reason enough to support the expansion of the transit pilot project to all Regina high schools. There are, in addition, other compelling reasons to do so. First, Regina high school students need equal access to education. It's a question of social justice. Approximately 4,800 Regina Public School students live in poverty. Their families are not likely to be able to afford the youth bus pass, which now, after the recent 10% increase in transit fares, costs $66 a month. That's a lot of money for many families. Families shouldn't have to choose between paying for transit for their young people to get to school and buying groceries or paying the rent. Or do we expect high school students to walk to school even when the distance is many kilometers and the temperature is -40? My second reason is that public transit is a big part of the answer to a major world problem, global warming. As Regina's 2022 Transit Master Plan puts it, quote, public transit plays an important role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As the plan also states, quote, sustainable travel behaviors are best established at an early age. However, if fare-free transit is only offered to those 13 and under, as is currently the case, teenagers, rather than becoming transit users for life, are likely to view riding the bus as something only children do, as something to be put away with other childish things. A climate crisis is at our door. Fare-free transit for high school students is a way for Regina to start to meet its climate commitments as outlined in such documents as the Energy and Sustainability Framework. Nor would Regina be the first city to eliminate transit fares for high school students. A number of other Canadian cities, including Kingston, Ontario, and Charlottetown, PEI, have already done it. In 2023, Orangeville, Ontario went one step further. It eliminated transit fares altogether. and ridership doubled. A number of U.S. cities, including Boston, Massachusetts, Olympia, Washington, and Chapel Hill, North Carolina, also offer free public transportation. In every case, ridership has increased substantially. At the May 27th Executive Committee meeting, Mayor Baczynski asked, "What does transit look like in our city in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? That's really the vision." That vision, in my view, must include, in the not too distant future, fare-free transit for all. Yes, it would mean a loss of fare revenue, but it would also mean some savings. What is the cost of collecting fares? For example, how much did those fancy new digitalized fare boxes that are now in every Regina bus cost? This is not to mention the cost of fare ticket agents and offices. Indeed, the money argument doesn't really hold up. Private vehicles also involve substantial public costs, for example, for building and maintaining roads, as well as for policing drivers and parking. Free transit might be not so much a new cost to society, but a relocation of existing spending. Moreover, fare-free transit for all would have a number of other advantages. It would address traffic congestion, as more people would get out of their cars and onto the bus. It would also lead to increased safety. Studies show that transit is safer than driving a car. It also makes streets safer for cyclists and pedestrians. And fare-free transit for all would help Regina reduce its climate change impact. But one step at a time, I'm here today to ask, indeed, to implore you, members of Regina City Council, to please extend the high school fare-free transit pilot project to all Regina high schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. I'll check with my colleagues. If anybody has questions, go ahead, Councillor Zakiniak.
I wanted to just ask about one of the figures you have quoted in your submission, which was that the 32% of the students who use the fare-free passes continue to ride the bus even after the pilot project ended. And so my question is, I don't recall seeing a calculation of the revenue we got from those continued riders. So when you're talking about, what are some of the benefits, I didn't see that. I don't know if you recall seeing that information, but that would be we did recover some of the lost revenue. Like, would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. Sorry, I don't have any figures either, but yeah. I agree totally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questions. Thank you, Florence, for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, we'll move to Delegation D 26-63, Beverly McDougald. Okay, and once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, which city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yes, through the chair, my name is Beverly McDougald. I live in Regina, and I'm representing myself. I am in favor of high school students' fare-free transit citywide in Regina, and I will tell you the reason why. The 2020-25 report card on child and family poverty in Canada said that 1.4 million children under the age of 18 live in poverty. In Saskatchewan, we have a record of having what they call severe poverty, meaning, they call it absolute poverty, in which people cannot afford basic human necessities. And we have the worst report card for that across Canada. In Regina, there are about 7,600 children enrolled in public schools that live below the poverty line and have struggled to get to school. The food bank highlights that households grappling with food insecurity experience profound intergenerational impacts, including poor education outcomes for their children. In the pilot project, ridership tripled in the 4-month period, and that was from September to December 2025. Doing your budgets, I hope you keep in mind the social benefits and that only half the students actually use the passes. And so in more affluent areas of the city, there'd probably be students that wouldn't use the passes. So when you're doing calculations, you shouldn't be adding all the children, because all the children won't be using it. As a matter of fact, some children even have their own vehicles to drive to high school. But we're talking about children that would never probably even have a vehicle. They need to get an education. They need to get to school. They say it takes a village to raise a child. You are part of that village. The question is, are you going to give these kids a helping hand to help raise them out of poverty by giving them an opportunity to get to high school and have a better paying job? Thank you.
Great, thank you for your presentation. I'll check if there's any questions from my colleagues. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for presenting today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, next I'd like to call upon Delegation DE 26-64, Laura Stewart. Okay, and once you're seated, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Laura Stewart. I am a resident of Regina in Ward 1, and I am speaking on behalf of the Climate Action Team at Harmony United Church. Harmony sits near the border of Wards 2 and 3, and our congregation includes people from across this city and beyond. Our mission calls us to seek peace and justice for all creation, and our affirming ministry commits us to inclusion, dignity, and social justice for all people. Transit access is a justice issue. Transit fares function like a kind of taxation, but unlike road maintenance, which is funded broadly through taxes, transit costs fall most heavily on lower-income households, the people least able to absorb them. Youth have been telling us for years that transit matters in their lives and that fares create real barriers. The lower a household's income, the harder any fare increase lands, and the more meaningful fare relief becomes. Fare-free transit for students would help families stretch limited dollars and give students better access to school, services, and community life. That's social justice. Transit access is also a climate issue. As the report notes, students who use transit are more likely to keep using it as adults. Supporting student ridership now helps shift a generation away from car dependence and toward more efficient transportation with even greater emissions reductions as buses are electrified. Cleaner air, less congestion, and a more sustainable city benefit all of us. We understand the concern about cost, but cost has to be weighed in the larger context of building a way of life that does not cost the earth. Fossil fuel use may appear cheaper today, but it simply pushes far greater costs into the future. Carbon is building up faster than natural systems can absorb it, destabilizing the climate we once took for granted. We often hear the phrase new normal, but as long as this crisis keeps deepening, we do not have a new normal. We have no normal. In many parts of the world, catastrophic climate change is already a lived reality. Even in Saskatchewan, it is contributing to rising food prices. It is intensifying other cost of living pressures while also shrinking the room in public budgets to respond. That is why young people keep saying, what do we want? Climate action. When do we want it? Now. They are right. Climate action requires difficult choices, and delay only makes those choices more difficult and more expensive. There will not be a better time to act than now. In the past, public decision makers could often assume that growing prosperity would eventually make needed solutions more affordable. That made it easier to delay costly action and to value savings today more than benefits tomorrow. But the climate crisis changes that math. The sooner we act, the more emissions we avoid. The longer we wait, the farther we fall behind the future we say we want. And today's students, who will inherit that future, cannot reach back later into this present and fund the climate action they need from us now. If fare-free transit will not be considered in the 2027-28 budget, then when? Regina's Energy and Sustainability Framework called for transit to reach 25% of trips by 2025 and for community emissions to be cut in half by 2030. If those targets are no longer on track, then Council owes the public a new timeline. And if fare-free transit is completely off the table, then what will replace it? The report before us quotes the Transit Master Plan's advice to explore other discount options for students, yet recommends no action at all. We are calling for action. There must be modest, practical options available. Off-peak fare discounts, credits toward free fares for off-peak rides, or collaboration with schools and workplaces to encourage flexible schedules that shift travel out of peak hours.
About 30 seconds left.
And here is our larger call to action. Please update the Energy and Sustainability Framework with an action plan that sets clear results, firm deadlines, and a credible path to net zero community emissions by 2050. Our goals need more than language. They need timelines, choices, and action. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll check with my colleagues if they have any questions for you today. Go ahead, Councillor Furrow.
Yeah, thank you, the Chair. Thanks for your presentation today. Certainly insightful. You touched on a number of benefits of transit, in this case focused on young people, but I think spent much of your presentation talking about the environmental benefit of transit. And I think where my question is sort of the cost benefit, which I think you were leaning into investing sort of now vis-a-vis sort of emission reductions. And one thing that struck me and where my question is going through the Chair is that young people don't have an ability today to vote or maybe materially invest. But I guess my question is on that as someone who's probably closer to our age. Can you speak about your willingness through the Chair to invest now and as a representative of your congregation, if you believe that is broadly shared? And then since you're speaking about the environmental impact, perhaps sort of remind us why transit at the municipal level might be an effective tool to reduce emissions and maybe one of many sort of risk mitigation tools in this climate crisis that we're in.
Thank you for that. One of the things that I think is not widely understood is that when calculations are done about costs in the present versus in the future, there's usually a discount term used in those calculations that basically says dollars saved now are worth more than dollars saved in the future. But under climate change, as you recognized, the students are not likely to be more prosperous at that future date. And so that discount term should actually be reversed. It should be a negative number to reflect that reality. And I don't know how widely my views are shared in the community, but our council reviewed the presentation. We have an active climate team, And one of the challenges, I think, is to demonstrate what is needed and what is possible. And so part of your role as leaders in the community is to make that demonstration by taking whatever opportunities you reasonably can to respond to this deepening crisis. Because there's a vicious circle where if people don't see action at the municipal level, they assume that everything is okay. So I implore you to take what action you can.
Thank you for your insightful presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for presenting today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, I think we have a few delegations that are students that aren't able to make it here in time, but just for the record, I'll just call out each delegation just to confirm in the gallery. So first, delegation D 26-61, Masfira Jamal. Oh, he did make it. Perfect. I'm glad I asked. Come on down. Okay, once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you can respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Musfra Jamal from Regina Youth Climate Action, Justice Action. I am a high school student here in Regina. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today about Fare Free Transit Pilot. For students, public transport is not just about catching a ride. It's how we get to school, how we reach our part-time jobs, and how we show up for volunteer shifts. It connects us to extracurricular activities that shape our future. Right now, whether a student can seize these opportunities depends directly on whether they can afford a bus ride there. While a single fare may seem small, these daily costs pile up fast for working families. It becomes a heavy recurring barrier. A fare-free transit system removes this financial divide so every single student can participate, grow, and succeed, regardless of their family's income. When you invest in students, the entire city wins. Accessible transit means more youth volunteering in neighborhoods, more teenagers filling local part-time jobs, and more vibrant community programs. But the biggest impact is on our environment. We are facing a climate crisis, and the youth are the ones who are going to live with the consequences. High schoolers shouldn't have to choose between a costly bus fare and a polluting car ride. By making transit fare-free, you turn public buses into a default choice for an entire generation. We can take thousands of individual cars off Regina's roads, slash our city's carbon footprint, and build a sustainable future before it's too late. However, true accessibility requires more than just a free ticket. It requires peace of mind. I want to be open about the fact that there have been times that I wanted to take the bus, but chose not to because I simply did not feel safe. If we want students to truly embrace public transit, we must ensure our routes and stops feel secure. Safety and affordability go hand in hand. Fare-free transit is not a cost, it's an investment in Regina's future leaders, workers, and citizens. I urge the Council to support this pilot and keep working to make our transit system safer and more accessible for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good presentation. I'll check with Council to see if they have any questions. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Oh, my mic is still on, but sorry, I might just ask, I don't see this in your presentation. Okay, you were supporting the Youth Climate Justice Coalition, is that accurate? Or sorry, you were speaking on behalf of them?
Yeah.
And did you, sorry, I had to step out for a moment. Did you speak to like who this group is? Were you able to, or?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, if you can just super briefly go over that.
Like, who I spoke to?
No, so this is the Youth Climate Justice Coalition. This is the group of folks of youth who get together. And so you were speaking on behalf of these youth in your position. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other further questions, so thank you for your presentation today. You can return to the gallery. Okay, next I'll call upon Delegation D 26-62, Kike Duek. This may be one of our students that isn't available yet. Kike Duek. Okay, we'll move to D 26-65, Atticus Colodi Watt. Do one more call for Atticus Colodi Watt. Okay, we'll move to DE 26-66, Elizabeth Prokop. Elizabeth Prokop. Oh, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
I understand that some of these kids are available like potentially at 2:30. But so I think like we are getting closer to the 2:30 recess. So if we
I'll
could
just say we have quite a long agenda today. I think it's important that we try to stick to it as best we can.
okay, that's fine. I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Turnbull, do you have a clarification?
Sure. I would like to possibly move to take a 15-minute recess in order for us to do this. I do think it's important. This is about accessibility and students and getting places. So if it's 15 minutes, I would love to take a recess or whatever we have to do or amend our agenda.
Okay, the clerk was just informing me, so we'll just put it to a vote if folks want to take a 15-minute recess right now, which would get us, again, we have a tight schedule, so we'll be right back on 15 minutes, which would be 2:29. No, math is wrong, 2:27. So Councillor Turnbull moved, a seconder for that. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Fro.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Through the chair, just from a process perspective, through you to the city clerk, is there a way in which we can, as opposed to take a break, sort of table this but come back to it today and then move on to the next agenda item so as we can keep on working, or is that out of order?
Go ahead, Ms. Ackerman.
Through you, Chair, yes, that is an option. If City Council wishes to make a motion to do that, they can do so.
Sorry, so Councillor Turnbull, you had your motion for a 15-minute break right now.
All right, and I should speak to it, or I already did.
No, there's no need to speak. We just need a seconder, and then we can vote if we want to take the 15-minute break right now or move on with the agenda. So I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Zakiniak. So all in favor of taking our 15-minute break now, please raise your hand.
It's my birthday wish.
Well, there's somebody missing too, so I guess you can ask who's opposed.
Sorry, maybe we'll just see. And any opposed? Okay, we will take our 15-minute break now. We'll be back at 2:29. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And just because the purpose of the break was to see if some of our delegations, I'm going to go and just check and see if any have made it here. So I'll check for D26-62, Kike Duick. Okay, D26-65, Atticus Colodi Watt. And D26-66, Elizabeth Prokop. Okay. Okay, with that, we'll move to communications related to CR 26-70. We have a communication on item CR 26-70, Johnson Collegiate Fare Free Pilot Project Update from Harmony Conroy of Regina, Saskatchewan. Can I have a motion to receive and file this communication as CP 26-33? Councillor Burton. And a seconder, Councillor Zakidniak. Any opposed? And carried, and I'll ask for another motion to receive and file communications CP 26-36, CP 26-37, and CP 26-38 for those delegations that were not in attendance right now. So I'll ask for a motion to receive and file those communications as those numbers. Councillor Burton and seconder, Councillor Radens. Thank you. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-70, Johnson Collegiate Fare Free Pilot Project Update. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Bezo to please introduce the report. Deputy Mayor Bezo. Oh, we might have to. We're going to swap with Councillor Mascalette. Yeah. Okay. We'll go with that, Mike. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Bezo.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, last fall, Council discussed and approved a pilot project to have free bus passes for transit operations to go to Johnson Collegiate High School. That was under item
Hey,
EX
just no commentary from the
63.
No commentary from the gallery, please. Go ahead, Councilor Bezo.
The administration provided buses, and they provided the services to Johnson Collegiate and ran the pilot project, in which time the results came back, which the administration has provided in the report in Appendix D, providing all the details and data and metrics around the pilot project. So with that information, I will introduce the report, Johnson Collegiate Fare Free Pilot Project Update.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Bezo. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Zakidniak, and a seconder, please. Oh, sorry. Councillor Zakidniak, I'll just get you to make sure I know what you're introducing. Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually have a different motion than just receive and file that I would like to move. And this is the motion. I had sent this out to council previously, so you should have seen this, but actually I've scaled it back a little bit based on feedback. So do I just procedurally, are you?
Yeah, if you can, so you just read that into the record, and then I'll look for a seconder for that motion. Yeah.
I don't have to read the whole thing. I can just summarize what it says. Okay.
Yes.
So
You should read the whole thing into record. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So direct administration to continue the fare free transit pilot at Johnson Collegiate for the 26-27 school year. That was one. 2, direct administration to explore partnership opportunities to support student transit training, the implementation and evaluation of the pilot, including with school divisions and all other relevant partners. And 3, direct administration to report back to City Council by Q3 2027 with findings from the pilot's training, implementation, and evaluation.
Okay, so with that, look for a seconder for Councillor Zakidniak's motion on the floor. Councillor Flores. Okay, and Councillor Zakidniak, you can continue with any comments or questions. Go ahead.
So, as I had mentioned, so this is my 3 minutes to open, yes?
5 minutes.
5, oh, yeah. 5, right, okay. I'm wishing to continue on with the momentum that we have experienced from offering fare free transit at Johnson. As I mentioned, I had considered some additional steps that we could take, but was asked to wait until the budget process for any additional investments beyond those that we were already making. So I'm totally happy to do that, so I'm asking for us to continue with what we've been doing. And then I'm also happy to communicate with those on council who have other ideas that they would like to see incorporated into the budget in relation to fare-free transit for this broader topic. One, we've seen some good success with this project. We've seen tripled ridership, and when the pilot was over, we saw, as mentioned, 32% of students who used the pass continue to ride the bus. So we got new revenue that we didn't previously have from the students who continued riding after the pilot was over. We can certainly talk about, there's many benefits to fare-free transit for these kids, and they've been discussed today. Some of them are financial in terms of making lives easier, removing barriers to get to school. Some of them are social impacts that we are, again, from moving those barriers. Some of you see some financial and some social impacts from doing so. Also, I think that it's important, so we saw increased ridership from these kids at Johnson. It was mentioned that with 3 months, you don't get great data. And we saw that we had a discrepancy in the data that we were presented from our administration, looking at what did we see with broader attendance at Johnson, and then what we heard from the principal, Sarah Cummings-Trzowski was reading the submission from the principal that said he noticed bigger attendance impact. So we need to clarify that sort of information, which is did he notice a bigger impact? Because he noticed a stronger impact with specific groups who struggled to get, specific students who struggled to get to school. So one component of continuing this transit pilot is we've had offers from groups who can help with our evaluation and transit training. So that's why I'm saying for us to explore those partnerships. So there is a national organization called Get on the Bus. They do this. This is their entire work that they do, is they do transit training and evaluations. They have offered to assist us so that we are getting better data so that we can evaluate the impacts, not just over 3 months, but over an entire year. And so when we did this investment initially, so I'm struggling to find that page, but what I can say is just that I'm proposing that we continue with something that we did see success with. And I'm proposing that we continue to take advantage of partnerships to give transit training to students, to implement and evaluate the pilot project, and that if there's something further that I'm asking for outside of what we've already have within our budget for what we had already committed to, then I will bring that forward to the budget process. That's a commitment that I've made. So we're not considering something brand new that we've not considered previously outside of the budget process. And then I guess administration, so I did work with administration for this amendment. I spoke to these organizations who have offered to help. I've taken the feedback of the delegations that we've heard from, including some of those organizations specifically advocating for transit improvements. I sent it out to everyone on council in an effort to get any feedback that you have. I believe I've done my due diligence to come up with a small step that we can continue to take.
You're out of time. So if you want to wrap up that sentence, go ahead.
Okay. I'll just leave it for now, and then for closing, I have, is it 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. So I'll maybe just get my my thoughts out, and thank you to Councillor Zakidniak. I know you and I had met, and that was my concern about expanding at this time. From my perspective, I want to see the whole budget picture before I see an expansion of a program, or a program like that, especially one that's operational, that would be ongoing. So I'm in favor of this this ask of continuing what we are already doing and committed to, rather than expanding at this time, and seeing if we can get some more data and a commitment around looking at it, I guess, a bit longer term, maybe get some more insight as to how we apply this program. I also want to highlight that it will give us some time to learn a little bit more about what's happening around us. Just last week, I believe, the province of Manitoba announced fare free transit for youth under 18 at the provincial level. So from that perspective, there's obviously some movement around this space right now. And I think by not expanding at this time, but continuing what we're doing, it allows us to get some information and allows us to see what's going on in other areas of the country where we're seeing some movement on this as well. So for that reason, I'm in favor of this this specific motion that doesn't expand at this time, but actually maintains what we have been doing, and see if we can get some more data and learn some more over the next little period of time. So with that, I will go to Councillor Fro. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just a couple of questions for administration, maybe one for Councillor Zakidniak, given her work on the file. I think, we've been talking about this pilot, but I think it's also important to sort of bring ourselves up a level and talk about what's the long-term goal, like what's the outcome we're trying to achieve, and what's the best way to achieve that. So I guess through the chair to Ms. Zakidniak, when you think about both this specific amendment and the longer-term vision, what is the goal we're trying to achieve? Is it more young people riding transit? Is it reduced emissions? Is it better educational outcomes? Is it all of the above? But I want to make sure we always root our discussions, specifically when we're talking about a pilot or a tactic, in strategically, what is it that we're trying to achieve as a community in this case? I'd look to you, given your work on this, to start us, please.
Sure, thanks. I guess I would say it's all of the above and more, and that continue. I think this is the part where administration can fill in any gaps here, but the concept of additional investments in fare-free transit, exploring them, doing additional work to explore fare-free transit for youth specifically, is included in our transit master plan. I can't remember, and they can I think it's also part of our energy and sustainability framework, that it also speaks to that as something that we should continue looking to do. And just to note, my recollection of when we were approving the transit master plan, this is something that was created and approved last term. The inclusion of fare-free transit for youth within that document as part of our transit master plan was the result of the community engagement that was done. And because this isn't like a standard piece that they would put in their transit master plans, it's something that came loudly and clearly from the community consultation process, that the youth made it clear that this is something they wanted to see for the future of Regina Transit. And so I would say it would be, like, in case I've missed anything, it would probably be good for administration to fill in additional blanks.
Yeah, thank you. Then I guess through the chair to administration, as we're talking about this pilot, can you tell me what existing city strategies and plans might this advance, and how best does it align with some of the things we're trying to accomplish within our community already?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, encouraging transit use does align with lots of different policies of the city. Obviously, our environmental and sustainability strategic framework and our transportation master plan. But in particular, the transit master plan outlines encouraging transit use, and one barrier is fares. And so it does encourage looking at removing fares for youth, but doing that in partnership with others. So whether it's the school boards or the province, knowing that it's a significant cost that could be shared across multiple levels of government.
Well, thank you through the chair. I think if the goal is to move beyond a pilot and get more kids on the bus and support more families, we need to talk about what comes next. So through the chair, perhaps to Ms. Zakidniak or to administration, might there also be a recommendation as part of this amendment for options as to how to incrementally scale? And secondly, how to weigh this specific option in terms of expanding the pilot versus other options. Is what I'm asking is when I read this, I think there's lots of good information here. But so as when we come next, if this were to pass, is there an interest in also seeing what comes next? You know, what are options or recommendations if this council were to scale to other schools, and how do we weigh this specific fare free transit as an option vis-a-vis other options to advance the goals that we've talked about?
So what I can say without adding to the motion is like this is work that while the pilot, should this pass, if the pilot continues through the school board city council liaison committee, it's a standing agenda item where we've started the conversations of what could or what could happen next, which would involve would involve support, tangible support, like contributions from either the school boards or students or whatever it is to be expanded to in a bigger way. So those conversations are ongoing and would continue. As Mr. Joni mentioned, it is important that should we take it on in terms of doing it on a larger scale, we need to talk to other partners about the contributions that they would make. That work has already started. Right now, I'm proposing that we do this pilot, continue the pilot in clear collaboration with the school divisions. And although it's not stated, there is a commitment to exploring what would be the long-term goal that we're working to achieve. What's the attainable goal? So that is part of the ongoing plan.
Okay, yeah, through the chair, I guess, appreciate that. What I find missing here and what I'm struggling to understand is when will there be a plan with objectives, costed, the roles of our partners if we were to scale? I hear you say that will be worked on. I think there may be some merit in number 3, talking about recommended next steps, but I'll certainly leave that to you. I guess my last question through the chair to administration is we heard some questions from some of our colleagues about the data. And certainly it was my view that the data we collected at such a high level and aggregated as it was sort of lent itself to interpreting whatever opinion you wanted to interpret. So I guess my question would be, does the data we collect need to change? And that need not be reflected in the motion, but through the chair, or are we comfortable that the way in which we're running the pilot and collecting the data will allow us to weigh whether the pilot was a success and how we incrementally expand? Because I think the goal here for those that support this is to have more fare-free transit, not just an expansion of a pilot at one school. So great. Let's continue this for now. I agree with the mayor's comments on budget implementation, but let's do it in a way so that when we come down and sit next, we're not talking about should we expand this at Johnson again. We can then make a decision, right, whether we agree or not, how to scale this for other schools. Scott, O'Neill, Tom, and other schools. So sorry, the question is, are we comfortable with our approach to collecting data, or do we need to change our approach to that so we're in the best position to determine whether we want to move forward and scale or not?
Mr. Doney? Go ahead, Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So I think, with the pilot, obviously we collected the data that we committed to in council when the pilot was approved. I think what administration's focus is on is increasing transit ridership. And so we showed very clearly that removing barriers, financial barriers, increased transit ridership. Whether or not it will increase attendance or marks, I think is beyond the scope of traditional administration data collection, but we worked with a partnership, obviously the school boards, to give us that information. And so at a high level, we received that information. And we would not be asking for, nor would we receive, obviously, individual students' attendance or whether or not certain categories of students attended. So I think we're comfortable with the overall data that we collected. What we did not collect, and something we could consider, but there are budget implications of this, is does it have an impact on traffic in a particular area, so a school zone, for example. So for Johnson, I don't know if we've got pre-pilot, but we could figure out, is there a positive impact on reduced traffic congestion? I can't commit to that right now, but that's something we could consider, particularly if we were able to expand this in the future, because one of the benefits of riding transit is obviously less congestion on our roads.
Okay, well, thank you. How much time do I have left?
2 minutes, 14 seconds.
2 minutes. I guess what I heard through the chair is that we have existing policy and strategy of this city that says we want more people to ride transit. We have existing policy and strategy of this city that say we want to reduce emissions, particularly as it relates to our city operations, and that transit is a good tool to do that. I think I've heard through the chair that young people, a very important stakeholder, have spoken and said that this is important. And so I'm inclined to support this, and I trust, given Councillor Zakidniak's work on this, that we will work with our partners to collect the right information. But I would just say one last time is that when we do these things, when we do pilots and we talk about a specific tactic, let's always root it in the strategies we're trying to advance, and let's make sure that when we come back, this council is presented with an opportunity to either scale and expand to advance those strategies, or if it's the will of council, to not move forward. But I think we would all benefit, given what the community's asked for, from doing that, and so I will certainly support the amendment as written.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. I don't believe I can support this amendment. I want to invest in transit. I want transit to work. Driving through the city with the increased cars per block, it's pretty easy to see a lot of people aren't comfortable driving. They have problems getting up to the speed limit even. They're not comfortable in lane changes. We have pretty good saturation on our streets, and we need transit. But going through last year's budget and looking at the investment per dollar for what it gets us, and the projected costs to provide free transit for all, you know, the capital costs in operating, not even with the loss of revenues from fares, I don't even want to calculate that. That's just a given. That's part of this. But the capital in operating are almost $20 million. And I know after last year's budget, that's not really obtainable right now. Listening to what's been talked about in this piece, I can look at the data from the attendance, and I can see that there wasn't a large gain in attendance, but I can hear the principal's words about what they experienced anecdotally, and I can hear what the delegates talk about the pressure households feel with finances. Listening to the school board talk about having $40,000 to distribute passes that gets many of the most troubled families to school, and knowing the dollars we have to lever and that this free transit for Johnson is only for one school, I would be more interested in taking this equivalent amount and distributing it to the principals across our city to help out the most needy families to have positive effect on the education and the students making it to school. I think this is kind of ceremonial when you look at the money spent compared to the data returns, and I don't think we have enough money in our budget for ceremonial. I think we have to look out for the students. I think that would be money put to good use with people who know the people at the schools who could use the help the most, and from everything that fed back, that one-on-one would be very helpful, and I want to help. Taking the different points of about emissions, I've already talked about the amount of cars on the street. I do believe in transit, but if we're going to invest $20 million, I want to see it reach across our city and make a big impact, and I want to see our council invest that way smartly. But on the payback and the buildup of this, I don't think that's smartly. And to make more room for more reports for administration to do when we know where the outcome is and where we have to be isn't incremental. It's just burdensome and costly on administration. And that's why I don't want to support it that way. I do want to have acted with intention. I'd like to amend this out to empower the school principals, as I've talked about, and be cooperative with the school boards to have positive effect on the students, because I think that's very important. But once again, for me, this is intentional instead of having outcomes and somewhat ceremonial. And I don't think at this point in time we can afford to, or I can make decisions that way. They have to have more solidified, positive, forward-reaching outcomes, especially for transit, because I think it is so important. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I guess first question to Councillor Zakidniak. I was wondering if you were going to identify any other program or item that you would take the funds from to run this program, this pilot.
Oh, Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
I don't have that articulated in the amendment. I'm just proposing that we continue with the fare-free transit pilot.
Thank you. To the administration, just want to clarify, the pilot did end at the end of December last year? The chair?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, that is correct. The free portion of it ended, and of course, we collected data for the second semester.
Correct. Through the chair, what was the cost for the pilot?
Through the chair, the cost was approximately $49,000.
Thank you. And if I recall correctly, through the chair, the report indicated there was no change in attendance.
Through the chair, so we outlined the attendance, and then there was a small increase for grade 9 and grade 12 students, but not what I would consider substantial change.
Thank you. The question is, where are we going with this? A pilot is supposed to lead to a program. In the report that came earlier this year, it said it leads to $2 million less in revenue. It leads to $2 million increased costs. It leads to $16 million in additional buses. We have many other pressing items. I am not willing to support another pilot that is leading to a $20 million expense of which the residents of Ward 4 will shoulder the majority of the costs. I'm 100% against this.
Please, no comments from the gallery. Councillor Burton, you're good? Okay, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Okay, so there has been a lot of work done in like the fare free for this pilot, but not just in Regina. Across the country, we are seeing some great programs that are looking at the way a public service like transit impacts people's daily lives. This is a fact. It's one of our public services that we offer to our citizens, the same we do with fire, police, roads, all of these things. Unfortunately, it's the only one that we seem to nickel and dime every single time. And I understand there is a big cost to transit, but I also know that there's a big return when we invest in transit. And right now we're looking at a pilot that looks at this investment specifically to a group in our population that shows a lot of benefits. Not just the ability to get to school, to be able to remove those barriers, a lot of the things that we heard from delegates, but also in the future, creating the ridership habits, making sure that folks see transit as an ongoing option for transportation, that then makes them into ongoing users of transit. This is really important when we think about long-term big picture. And when we did this pilot, what I heard from some of the delegates last time are pieces of data that I think are really important to think in the grand scheme of things. I heard that there were students who were high-risk students that they saw now have these barriers removed and now be in school. While the big picture number might be smaller than we expected, those single students who are at high risk represent a really big impact that a pilot like this makes a difference on. So when we're making policy, thinking about that, those high risk changes that we make are things that in the long term are going to have a high impact. When I look at the numbers and the costs here, we're not looking at millions and millions for this pilot. We're looking at extending this so we can have longer time to have better data to continue this. And yes, where are we going with this? We're going to ideally increase the way we invest in our transit system, because transit is good for everybody, for those who ride the bus, but also those who drive, who see less people in cars, who see less congestions. Like, these things have been shown not by just us at council, but just experts across North America who do the work and see the data on the impact of a good transit system. And what I've learned through this role here is that Regina has a really good transit system going that has the ability to be improved and create more access to it as well. So when I see this amendment, I see an opportunity to continue on something that is good, to continue on something that can lead to more sustainable programs in the long term that increase our ridership. That is proven. We know that when we reduce cost barriers, ridership is increased, and that is a good thing. We can be leaders in our country, how these things happen, and I hope that when we look at this, we don't focus on the short term or on the cost that we're seeing today, but the return on the investment that we make when we invest in transit, and especially when we invest in youth. Because something that I heard earlier that I think was really impactful is when you invest in students, the entire city wins. And I think that is absolutely true. So I hope that we can look at this for what it is, a very well worked through amendment that was worked through with administration, with community advocates, with experts to continue a pilot that has shown promise. So I hope that we can all support this amendment and invest in youth and let the whole city win. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, this is the main motion on the floor, so it's not a amendment, just so everybody's clear on that one. Terminology, just making sure I've learned. Okay, thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so we talk a lot about our budget and the lack thereof. We've cut a lot of things, and we are putting putting a lot on our mill rate and I'm going to do a comparison in that we talked about football and putting in $1.5 million towards a Grey Cup next year. And yet we do not want to prioritize our children. And so I like to think of us as being better stewards and how we think about our children and how do we want to go down in the history books of putting the value of society on our children. We do not have the money for football, but yet we're willing to consider it during the budget for a mill rate increase. So I guess perhaps we need to also think about transit and how important it is for our future generations. And there are many cities around this country that are providing, Calgary, for one that I'm aware of, does offer free transit. And I think this is something maybe we need to look at down the road and how we would provide an increased ridership on transit, and not just for students, but also for our residents in the city. And so, though I know that football is important and the economy and the community benefits for businesses, that's great. But where are we putting our priority when it comes to these dollars and cents that we continually talk about? Because as we prep for budget, we have cut a lot. I get a lot of complaints currently about, oh, the grass in the parks are too high and we need to get the city to come out and cut those. And we're told no, because we've cut them and we've cut them and we've cut and we've cut. And so, but yet we're able to find the funds for important things like football and bringing events to the city and taking money out of our reserves. So yeah, this is about dollars and cents, but it's also equally about society, and it's about the legacy that we want to leave for our future generations. And so I'm in favor of supporting this, in that transit is very important for our city, and there's a lot of cars on our street. Do you look at drive times in the mornings? Do you look at drive times in the afternoon? Our streets are getting beaten up by the cars and the carbon footprints. And I think we need to consider those things in how we move forward. And so for the students, I want to invest in our future generations. And if this means supporting this, then this is a start. And I think we need to look at how we're going to maneuver transit in the future in Regina. I think we need to seriously think about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead. Okay, Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like, when I'm looking at this report, it seems to me that the operational cost isn't our biggest deficiency. It's actually the buses and the one-time cost in our transit. And when we talk about initiatives, whether it's fare-free high school or looking at a downtown loop, we need to actually get our transit infrastructure up to really utilize any of this. And that is why I am also bringing an amendment. Okay, so
So did you get you to read your amendment, just so we have it read into the record?
sure. It is to, oh, there we go. That City Council direct administration to explore funding operations, including but not limited to provincial funding and federal programs, specifically Building Communities Fund Canada and Prairie Can, to purchase buses to support both fare-free youth programming and a downtown shuttle route.
Okay, before I get you to speak to it, I'll look for a seconder for the amendment on the screen. Councillor Radens?
Okay.
Okay, and Councillor Trimble, you can speak to your amendment. Go ahead.
At the core of this, everything's about removing barriers. And barriers in school attendance, barriers getting around. And when we look at this report, I think the biggest barrier is that we actually don't have the buses. Operationally, it's only about $2 million, and all these initiatives we do talk about require that investment. That said, there are programs which have opened up recently that do support that, and in the past we have used redirected some of our funding opportunities to other initiatives. So I guess I'm trying to keep this with some freedom for administration to do their job and see what it would require for these applications, but also give the direction to go out and do the application work to go and ask for it. I realize that a lot of these programs do require consideration of cost sharing, and that is why it is out here as to explore funding opportunities to perhaps bring them back to us, because a lot of these programs do require investment, like a 60% municipal share or provincial share, but there are opportunities, and I think we should be looking into them, because as we talk at all of these initiatives, it seems to me that the biggest barrier is the buses.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turnbull. I see Councillor Beazle, go ahead. This is on the amendment, sorry, just to be clear.
So for clarity, I want to speak to the main, not the amendment.
Okay, okay, well then I'll just hang tight and I'll just get you back in the queue for the main motion when we get back to that.
Please.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Through the chair. So this is looking for money from other levels of government. Does administration have to be instructed to do this, number one? And number two, how many different things can we go to the feds and the province for at one time and ask? Like, if we ask for this, do we limit other opportunities? Like, how many times, is it a rotating door? Is it a one-way door? Like, what goes on here?
Mr. Nickel, you want to speak to that?
Love to. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, from a strategic point of view, I would respectfully suggest that we have to be careful and strategic in how many things we apply for. Because every time we apply for something, as was noted, we need to be prepared to potentially fund a portion of it. So that's something that's very, critical to how we do this. Having said that, first of all, there is a lot of work involved in doing this, but administration is already doing this. We have a government relations branch with personnel in there that are constantly looking for federal program funding dollars and streams, etc. So I mean, yes, this reinforces what we're doing, but I don't believe that Mr. Gray and his staff need to be reminded. This is something that we're doing all the time. But, you know, it is in the hands of council if you wish to us to explicitly look at this. But I will say that we are looking at this each and every day on a number of programs in a myriad of areas.
Thanks. So this is amendment just off the floor at council. Downtown shuttle routes, nothing's ever really been talked about in any policy or anything. I think it's kind of an attractive idea in a way, but I don't really want to have it debated today, and I think it's some ways off to really consider anything. I don't really want to support this amendment for the answers I just received, and for my earlier comments about overall strat planning and bigger picture, not just tendrils thrown out. If I vote against this today, can administration ever investigate the downtown shuttle route idea or do anything with that, or is that now going to be a dead issue, never to be looked at again?
Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you. I believe that council members always retain the option to bring forward any kind of notice of motion that wishes to pursue something specifically. So this would not kill it specifically. And I think we also need to remember that applying, and I should have mentioned this before, that when applying to these programs, these will typically, if successful, will fund a certain amount of capital. What's always lacking is operational dollars. Yeah. Those come back to haunt us, and not only us, but any level of government. That huge capital programs are announced, and then all of a sudden somebody wakes up and finds that there's no operational dollars. So it's just something to be very cognizant of. And perhaps Ms. Bryden has something to add as well.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to add that we are looking at doing, or we are doing, a downtown transportation study that, I'm probably using the wrong words, but we will be reviewing how traffic happens and moves in the downtown once the 11th Avenue project is completed. And with that, we will be looking at different opportunities for changes or upgrades to transit, and considering this downtown shuttle option will be one of those things.
Yeah, well, here again, nothing I've ever actually heard officially or in stone, but just sounds like there's a couple innovative ideas with some of our parking changes and stuff to look at. And I wanted to make sure it wasn't being shot down if I didn't support this, because I thought they were decent ideas. But once again, I think we need proper investment in our transit. I think it has to be strategic, thoughtful investment, as kind of alluded to, planning and thinking through, and I don't think it comes through on the floor on amendment or direction the way it's going, so I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Radin, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So on this amendment, federally, I'm guessing that perhaps there are different fundings available that we can apply for, correct?
Who would like to speak to that? Mr. Gray, go ahead.
Through the chair, so there would be potential funding opportunities through the federal government, kind of similar to what Mr. Nichols said. It's more of a council's decision. If we apply for funding for this, it would potentially mean we can't apply for other projects.
Is there something specifically that says we can only apply for one thing at a time? Transit is separate from housing.
In this instance, it'd be coming from the same pot of money. So although they don't explicitly state that there's only a limited amount of applications, I think we can assume that in terms of trying to spread the dollars across Canada, that if we're submitting multiple applications, since we just received $30 million from the federal government from the same stream, and maybe looking to apply for other projects, that it would probably come back to being only a few applications considered.
Okay, that's fair. I think that this amendment is actually timely because we are talking about transit and transit infrastructure. And so I seem to recall we were talking about funding for transit that was used for other things. And I think if we're receiving funding from federal or provincial government specifically to a project, then we need to make sure that we're following the guidelines or at least using the funding for what it is intended for. And so, and again, it's specific to transit. I want to see us at least make an attempt. I don't want to hear that we're going to say, oh, yeah, maybe not, because if we apply for this, and I agree we need to be strategic and we also need to be smart about how we maneuver these things, but I would like to see us at least look at that. And this, again, I'm just going to reiterate that this is a start. And I mean, we could say that we have plans for this or that or this or that or whatever, and it's coming down the road. But I want to actually see the direction given, which this is saying that we want to look at it and something to be coming down the road. So thank you for that. That's all I've got.
Okay, Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly through the chair, I really appreciate, Councillor Turnbull, the intention behind this. I support the expansion of transit. I support the expansion of fare-free transit. But we have professionals every day whose job it is to identify where we should apply for money, how to apply for money, and competing priorities. Because, of course, we're also interested in affordable housing, right? We're interested in a number of things at any given time, arts, culture. And so I think it's just very important that we as council, even in an effort to do good, be mindful that we have professionals whose job it is to do this, and they will bring us any and all opportunities. And I believe fully that if there's an opportunity to find transit dollars, that will be brought to us. And so I really appreciate, Councillor Turnbull, where you're coming from. And for that specific reason, just the precedence of this level of direction, I can't support the specific amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So what I read from the amendment actually is just says explore funding opportunities. So it doesn't actually say apply for. So my question then is, in that case, what would be the harm as we're continuing to look for opportunities to expand or consider expanding fare-free transit? What would be the harm in exploring funding opportunities? But the first question I want to ask is whether or not this passes, it doesn't hamper it. Like, I just want, I know Councillor Mancinelli asked this, but I want to be sure that if this, whether or not this passes, does not hamper administration from exploring funding opportunities, whether now or in the future for transit, whether fare-free or otherwise. Is that accurate? That's the response I heard to Councillor Mancinelli. I just want to be very sure that that is accurate.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, I'll answer that question and then the first part of your question. So regardless of how this goes in favor or not accepted, it does not change administration's ability to look at downtown transit in the future.
Or any
transit.
Okay.
What I do want to highlight, though, is that the way I read this motion is that if we get federal funding from the federal government for our buses, it must be used for buses for fare-free youth or downtown shuttle. And I think that is a bit of a concern because right now we are trying to keep buses on the road as we had the conversation about diesel or hybrid or electric. And so we've got a transit fleet reserve that you'll see during budget that we need to increase that funding to make sure that we can provide that level of service. And so we're looking for federal funding to keep the existing buses on the road, like a renewal program. So the way I read this is that if we got federal funding, that might need to be used to expand transit, which if that's council's intent, that's fine, but just want to provide that clarity.
I think Mr. Nichol will want to comment as well. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was just looking, I think it's a concern we have in terms of we need to put something around, some parameters around what does explore mean? The way the motion is written right now, it says explore it. It's not directing us to come back, unless perhaps it's Councillor Turnbull's intention that this was related to, I think, point 3 of Councillor Zakidniak's original motion that referenced Q3 of 27. We just need to put a bow on this as to, we're always looking, but if we're looking for something at your direction, what are you looking to have back from us?
Okay.
So I'm just going to go to Councillor Turnbull quickly,
Sure.
so
I
can
was
get
going
clear.
to too, so.
Okay, yeah, we'll get clarification. Go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
I think both of those points are well taken, and I would, if I need to add some verbiage there to make sure this does not hinder whatever funding, I would be happy to amend this to suit. And I think it would be great to have this as part of the report back as funding opportunities. I think that's actually a great way to do this. I included the downtown shuttle because we talk about it, and when we're talking about buses and we're doing asks to these funds, I think it's important to look at the whole holistic picture. And that is why that one is included as well, because we're just looking at buses. And if it makes the verbiage better, we can just say purchase buses and take out the to support.
So just on Councillor Turnbull, just on the report back, just so then admin would have clarity, would it be to report back if there are opportunities, and then if not, then there's not a requirement, or report back regardless whether or not funding opportunities are found or not?
I think report back is nice, but if we just took out at the end where it says to purchase buses, what if I just took out the to support? Because really the whole barrier is the lack of buses, and whatever way we frame it, we're asking for support for buses. So instead of defining it for fare free or downtown, it's just to ask for the buses.
Mr. Doney, do you want to comment on that?
Through the chair, administration understands that change, and we would support that because it allows us to have the flexibility to recommend to you whether or not we're going to expand something in the future.
Okay, I think that clears that up, actually.
Okay, so I just will check, because Councillor Radin seconded that amendment, so I'm just going to check with Councillor Radin quickly. Are you amenable to that? Okay. Okay, that was confirmation. Okay, back to you, Councillor Zakiniak.
Thank you. And is it intended, because I think it was mentioned that it could be included as part of the report back, included in the original motion? Is that what you're intending in terms of the time frame?
Sure.
Okay, so that would be, I don't know if that, usually we're asked to put a timeline in, so report back as part of the Q3.
Mr. Nicol, go ahead.
If it's it was my recollection that Q3 was referenced in number
Yeah,
3.
it is.
So we
That's
take,
fine.
yeah. So if it says in accordance with recommendation 3, we're good. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think, just reading the changes as they're happening, I think this is actually helpful, because while administration said that they are doing this anyway, which, sure, that is part of the work that we're doing. Now, I think that this amendment responds to some of the requests that have been made. When we have a report back in Q3, what would be next, right? So this information will be really helpful for us when we have an additional report back, if this passes, where we see what our options are moving forward. So we already saw what, we have some information with our initial report. We would do another pilot, gather some data. Councillor Turnbull's asking that it be clearly articulated in the report. What are the funding, what are potential funding opportunities for us should we wish to continue this work? So yes, administration's already doing this. This just ensures that it's in the report back that we would receive if this motion passes. So I think it's a smart addition, and I think it helps us get more comprehensive information. Thank you, Councillor Turnbull.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Yeah, just from my comments, I won't support this amendment for similar reasons to Councillor Fro. I appreciate the intent, completely support looking at those programs, but for similar reasons, or the same reasons as what Councillor Fro had mentioned, you know, I don't want to set a precedent of directing administration to do work that they are doing on an ongoing basis, and we have the experts doing it. And in addition, I think there's far more considerations that go into a lot of the programs that we look into and apply for in alignment with our strategy and alignment with the city's required funding for those programs. So, so for that reason, I completely appreciate the intent, and I am very confident that this work will happen based on what I've heard. So for that reason, I don't want to set a precedent for directing the administration in that way. But I do appreciate the intent of the motion or the amendment. Sorry. With that, I don't see any other questions, so I will go to Councillor Turnbull to close debate on your amendment. Go ahead.
Just a couple questions. How many applications do we have out to the Buildings Community Fund or Prairies Can currently?
Mr. Gray, go ahead.
Through the chair, we are currently working through the agreement for the $30 million for the South Trunk project, and currently exploring the Prairies Can funding since it was announced a few weeks ago.
So the direct, the Buildings Community Fund Canada is a countrywide program, and we are in competition with the entire country, as you mentioned. So, and there isn't a limit. Are you aware that some of the Toronto projects and things are asking for larger amounts, like $400 million projects and things like that? And that's actually our competition, not with our own internal projects.
Through the chair, I don't keep track of what every city in Canada applies for, but I do know that most of the funding is probably proportionate to the population of those cities. So I would expect the City of Toronto to be applying for something significantly larger than the City of Regina.
But the requirements for asking aren't based on our population size.
Through the chair, sorry, I was commenting on the dollar value that you indicated.
Or the dollar value isn't actually, on these direct Canada funds, aren't actually based on our population size.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
For these grant programs, what we're asking for isn't actually based on our population size.
Correct.
So whether or not we ask or not, we have to actually ask for the grants, and we have to do it quickly in order to get things. So whether or not this passes, it is very important that we actually apply for things and get the asks out there. I think you, correct?
So through the chair, I think I'd say it's important to recognize that we need committed funding. And so if there is no money committed in budget or in future capital plans, we cannot apply for these funds. So if you if council wants to direct us to apply for funding, there would be an expectation that there is matching funding available through the city's budget. So we can't go apply for all the programs and all the different funds because we need committed funding. I think we heard a few months ago that the infrastructure, the growth plan has about $700 million of unfunded projects, and we do not have $700 million budgeted, so we cannot apply for those funds. There needs to, for those projects. We need to have committed funds in place from council.
Which is why this was to ask for a report and explore so that we could look at the entire budget consequences of having that 60% come from us.
Is that a question? Sorry. I think.
Oh, I guess that's a statement. So I do think when it comes to these funding opportunities, which are in front of us, it does need to be emphasized that we do have to take them and we do have to compete with the entire country. And we actually lost out on some of transit funding before because we reallocated it. But we do have opportunities in front of us. And what this is intended to do is to explore and report back and ask our administration, tell us about the consequences, tell us what that 60% is, tell us what that would mean in our budget. But maybe we can ask for it. So I don't know if I worded it wrong or if it's a consideration in the budget because it would take 60%, but that is what I'm asking for with this. And the reason it is explore and open-ended is so that you can do your work, because I want to motivate that. Anyway, so that's, I don't know how much time I have left, but
Just about a minute.
I do think it's important. I think this is a why not amendment. Why wouldn't we ask to go look for funds for buses? What would be the harm of putting this out there? What do we have to lose by asking our administration to go do something they're doing anyways? So I don't see why anyone would be opposed to this. And it's really asking for a report back and to take the opportunities in front of us. and to us to actually get the funding that other parts of the country is getting to.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment is lost in a vote result of 7-4. Those voting in favor were Councillors Turnbull, Radins, Zikiniak, and Flores. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Burton, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Turnbull, on the main motion.
All right, on the main motion, I feel like I've talked a lot about how beneficial high school transit is over the past year and a half. So before I get into my time, I wanted to read some things from some of our delegates who didn't quite get here on time. So here's some things from them. From Harmony. Bus pass for youth aged 14 to 18 costs $66. A semi-annual pass is $330. Are these reasonable costs for youth to pay without parental support? What if they don't have any way to transport themselves to school, to part-time jobs, or to other social events? Would it be fair to them? And that's Harmony. From Kiki. In your report, you say that every single effect is positive. The only thing that's not positive is money. I don't think that money would be worth more than all of your goals. Money should not be more than people. Okay. And then from Elizabeth. Making transit free would show the young people in this generation just how easy it is to take the bus. Many kids think it's difficult when in reality it's not hard. Showing kids how easy it is to ride the bus will carry on in their life, creating better habits, more riders, and a better bus system overall. Another good point to look at is how much better for the environment it would be if more people took the bus than individual cars. And from all of them. There are 4 academy schools that draw from all over the city that schools would benefit greatly from free transit because walking or relying on a ride is not an option. The pilot program that was held at Johnson showed an improvement in attendance and ridership. However, the pilot was only held for 1 semester or 4 months of school. This is not a complete study, and I think it should be extended to a whole calendar year to account for barrier factors such as wealthier class schedules and seasonal activities in and outside of school. I think that at a minimum, free transit for tweens should be extended and expanded, and I think it would be an awesome idea to give transit for teenagers. And they have a thank you for their time in there. I don't know how much time I have left for me, but I really want to use it to gratitude for all of our delegates that have come and stood up for high school transit to show what this means over and over again into our community. This is one of the best returns on investment on our strategic plan that we have. Operationally, I think it was mentioned before, it's only about $2 million. The barrier is the capital cost with the buses. And I think we need to work towards that. I think Councillor Radins did a really good job about today's agenda. On one side, we're looking at going to minus $10 million in one of our reserves for digital display boards and stuff. And on the other side, we are saying, $2.2 million for operational to get high school students equal opportunities is too much. And the side by side of that is really hard to feel in today's agenda. It is economically, socially, especially when transit has such a return on investment on our futures, our roads, our environment, accessibility, and even our social causes such as bringing down crime. And being able to just do that one thing is just a slam dunk in every which way. And I've been here many times saying this over and over again. I almost feel like I should just press my play from last time. I'm sure we all do. but that's what it is. And it's just, we'll sit here and we're going to argue about this $2.2 million. We will vote down asking for support for buses. And yeah, so yes, I will definitely support this. And this, I would have supported more. I would have supported more transit, but I definitely think we need to continue on with where we're going, and we need to get, I don't know what, we need to get more support. We need to at least get this fare free transit in and get, I don't know, we need to show people more KPIs. It's pretty obvious to me. But if this is what we can do and this is the best we can do, I definitely support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead. You might have to switch spots, I'm thinking. I'll just check.
We'll see. Sounds pretty good. Does it sound good?
Pretty fuzzy, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. There are a few questions. I'm going to direct these particular to admin. Specifically, I'm going to say the CFO or the CEO. Can you tell me about the foregone revenues in a motion like this on the wider scale?
Mr. Udoni, go ahead.
Through the chair. So this motion to continue fare-free transit at Johnson for 2026-2027 school year will have approximately $121,500 in lost revenue.
Okay, where does that money come from, Mr. Doney?
Through the chair. So for 2026, it'll be a variance, and for 2027, we will budget less revenue coming into transit, and so it'll be paid for on the mill rate.
Okay, thank you for that. And can you remind me what our mill rates have been for the past 2 budget cycles?
Mr. May?
Through the chair, the 2026 mill rate increase was 10.9%.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. May. So just to confirm that this motion would add on to another mill rate increase. No, I'm not going to say transit is a bad thing. Transit is a viable service that the city offers to our riderships. The fact of the reality is it's got to come from somewhere. Recently, Mayor, we've had a survey that went out, and I believe the survey was called Pre-Budget Survey. Mr. Nickel, I think you have a copy of the pre-budget survey. We are sitting here in a tough decision process. This survey, Mr. Nickel, can you give me just kind of overall who responded to the survey, how many people reached out for this survey, and if this was a successful survey compared to other surveys?
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you. I'll give you the very blunt response of 2,307 people responded. This was not a statistically valid survey. These were people who responded to our survey. But I'm going to ask Ms. Johnson, who is well versed in this and all the implications around what the responses appear to indicate to us.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Through the chair, we have a rolling research plan, and so we do a pre-budget survey every second year, and that is not statistically valid, as Mr. Nickel mentioned, because it is online and we can't monitor exactly who's responding. We use it as a gut check and an indication of priorities, but it is not statistically valid. Every second year in between the pre-budget surveys, we do a phone survey that is considered statistically valid. I would say a loose comparison, the top 3 priorities for spending are aligned with those 2 types of surveys that we do. The types of investments that people do not prioritize to invest in are not necessarily aligned. So, you have to take the results as they are, and as Mr. Nichols said, they're a gut check. They are not statistically valid, but they are an indication of what the people who responded are feeling.
Okay. That being said, we have a gut check. The city went out and did a gut check. The gut check came back, and it's a fairly high response rate compared to other surveys that we said. Mr. Nickel, can you tell me on page 2 where it says tough decisions, what are people telling us about tough decisions? What do they want to see? It's a question there as well.
Sure.
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you. Just to let people know that this is publicly available. This is not, I'm not holding secret squirrel information or anything. The question was when the city of Regina needs to make choices on how to balance its budget, because as we know, a deficit is not something that the city can budget for, which approach would residents prefer? The response is, I'm going to start with the smallest one. 2.7 indicated that they would prefer an increase to property taxes. Almost 16% said they didn't know. 19% said a combination of property tax and fee increases. 3.9% indicated that they would like to see increased fees for services. And just under 59% responded with reduced service levels. But again, just need to point out, it's not statistically valid, but it is that gut check telling us that of the roughly 2,300 people that responded, that's where they came down on.
Okay, so we do have a gut check, and I'm going to say, you know, I do support transit. I would like to have a park and ride model like Councillor Mancinelli said. Jump on the bus, go downtown. I don't have to pay for parking. I don't have to drive a car anywhere. Go downtown, jump off in 4 portions of the city or the downtown and go and do my thing and go to work. We don't have that. But we're sitting talking about debating if we're going to go to the other orders of government to ask for money, which in this case, we already were told that they're doing it. So the Johnson Collegiate Pilot Project was done as a pilot. We got the results back as the pilot. Nothing really changed on the pilot. They were based upon, are people going to ride the bus? Yes, people are going to ride the bus. If it's a free service, they're going to ride the bus. It was based upon also, are people going to go to school more? And the answers came back, no, there's no change in it. So that being said, we do have a gut check document in front of us. The city took a lot of time to go out and do a survey that came back that says roughly 59% of our citizens start telling us reduce services over increasing budgets. So that's where my decision is going to come. I've heard that a lot from my ward. I've heard that a lot from different emails that they can't afford it anymore. And just to offer more and more free stuff, we're digging ourselves into a hole. We need to look at how we're going to balance budgets, balance competing priorities, and getting the things on track versus just coming out to council with new motions that state we're going to do something outside of a budget cycle again, but we're not going to come out and tell you how we're going to fund it. We're just going to do it, let administration fund it, and then administration comes back with a 10 to 15% tax hike. We're mad at them, and they're going to cut mosquito and light bulbs and Christmas trees. So I'm going to not support this motion based upon the gut check that we got from our citizens.
Okay, Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Through the chair. So I kind of agree with Councillor Burton when you brought up the numbers of, over 20 million if we went free transit. My question, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but from 2024 to 2025, what was the budget increase in transit? And then from 2025 to 2026, what was the budget increase? Because is transit number 3 our spend in our budget?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, transit's not our top 3 spenders in the city. I think it's police, fire, and transit or roads. We'll double check on that one. But as far as the overall increases from year to year, I don't know we have that at our fingertips. I don't think we do, but we have been investing in transit. To be very clear that we've expanded routes, and we are seeing a record ridership because of that.
Yeah, but I think I recall double-digit increases both those years. I recall double digits. So it's not like we've been cutting back. We have not been cutting back on transit whatsoever. And I guess we subsidize transit 70%. Is that true?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, our cost recovery for transit is 30 to 32%. So yes, 70% comes from the mill rate.
Yeah. In paratransit, we subsidize probably up to 91%, I think.
Yeah, through the chair, it's around 90%. Yeah.
So, okay. And again, like Councillor Bezo brought up this sheet, we have priorities and service levels, and that's what we have to decide on. It can't be 5-star everywhere, and somebody has to pay for it. Things aren't free. There's seniors in this city on limited budgets. Do we want to put them on the street? You know what, do we have programs for low-income families in this city for transit? Do we have it?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yes, there's multiple programs for
Multiple programs.
low-income residents.
Maybe people just don't know about them, and maybe they need to take advantage of those programs, because the people who can pay should pay. So I'll leave it at that. Can't support this motion.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questions, so I will go to Councillor Zakidniak to close debate. Go ahead.
Thank you. So there's a couple of things I want to note. First of all, some of the folks who are raising concerns with this motion are the same folks who have said that we don't want empty buses riding around the city. These are buses that are already going to this school. These buses were better utilized with the Johnson Fare Free Transit pilot project. And 32% of students continue to use the buses and paid to use the buses after the pilot had ended. That wasn't accounted for in the report. This was a way, at the end of this, there was more revenue from bus ridership coming into the city. And in terms of the investment, with the numbers that Mr. Doney gave, I just want to note that is over 2 years, because part of it would start this year and then it would continue into next calendar year. Additionally, with number 2, the opportunities that we have had for partnerships, no-cost partnerships to us, where we can get better data to explore next steps in transit. So we don't get that opportunity if we're just distributing more bus passes. We don't have the opportunity to continue to collect data, and even better data, with organizations that do this as their main purpose, to understand the true impacts of free transit on those who are utilizing it. We won't be able to collect that data unless we are able to, because we don't have the capacity in-house, so we need these partners who have come forward saying they can help us get that data. We won't get that with just distributing bus passes to certain students. And so, and just to clarify, one thing that was useful about the pilot, we got some initial results for a short pilot, and then we got some information clarified in the report. What would it be like if we expanded this to everyone? Yes, those numbers are significant. That can inform the additional work that will happen for us to consider what is the logical, we collect more data, continuing on with something that did see success with increased ridership and increased these riders also paying fares to ride the buses. So we continue on with that success, collect better data to inform next steps, and now we have the information about what would be the implications if we did this for everyone. And so that gives us the opportunity now to consider what is the end goal. And for those who wish to see fare-free transit downtown, I think that and I'm supportive of that as well, I think our data collection can also get important information for us to consider as we consider whatever rollout of transit, whether it's downtown, students, a combination of it. This is an opportunity for us to take advantage of. And so we don't know what the end goal is, but I am committed to continue working to explore additional options. I would appreciate your support on taking in this small step that we could take to continue to do so. And that has been worked on in close collaboration with administration, community partners, and I'm committed to continue to take the steps to explore additional partnerships and additional work to achieve our transit master plan. And and happy to work with you all to incorporate whatever you'd like to see in this process as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. With that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 6-5 for those voting in favor as follows. Councillor Fro, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against were Councillor Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, and Rasevich.
Okay, we'll move on to delegations related to MN 26-7. I'd like to call upon delegation D 26-55, Ian Cantello.
My right-hand man as opposed to my left-hand man last time.
Okay, once you're settled, I'll get you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing today, the city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Regina City Councilors. My name is Ian Cantello. I'm the president of the Regina Civic Middle Management Association, who I represent, and am resident of Regina.
My name is Tyler Hutchinson. Oh, there we go. My name is Tyler Hutchinson, president of CUPE Local 21 Civic Members Union. I am sitting here today in support of Ian and also in support of Dave Kelly, the president of Local 7, who cannot join us today.
Together, our three unions represent the majority of City of Regina employees who have flexible workspace arrangements. We are here today on behalf of our members in opposition to the motion to return all non-accommodated staff to the office. This motion runs contrary to City of Regina policy, ignores peer-reviewed research, bypasses engaging with the bargaining unit representatives, and is ill-advised given the economic realities currently facing the City of Regina. Most of our members currently working from home are on a hybrid schedule, meaning that they spend some days in office and some days at home. Let's start by talking about policy, beginning with the City of Regina's Transportation Master Plan, approved in 2017. This policy makes reference to the concept of travel demand management, or TDM, a strategy to reduce traffic congestion and the need to expand road networks by changing people's travel patterns. We already talked about this earlier today. Specifically, page 25 of the TMP, under policy 1.20, which recommends the city adopt a lead by example policy to promote TDM strategies within the City of Regina Municipal Corporation. Policy 1.24 encourages the use of innovative technology to change travel behavior itself, aligning with policy 5.23 of the official community plan. Working from home and the ability to conduct meetings and collaborate digitally is a new application of technology in the pursuit of these commitments, which Council has previously made. Every single time someone decides to drive somewhere, it makes the rest of the road network less efficient for everyone else and puts further strain on the already limited parking situations in locations like the downtown. I'd also like to draw attention to page 67 of the City of Regina's Energy and Sustainability Framework. Big Move Policy 6.2 directs the city to employ car-free zones, increased parking rates, car and bike share programs, and work from home measures to reduce demand for personal use vehicles. Work from home aligns with this policy, one already approved and adopted by Regina City Council. Current research on work from home arrangements have shown that it can improve work-life balance, employee retention, and retaining similar or increased levels of productivity. Employee satisfaction is increasingly important as millennials and Gen Z bring new perspectives into the workplace. I've attached a bibliography if anyone's curious. Another crucial consideration is that employees were asked to invest in the equipment and space required for their home office. Given that work from home is advertised prominently as a benefit on job postings at the City of Regina, employees are likely to feel deceived if work from home privileges are unilaterally rescinded. On the matter of economic factors, the current motion tasks administration with investigating what the cost of work from home privileges would be to the city, of removing work from home privileges would be to the city within a threshold of about $250,000. It also cites that removing said privilege would provide an economic stimulus to the downtown area. We can guarantee that the real cost will be more than $250,000. The membership of Local 7 and CMM has grown significantly in recent years, and most of these positions use hybrid work models. City Hall's office space is mostly occupied, and renting space in the downtown area would lead to expensive leases, likely mostly for Class A office space. I believe Councillor Burton already asked the question earlier today, what services will council decide to cut to pay for this? I would also draw attention to how during budget deliberations, the former CFO pointed out that most union salaries have not kept up with inflation. The city's presentation cited that jobs falling behind inflation by 5% to 11% over the last 10 years. I can say that as of January 1st, 2025, this number has been closer to 7% or more as an average across all three unions that we're representing today. Our members, rather than spending more money on dining out in the downtown, are more likely to be brown paper bagging it than bringing their lunches to work rather than going and spending it. The current motion puts an additional burden on members who work from home at a time when gas prices are hitting record highs and parking costs have spiked. The current motion suggests our members could ride the bus during a period where transit fares have been increased and routes have been cut. That just doesn't add up. Given the realities facing members, you'll see workers parking their vehicles in surrounding neighborhoods, leaving their desks to move their vehicles every couple of hours to avoid tickets, further frustrating the parking situation downtown. You also see more sick time use, as workers will no longer be able to work remotely to avoid spreading an illness to their coworkers. Put simply, the current proposal is trying to cram the toothpaste back in the tube. Remote work, teleconferencing, and all the improvements they bring are here to stay. There are other better ways to stimulate the downtown, including just subsidizing businesses directly. That way there might be some benefit instead of just making a whole lot of underpaid and overworked workers see their work-life balance decline further. We strongly oppose this motion and believe it would be a step backward for the city of Regina. Thank you. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. I see a couple questions here. Go ahead, Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cantello, for your delegation. I was just looking at your written delegation, and in it you spoke about conditions of city office spaces. Could you expand a little bit on this?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. City Council has probably seen some of the nicer, they've probably seen all the floors of City Hall at this point. Some floors have been nicely renovated in recent years, and our facility staff has done excellent work on that, but there are many floors that are very far out of date. I recently moved from a 5th floor office to a 10th floor office, both of which tend to rain inside when it rains outside as well. Privacy rooms aren't really private. You can go in and meet in them, but if there's anything at all confidential that needs to be spoken, we're limited to a few meeting rooms on the ground floor, which fit that. Like, quite frankly, with the expansion and public service over the last few years, which, might I add, is still, a reduction per capita to residents of Regina in relation to number of city employees, we just don't have space to work this out. And trying to do video conferencing in open office environments is not ideal. And to be quite frank, the benefits that you get out of being able to do teleconferencing, video conferencing as the main way that most meetings are held is huge. When I first started at the city, I had to buffer every single meeting that I booked by at least 15 minutes on either side to accommodate people moving between, sometimes buildings, sometimes office rooms, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is that in a lot of the work that we're doing now, it's increasingly integrated, increasingly focused on meeting with different groups across the organization. If you lose 2 or 3 meetings a day just because people need to, go to a different meeting room or travel between, say, Building A and the downtown or Parks facilities, you're going to lose a lot of efficiency out of the workforce that you've worked so hard to increase over the last 5 or 6 years.
Thank you. And that was actually my next question. Would you say that, just to be clear, what you're advocating for is not that folks, is that folks have the ability to have this hybrid model, right? Which is what we currently have, both to have the ability to work from home when needed and to also be in the office. So with this hybrid model, what I just heard is efficiencies. Can you speak a little bit more about the how would this hybrid model support these efficiencies in the workplace?
Yeah, there's benefits to meeting in person, just like there's benefits to meeting online. I think that there's elements of team building that are impossible to ignore. They need to be done in person. Hybrid models are pretty good for that in that you can sort of cluster different types of work around the different types of day that you might have. For some folks, that hybrid work might be, 2 days a week working from home, 3 in the office. Sometimes it's 3 and 2, or maybe 1 and 4. It really just depends. But like the benefit is there, being able to meet and like build teams in person, but also recognizing that the flexibility that you get by being able to sort of tailor things to how your work might be organized is highly beneficial to the workforce, and I think is a real efficiency benefit to the city itself.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor.
I wanted to add something to the discussion. As stated, I'm here supporting CMM. One of the things to consider is that I don't think there's been a comprehensive KPI analysis of any major benefit to returning the hybrid model employees into the workforce again. A lot of the work they do is work that's not fundamentally affected by them being separate from the workforce. And to mandate their return would represent a fundamental change in the work relationship and the work conditions they currently have. Some of these employees, since these programs and systems have been in long enough, came into those positions under the understanding that that would be a model that would be open to them. It'd be no different if you said to someone that had been working in an area for 2 or 3 years that they're going to be sent to White City to operate out of an office. It's a fundamental change that's best handled through a negotiation with the bargaining representatives, because it is a change to working conditions that they're under. I don't think it's appropriate to have this as a mandate. The unions have been willing and have expressed interest in cooperating with the employer on initiatives, but I don't think the current evidence presented, as I don't think a comprehensive report has been presented at this time, indicate that the KPI returns on mandating the return of all these staff under these models is currently substantiated by what's been presented, or at least made aware to all parties. So I would ask that that is a consideration in the request and the position of the locals today.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Through you, Mayor, earlier you spoke about illness in the workplace and the ability to maybe work through an illness that is contagious, but when you're at home, if it's not bad enough, you might be able to kind of work through it, but otherwise you'd have to take a sick day. Could you speak a little bit more about what you meant by that?
Yeah, I think that this is a really important choice that a hybrid work model gives our members, generally speaking, is that, sick time is there for a lot of things. Sometimes it's for folks not physically being able to work, but, it also to some extent is being able to give someone the ability to step out of the workplace in a situation where they might cause more people to get sick, right? One of the real advantages of a hybrid work arrangement is that you can, if you're feeling pretty good, but like still might be worried about, giving someone to someone who has like a weakened immune system or something like that, just sort of showing care for your coworkers and being able to step back, take your meetings remotely and, avoid, those losses of efficiency in the workforce that you get by causing other people to take sick days. I think it's a real benefit that often isn't discussed about this here, but that flexibility is valuable.
All right. Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I just have a couple more questions. You had touched about the conditions of work, and anecdotally, I've heard this as well, in terms of the value of what we can offer as an employer versus a larger employer that might be able to pay more, but oftentimes some staff might choose a job here because of some of these conditions that we have been able to offer. Through your talks with your union members, is that something that would be impact? Would folks be able to decide that since I don't have this option anymore, I might go take a job somewhere else? Is that something that you guys have heard about?
Yes, I mean, like we hear this, the work from home has figured prominently into many people that I've talked to, like their intention for taking this job. I've heard from people leading up to this meeting that, they had multiple job offers given to them and they intentionally took the City of Regina position because of the flexible work arrangements that were promised to them through the interview process and job postings. That is, I think, a critical consideration for this here, especially given that, wages of our members haven't, with a few exceptions, haven't really kept up with inflation, especially since the pandemic in 2020. So, again, hearkening back to the budget presentation by the CFO earlier this year, we are, doing more with 15% less people, which is, a lot of burden to be taking. So this work-life balance is increasingly important if the city wants to keep this, engine sort of revving at the red line.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I think Tyler might want to add something as well. If that's okay.
I just wanted to add that it's also something to take into consideration. I have to admit, my union has limited exposure, but we have heard people that have declined offers because of the conditions of having to park downtown. At the end of the day, it is an additional difficulty and expense. I'm not sure everyone's aware of it. I'm not aware if it's public knowledge, but a lot of the members don't get consideration or coverage for their parking situation. They have to find accommodations for their own means most of the time. And for some folks, that means parking on the street, coming out and moving their vehicle. And that's fine if you've signed up for that. I don't think anyone would argue if you bid into a job at City Hall that you didn't understand what that meant. But as indicated, this is the removal of the freedom for the option for the hybrid model from staff. And those staff, to an extent, some of them accepted the offer under the understanding that might not necessarily have to come into City Hall every single day or to an office downtown. So it would be an additional obstacle to them within the workforce that they didn't necessarily sign up for when they took those opportunities. Not all staff did that, but it is a consideration that they are in effect losing the choice that they would have been privy to.
Just to add quickly on that, there are some buildings that the city operates that do not have sufficient parking for the number of people that work within it, like Building A, for example. Also, to add on to that, I think I may have pulled a muscle in my jaw restraining myself at a town hall that I went to a couple months back, where I heard a member from the public say that all the city workers get wonderful free parking in the huge parking parkade behind City Hall here. Just to be clear, that is not accurate. City workers pay to park in that parkade. We do not get free parking at City Hall.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, just my last question. Do you know how many people in your union do not have dedicated office spaces?
So my understanding is that between QP7 and CMM that number would be about 100. I do think that the facilities group, when you're asking questions of administration, will probably have a better idea on that. 100 sounds about right to me, given the growth of CMM and my understanding of the composition of folks that work at least in part remotely for CMM.
All right, thank you for that. That's all for me.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for being here. I guess I do have a few questions. If this were to pass, would your membership be seeking additional monetary compensation when you go back to bargaining to make up for the additional costs to individuals for having to commute or paying for parking or any other transportation?
Absolutely, and I would add that on top of the additional compensation that we would seek related to commuting to the downtown on a daily basis, people that work from home that have these hybrid work arrangements, they were asked to expend money on their home offices to get them set up in such a way that they could be safely used as home offices. In some cases, that also meant that people would have made decisions about the type of residence or houses that they bought in order to facilitate that home office. So, the union would also likely seek some sort of remuneration for every single person that had one of those offices, considering the fact that their employer entered into an understanding with them that they would be, kitting it out. I have a filing cabinet now. I didn't have one of those before. In order to, sustain this home office, that is something we absolutely would pursue.
Okay. Something I think you've been talking about, but maybe not directly, is it sounds like you're talking about our 3 principles, which are sustainability, idea, which is inclusivity, diversity, equity, accessibility, and our to reconciliation, but also our strategic imperative to keep down taxes. Do you think that this aligns with any of those 4 things?
I think it aligns with all of them. I'll say that this is an expense that the city would incur. Right now, it's going to cost more money, and it will cost money on a year-over-year basis as the city has to pay for additional leases to cover this office space, which if the intention in the motion was to stimulate the downtown, so again, it's downtown office space, probably have to be large enough that it's going to be relatively expensive, relatively new. You're maybe talking between $15 and $20 per square foot. You need about 200 square feet per desk. You got about 100 employees. My math there is saying that you're already going to be, well, my math's not that great, but I'm guessing about 300K or something. That's not counting desks, furniture, hardware, everything that you need in order to have those people. It's going to add up real quick. And you're going to be, and although the initial startup cost is going to be over that, again, year over year, those leases are going to be on there. So it's for certain a burden that the city's going to take. I will say also, and this is something that I don't really like to speak on so much, but there are members of my membership that do face, still, sort of element like racial or other sort of prejudices within the workplace. In some circumstances, a work from home arrangement can help alleviate that or minimize the exposure that they have on a day-to-day experience, which can help with mental health and working through that. It's not a condition that I particularly like to admit occurs within the halls of City Hall, but it does.
You're lucky. I kind of do this for a living on the side. That's about 6,000 square feet, I believe. So, I did want to talk a little about idea and accessibility. You talked a little bit about there, but when people have disabilities and flexibility, or even work-life balance, that adaptation and flexibility is critical. And if we were to look at our accessibility plan for Regina, do you think how does that relate to your human resources and your ability to meet our own accessibility plan and our own diverse needs of all the disabilities and things that we have within our staff? For example, to get you to comment on it, let's say our infrastructure isn't accessible, like for hearing impairments or visual impairments or even accessibility. How would that affect this, getting everyone to return back to the office?
First, I'll say, perish the thought of being confused with someone from the HR department. We're quite different, as it turns out. But no, it's a good question. I mean, you're kind of to Councillor Bezo's credit in the initial motion, he did point out that it did not include accommodated staff. So I think that in some situations, you might have, we don't want to say that yes, accommodated people would be coming back as well. We understand that that's not part of the motion, but to your point, folks that have needs with accessibility, this does provide additional tools. Like in some cases, just being able to use a screen that has a screen reader, interpreting documents as long as they're accessible. These are all things that can be very valuable tools. We believe to facilitate their work within the workplace. I think it's very good. I don't know if you have anything you might want to add to that, Tyler.
I would just add that overall, I think having more options when it comes to staff employment, especially for dependent on the type of work that the person engages in, does make the employer more welcoming to diverse interests, people with different conditions. Because even if, per what Mr. Bezo has presented, it's not being considered for people under accommodations or restrictions, that doesn't take into account external applicants that are looking for job opportunities within the city when they are first trying to vet for opportunities within the organization. And I'll say that it does increase the employability of certain folks. It's also a net benefit to have those diverse kind of employment opportunities to recruit especially people with specific skills, because it makes us competitive with some private sector providers that might be able to offer wages that I don't think are appropriate for the taxpayer to shoulder, and allows a greater kind of package to be offered to recruit these folks.
Okay, my last question, do you think that City Hall or any of our other properties are well utilized, or do you feel that they are vacant a lot of the time?
I don't believe that any of our properties are vacant. I think that sometimes you might get unlucky and walk through a floor when there's maybe when a branch is on more of a work from home day or something like that, but they get used. I have difficulty booking privacy rooms now. It's not, today in my office, I think like pretty much all of the desks were full. So I don't often go to floors and see it as a ghost town. Certainly most of the other buildings, parks, facilities, Building A, don't go to Building Y too often, but most of them are there. And then there's all kinds of other satellite buildings that I think a lot of Local 21 members use that are also occupied most of the time.
Generally, facility utilization is fairly high. There are exceptions, but from what I understand, there's not big swaths of empty space there just waiting to be filled.
Thank you so much for being here. Someday I'll have to see a map of this building A and Y and Z and X and T.
They're mostly all around. They're mostly all around the yard up on 4th Avenue.
I'd love a tour of the alphabet someday.
Okay, we're at 4:15, so I do have a few more questions. So if the delegations could stick around, but we'll take our break. We'll be back at 4:30. could take their seats, we'll start in about a minute. Okay, folks, can we take our seats, please? Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Back to questions for our delegations. I'll go to Councillor Burton. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation today through the chair. Got a couple of questions related to the way it works here. Can you first just generally broadly describe the work from home versus in the office requirements in general?
Sure. Like to clarify what is required in
Yes.
the home office. So it needs to be a safe area. First of all, it means that if there's any stairways that are leading to the home office, they have to have properly installed handrails. You have to have a fire extinguisher present within the area, desk, filing cabinet, monitor, generally speaking, appropriate desk chair, so you're not sitting in a lazy boy or recliner or something like that. Basically, most of what you would have in an office as furnished by the city of Regina would be fairly similar to what you'd have to have at home. If you're getting approved for a work from home arrangement with the city, you actually have to do a walkthrough of your house with your manager or supervisor in order to document that everything is above board, and usually also take photos of things like the fire extinguisher, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. What is the number of days that people need to be in the office, or is there a flexibility, or depending on the job or situation?
It varies across the organization and branch. So there's some I think most branches that can conduct their work remotely would be either a 2-3 or 3-2 agreement. So 2 days at home, 3 days in the office, or 3 days at home, 2 days in the office. Now, there are some individuals that just have, that would have like a full work from home. Some people that prefer being in the office and just work in the office full time. But I'd say I ballpark 80 to 85% are either on that 2-3 or 3-2 arrangement for hybrid work.
Are there some jobs, through the chair, are there some jobs that are better suited to work from home versus in the office?
I think that there are. There are some jobs that just require a lot of sort of, like for example, like calls with people or something where if you're in a depending upon the office, the floors have a number of different configurations in City Hall. You know, some of them are older, 1980s, 1970s style that have a lot of like closed office spaces. Some of the more modern renovated ones are more sort of open concept. If you have someone who's just constantly on phone calls in there, not really the best situation. If they're capable of doing the work remotely, that works. Also could be said of a lot of jobs that just sort of involve, I guess sort of like technician work, or, just sort of developing or doing drafting processes. You don't necessarily need to have someone, right next to you if most of the time your face is just sort of in a computer program working through things.
Would you say that people develop better interpersonal skills when they're working at home or in the office?
I don't know if I have any specific like research that would say one way or the other. I mean, I do think that there's value in meeting in person. I don't think that, people should, 100% of the time, without sort of any question, be working remotely. But I do think that there's lots of people that work significant amounts of their job remotely and have great relationships with their supervisors and coworkers.
Okay. A broad question: should the city frame all positions around the personal requirements of employees, or should they frame them around the business requirements of this city, or is there somewhere in the middle that we need to meet, or does that change depending on the position?
That is a really broad question. I mean, I think that within like labor law, you would say, for example, that like if someone has a need to be accommodated remotely, which again I know is not the people that we're talking about here, but you'd have to consider that person if there's even if someone has an accommodation that or has some sort of mental or physical disability that limits their abilities in some way, you might be looking at accommodating them in some way, which might not sort of go down that more official route, but still makes it easier. They could theoretically be in the office all the time, but it's a little bit easier for them the other way around, and the employer would work with them, I think, on that, generally speaking. I mean, if like at a very base level, you could go to labor law and just say that the employer determines the location of work. If I am working in one park and someone tells me to go and trim a tree in another park, I have to go and trim the tree in the other park. But that's, I think that there's been a few decisions in recent years that, like, in light of the pandemic and these like work from home agreements, that maybe draws a little bit of question into that, is that there might be some for example, I'd like to see more of a rationale if there was a reason for someone being taken back into the office full time, especially after we've gone through all of this process of, making sure that they had a safe office, and it's been working very well. We have been more efficient in this configuration than we ever have been historically. So, I think that there's a lot of questions in there, but it's sort of a brave new world as far as legal decisions on this.
It also goes back to there has to be a demonstrated benefit to the employer when making those decisions. As you said, what are the weight given to the conditions of the individual and the objectives of the employer? At the same time, I don't think it'd be fair, for instance, you said no one can wear hats or everyone has to wear a specific brand of shirt, because you would say that's not a defensible objective. And same thing with returning people to the office. It would have to be presented with supporting evidence that suits the objectives of the employer. And there's an actual benefit to the KPIs, because there are principles in labor law under the KVP principle for managerial rights, which goes, a decision can't be arbitrary, discriminatory, and there's other tests of reasonableness. But outside of that, the employer has control of the work environment, but those tests still exist. For instance, it's the whole idea of a mad king. Someone could come in and say, well, I believe it would be more effective if we only hired people that had brown hair. I think anyone looking at that would be like, that's not a reasonable decision, even if you are arguing that it's in line with corporate goals, because what's the demonstrated evidence and support that that's a reasonable thing that'll meet the goals of the organization as a whole?
Yeah, at one point I had brown hair, and with this here, and that's just a bit where thank you for expanding on that, is because sometimes I do believe sometimes some employees do feel that I'm driving the bus here and you have to bend to me, and there is some balance with that. But in the end, it is a job, and you do need to, I believe, conform a bit more to the business versus personal. There, and please, I'm not suggesting huge trump of everything there, but I'm trying to just understand that balance between accommodations and individuals and needs, and I'm working a job where I'm.
Councillor Burton, do you have another question in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to questions. So I'm going to that as you have roles that are appropriate for certain things, a business suit might not be good if you're working in sanitation for those, and so that you got to be reasonable with those. So I was just looking for your thoughts on that balance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might have, like, maybe unsurprisingly, somewhat like philosophical and ideological differences over that as sort of a baseline. Employers are employers, but we're really looking, I think, as union leaders for the benefit of our members and having the best possible working conditions of the best possible employer that we can have, right? So it's sort of the suggestion that requires some acquiescence, I guess, to these demands. I think that sort of the history of the labor movement has been asking for about 100 years, 100 plus years now, why this way? It's the question is just why. What's the justification? Why do we do these things? So to your point of like some jobs being better suited than others, yeah, I mean, like if my membership's not fully like every single member is not open to work from home. There are some jobs that just require that you be in the office. That's fine. We have debates about it from time to time, but it's just an acknowledgement that yes, there are some of those jobs that exist out there, but for the vast majority, they could do some kind of work, and it's probably better for everybody involved, really, when it comes down to it.
Okay.
It's a smart choice.
Thank you. Through the chair, is your position against the specific motion that's on deck here, or are there some improvements that could be made in work from home that you think need to be examined?
It's an interesting question. Like, I think that we are generally, willing to work with the employer on these things if it comes down to it. I think the main objection that we have to this particular motion is that it is like, gave a date, which I think now is very close. I think it was like August 8th or August 12th or something for return to office, which I don't think gives us that much time to figure this out now, given the delay. And then sort of ask for a study in retrospect, which is not normally how we would want to go about this. I think first of all, come to us, talk to us. We'll try to figure things out. If there's ideas that the employer has, we're always happy to talk and try to figure out a way that benefits both parties. But I don't think, we're certainly not like, if there's something that makes sense, then we're happy to hear it and work with the employer on it. But to be frank, we don't really see that in this motion here. It's very arbitrary and sort of black and white sort of approach to it, which we don't think is particularly useful. I don't know if you have anything you wanted to add to that.
I can speak to a bit of the labor law principles that are at play. Normally, when there's a fundamental change for the work relationship between the employer and the conditions of work of an employee, it's a bargain matter. I know that hybrid model and some of the considerations that have been made for work from home were more something that was a necessity during the COVID. In other areas it was expanded, but there is the principle that that's an expectation of those roles at this point because they've been in effect for multiple years. So it would still need to be something that would go through the bargaining process, potentially through a letter of understanding, or to approach the locals to have negotiation, as indicated by Ian. This isn't the approach that's being taken. It's here is a mandate to realize this goal that we're putting forward and figure it out after the point. The unions are open to negotiations and talk to the employer. Utilization of space, for instance, is a reasonable position to take. Seeing about evaluating the hybrid model for specific roles, that's another thing that administration can come to the unions, but we have to be transparent. That's not what's happening here. What's happening here is figure it out and try to return absolutely everyone back into the work environment that isn't on an accommodation or similar restriction that would mean that they should have those options available to them.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the answers you gave. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, you mentioned that potentially between the two unions, there would be 100 workers returning to work.
To be clear, I think that we work already returning to the office.
Returning to the office, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. Good, thanks for clarifying. Okay, so, you talked about the logistics already. So were there employees that were hired under the hybrid model?
Yes, my understanding is that the city of Regina, and I've seen these themselves, that it's a prominent thing that is advertised on some job postings. Now, most folks that join the city do spend the first 3 months, I think, normally working fully in office as sort of like an onboarding period. It's been a while since I've looked at this portion of the work from home policy, but they sort of have this opening period where they work fully in office and then are eligible for a work from home agreement at sort of a later point in their employment.
Okay, so you also mentioned that there wasn't enough space to bring folks back to working in the office. So can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I'll do the best that I can. I think your facilities folks will have the best understanding on that here. I mean, I will say that, like, from just personal experience, trying to move my branch was on the 5th floor, moved there a couple years ago, and then just moved to the 10th floor earlier this year. I think we have one desk space, and we actually we share our spaces. Like, we hot desk with another branch, so like Mondays and Tuesdays they're in office, Wednesdays and Thursdays we're in office, so we like get twice the number of people in the same space. But with some caveats, there's a couple of people that are that work full-time in office. But just trying to find a space within City Hall that would accommodate these people was not easy. It's not like there was half a floor that was sitting around. We had to move, the other people had to move to their floor. Like, we were basically just playing like what the heck is that game with the different cups in New York? I'm blanking on it at the moment, but
The ball game.
Yeah, the ball. Yeah, exactly. Trying to get people across here. So I think that that's generally the experience. And my understanding is that some of the other sort of satellite buildings also quite full, especially, again, like to bring up Building A in the yards. They don't have enough parking spaces for the number of people that work there, which means that even if someone did want a parking space there, that they don't have it, so they have to park in the surrounding neighborhoods, which means, moving their car and things like that. So,
Sure.
Yeah, sorry, a little bit off track there, but.
No, that's fine. So so how many rounds of bargaining since COVID to now? So where I'm going with that is under the hybrid program, or the how many folks are are covered under the hybrid program in the collective agreement? So is this going to infringe on collective bargaining, collective agreement rights here, or what?
So to be clear, I don't believe any of the unions actually has work from home agreement language like officially within the CBA. Like, it's not part of a letter of understanding. However, as part of our CBAs, we all have the ability to sort of negotiate for the conditions of work for any of our members, which this would, I think, quite clearly fall within. We worked with the employer for the development of the work from home policy to make sure that everything was above board. If you're speaking about rounds of bargaining, there was a round that began in 2022, which would have been just sort of as COVID was ending. I think most folks were still working mostly remotely at that time. And then we are currently in a round of bargaining that began at the end of 2025. My union and ATU are still in bargaining, and QP Local 7 and QP 21 have a contract.
Okay, so then perhaps I'm just wondering, through those conditions that you agree to under the terms of reference when they're hired, would that potentially cover, and if you know, great, if you don't, that's fine, would be covered a hybrid model for them to be employed under? Is that clear? Is that sort of?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by terms of reference in hiring.
When they're hired, there's usually terms of reference that folks are kind of agreeing to being hired, and so I'm just wondering if that was the hybrid model.
Oh,
is
yeah.
part of that.
To be clear, it'd be advertised as part of the job description. The work from home agreement is a separate policy that they would agree to afterwards.
Okay, all right, thank you. You also, so do you believe that bringing employees back downtown to work? You'd mentioned, do you think that's gonna, economically grow and affect downtown the way that it's being put forward here today?
I do not believe so. To be frank, there's no evidence that it would make any impact at all. As it stands, we have members that do still come to work downtown. I'll give the example of if I'm going to work downtown five days a week, probably makes sense for me to buy a package of ham at my local Safeway, make sandwiches all week, bring it in. That's a nice cheap way of doing things. If I'm working downtown only 2 or 3 days, I might be more likely to say, well, I'm only going to use like half of that, or maybe someone else will. Maybe someone else in the house will eat it, but like maybe I will go down on those 2 days, and those days will be days where I go out to eat, patronize local businesses, as opposed to trying to save money that I'm starting to spend on parking or transit or any other number of things. There's nothing to say that the stimulation that we get right now to the downtown economy through CMMs and Local 7 and other members working a few days in the office will be more or less than it would be with us working downtown all the time.
It also has to do with the fact that there isn't supporting evidence or information that's being used to make those assumptions about the stimulus it would have on the downtown area. If there was supporting information to suggest what kind of revenue flow is coming into local businesses from staff, but right now, the fundamental change as part to the work condition is being supported by an assumption on the impact that bringing those 100 or slightly less than 100 staff into downtown area roughly would have, and without supporting information that's based on conjecture. I know personally that some staff don't engage with local businesses while they're at work because of the limited amount of time they have to take their lunch. They usually come here, leave, go home. It'd be different if they had more flexible schedules, but a lot of 9 to 5 workers, they aren't hanging around afterwards, and based on how long they have to get off site and the fact that a lot of them don't have vehicles that are readily accessible when they're working downtown, especially if they're coming here by bus, I would assume that they aren't patronizing the local businesses on a regular basis if they're coming here to work on a regular shift.
Right. So thank you for answering that. I had my question ahead of time because I wanted to kind of address the folks that are currently working downtown. What are their behaviors? And so I'm presuming, based on what you're saying, and you can correct me or add to it if you wish, they would come to work, perform their duties, take their lunch, whether that's bag lunch, and on occasion, perhaps go out for lunch at a venue, and then they go home. So correct me if I'm wrong in that assessment of what that picture looks like.
I mean, I think that sounds about right to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then we don't need to add anything to that. So if we're gonna make people come back to work downtown, then I think that maybe we can also help them out to buy their lunches downtown. Anyways, that's just me being snidey. So so what do you think is the best way that we can perhaps revitalize downtown?
That's okay. I mean, as sort of I got into at.
So I'm just going to interject. I'm just going to ask if we can keep the questions on topic, because I think we should be focusing on the return to work piece. it might be a bit of a broad question to ask our delegates to comment on how they think we should revitalize all of downtown.
Thank you. I think that the motion put forward as to the whereases do indicate that the reason for bringing people back to work downtown is to revitalize. So I think that the question is in line with what I'm asking. So
Fair enough. Yeah, I just want to set the context just as employees. I just want to be reasonable on terms of how much they need to comment. So go ahead.
I'm going to speak very broadly on this as I have some professional obligation to the employer. But I will say that generally speaking, in principles of urban planning, concepts like live, work, play are the most effective ways for building sort of vibrant communities, meaning that having more people living in the downtown is the main impact that would improve the downtown's ability to operate as a vibrant area. Regina's largest problem is likely that we just don't really have a concentration of residents in the central area of our city. Having more people there that live there would be the key thing, which is a challenge that I know administration is working very hard on sorting out, but just having people commute in and commute out doesn't necessarily have any direct impact. So in very general terms.
Okay, so we touched a little bit on, I don't know how much time I have, but
No, you're good. Keep going.
All right. The hybrid work. I think you touched a little bit on sick time. Do you believe, and maybe there's data to show whether people under the hybrid model would, if they're sick, would continue perhaps to work at home, as opposed to if they show up for work downtown, that they wouldn't show up at all. So then productivity then would be reduced, as opposed to we can still get some level of productivity at home.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's very, very accurate. Allowing people to be able to work remotely without, sort of forcing themselves to go into the office and then potentially getting other people sick, or dealing with people that are unhappy to see them in the office because they're sort of like engaging in presenteeism in order to show that they're still dedicated to the work. It's a difficult I don't have figures on this, but like I certainly know from experience that I've run across many folks at the organization that are absolutely willing to work remotely, even though they're feeling a bit under the weather, and still attend important meetings, make it through the day like that.
So, regarding morale, do you believe that forcing folks to return to office can affect the morale of the workforce as far as that goes, or in the office?
Absolutely. It would be a very, very negative to our morale.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your presentation and for being here and for answering those questions. I appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Furrow, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try to be brief, just focused on the role of council. I think this is a governance conversation, actually quite simple. So first, 3 quick questions. To the best of your knowledge, do we have any performance measures that your members work towards that rate how long staff are in the office sitting at their desk, or do we have other measures of productivity as a city?
I think that we have it's all other measures. I don't think I've not seen any KPIs about like sort of butts in seats, as it were.
Awesome, thanks. Through the chair, given that council has 3 staff, not 2,600 in your view, does the city manager and through the city manager, their senior staff, typically negotiate the work environment with your members? And in your view, would the city manager and their team have the authority to negotiate that? As in, do you view this as the role of council?
No, I don't believe it's the role of council. I believe Tyler would agree with me on that. The reality is that this may also this may be operating sort of outside of the collective bargaining agreement that we have with the city manager and the City of Regina staff.
Thank you. So just so I understand correctly, my last question through the chair is, regardless of whether you want to work full-time or prefer a hybrid approach, is it your understanding then that the city manager and through the city manager, their staff have the authority to work with your members to determine that outside of council direction?
100%.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
I think I might just have one question. I believe your concerns were covered with this, and in terms of like the premise of downtown revitalization, though, is it the case, based on folks rotating in and out of City Hall right now, that we have more folks utilizing City Hall right now than if we had one person mandated to per desk at all times in City Hall? Is that the case?
My understanding is that yes, there are more people in and out of City Hall than there would be than if you just had one desk, one person. Facilities would be the last word on that, I would think, when you get a chance to talk to administration. And I just want to say also here that like we really appreciate facilities work in trying to go through all this. Like they have a tough job, and I know their budgets are often one of the first things to see a cut over these years. So they've done a good job, I think, trying to accommodate this. But yeah, my understanding is with like hot desking and some of the some of the other measures that have been brought in, that you are seeing more people that are moving in and out of City Hall than you would on the average like week than previously. Yep.
So if that's the case, then it could lead, if we were to mandate one person per desk at all times at City Hall, and that was a change for downtown revitalization, we could see fewer folks utilizing downtown restaurants and businesses because there's fewer folks in the building. Like that's.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's all. I think the rest has been covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you for your presentation today and answering the questions. You guys can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, we have communications on item MN 26-7, return to office work. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? CP 26-29 from Judith Verisek from the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and CP 26-31 from Mike Tate of the Regina and District Chamber of Commerce. Councillor Bizo, and a seconder, Councillor Siklees. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, we will now consider item MN 26-7, return to office work. Deputy Mayor Bizo, you can go ahead and introduce your motion. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm going to keep it very short. We have a very good conversation. This motion is particularly pertaining to revitalization. I do have quite a few closing statements that I will make, but part of it is part of our duty as City Council to revitalize what we have is called the downtown. And the only way to get people downtown is to get people downtown. So I will save my remarks for the close, but I will pass it over to you to open up for questions.
Okay, so I'll just ask for a seconder for the motion. Councillor Siklees. And I'll just note, Councillor Bizo, so you have 5 minutes now to speak, and then you have 3 minutes to close at the end. So is there anything else you'd like to speak on or questions at this time, or do you want to wait for 3 minutes at the end?
You know what? I think there will be questions now. For clarification, will I have questions for administration now or during the process?
It would be now or you're closing. So now would be the time to ask before you're closing.
Well, perfect. Let's ask clarifications from administration on this. So through the chair, we've heard quite a few statements from the delegates who presented today about some of the reasons that they shouldn't come back to the office, including infrastructure, and I think he said raining on the 5th floor. So could we get some clarification on what's happening, that we have water leaks or water ingress in our buildings? Like, are these things falling apart? Is the reason we're not coming back to the office because it's raining in the building?
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's many places at City Hall that might have an impact on any one given day of a storm, so I'm not sure exactly what the reference was there. But I was going to suggest with the agreement of Councillor Bezo that I thought to facilitate a more fulsome discussion and kind of have this in some kind of a coordinated way, I was looking to make a statement about where this came from and where we were, and then I was going to ask the members of the executive team, starting with our Chief Human Resources Officer, Mr. Froelich, to speak about the potential implications, good and bad, of the motion itself, and then we would go through all the deputy city managers and get the impact so that you could hear a whole story before you start asking individual questions. But that's just a suggestion from my part to make the discussion more fulsome.
I see a lot of head nodding, so I think if we're all in concurrence, I think it would be good to get some background and start with that, and then we can continue on. We would go right back to you after that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go ahead, Mr. Nickel. You can.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So as you know, this motion came a few weeks ago. It's important to understand that we've had a flexible workplace or work from home, different titles over the years. Mr. Froelich will give some more detailed history about that, but I think it's been going on officially since about 2011. So this is something that has been going on. I think it was, I won't say maybe exacerbated is not the word, but COVID brought a big change. We sent people home because the chief medical officer for the city of Regina said, go home. We provided staff with the tools and equipment that they needed. And then because of the changing dynamics of the workplace environments and hiring practices, things have changed. We are in direct competition with a number of other employers. We do not compete favorably in terms of some of the benefits we have. Some would say some of the compensation structures that we have. But we have found, and I think that the DCMs will speak to that, that we have found that the flexible workplace arrangements that we offer to people for hybrid work or whatever has been very attractive to some people. That doesn't mean that we perhaps wouldn't have got some of them, but it has been, as you'll hear, has been a condition of employment for some other people. So I think that's important. I agree with the delegation. There is no direct cause and effect or flow through from people being in the downtown. That doesn't mean that there aren't benefits on any given day, but having people working in City Hall does not automatically trigger a revival of anything else. So I think that we just need to understand that. I do want to say two things before I turn it over to Mr. Froelich to start this. I am concerned, I was concerned about the comments made by the delegation about mitigating racism in the workplace and having people work from home. I have not been apprised of that specific concern. That troubles me greatly. And while there may have been some immediate merit in saying stay at home, that is not a long-term solution. And that absolutely is an awful thing as an employer to say, well, stay home so you don't have to face workplace harassment. If that is true and that's the case, we're going to change that. The second thing is, and I think this is very important, when people are sick, they're sick. We do not expect people who are sick to still work even though they're at home. That is an absolute awful message to send to anybody. When you're sick, take advantage of your sick time and use it. Same thing goes for vacation. We all know we struggle sometimes to get away, but when you're on vacation, tune out, take the time to recharge yourself and whatnot. I realize that's a little bit off segueing from what this was all about, but I wanted to make sure that staff and people watching from home, and particularly you members of council, don't think that those two comments today, they have really rattled me. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Froelich to start, and then when he's done, if you will allow me, I will direct it to the next DCM because they're all affected by this at different levels. So go ahead, Mr. Froelich.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll just maybe highlight some of the key pieces that the city manager talked about and kind of walk through the program. So just bear with me a little bit. I want to give you a little bit of background in terms of where the program's at, where we've come from, and a little bit of the research behind that. So this program has delivered significant operational and financial benefits since being refreshed in 2023 following the pandemic. We have seen a decrease in turnover and sick leave, and have seen our employee empowerment and our work-life balance engagement scores increase. It allows us to remain competitive in a labor market where remote work is prevalent, and an environment where many employers offer better benefits, as Mr. Nickel indicated. We know that organizations such as the City of Saskatoon, City of Winnipeg, FCC, Cooperators, Crown Corporations, WCB, ISC, and the Government of Saskatchewan all have varying versions of remote work programs. A few recent studies cited the following. Canada Workplace Trends 2020-26. When it comes to retention, pay remains the most dominant factor at 44%, with flexible hours being the second most important factor. 39% of Canadian businesses find both pay and flexible hours equally important. Offering flexible work arrangements has become a standard practice. Canadian Workforce Trends in Flexible Work, Robert Half. Hybrid work aligns with employee preferences. 56% of professionals rank hybrid work as their top choice, while only 14% prefer fully in-office roles, reinforcing that flexible work arrangements aligns with prevailing workforce expectations. Workers' Compensation and Benefits Consultants. They conducted a survey in 2025 on trends in remote work arrangements that included data from 261 organizations across Canada. The main takeaways included remote and hybrid work are the norm. 91% of organizations offer hybrid arrangements, and 71% offer formal remote work. Only 4% do not. Retention and competitiveness are key drivers. The most cited reasons for offering remote work are improving retention and staying competitive in the talent market. 87% of the public sector respondents reported having a formal remote work policy. Remote work is expected to support talent strategy. 59% of employers expected remote work to positively impact talent acquisition and retention. Most anticipate growing employee demand for remote options over the next 1 to 2 years. There are 351 total active employees on flexible work arrangements out of approximately 3,100 employees at the City of Regina. There are 261 City Hall employees participating in the program, which represents approximately 8% of the city's workforce. Of those 261 employees at City Hall, 198 of the employees work on site most days, typically working remotely only 1 to 2 days per week. Only 15 employees work remotely full-time, with no regular requirement to be on site. In May 2025, the employer conducted a flexible work location survey with 152 employees and 44 managers responding. Here are some of the findings. From the employees, satisfaction. 93% of employees are satisfied or very satisfied with the agreement. Productivity. 86% saw productivity gains. Collaboration. 80% saw no impact. 20% noted improvements. Manager highlights. Satisfaction. 64% are satisfied or very satisfied. 20% were neutral. Productivity. 63% observed no change, 23% saw increases. Managing teams, 64% saw no changes, and 11% saw improvements. In summary, removing the flexible work location agreement would significantly impact the ability for the City of Regina to attract and retain talent in the future when it has become standard best practice in the market. In addition, it would impact employee morale and engagement and have a negative effect on the organizational culture. I'll pass it over to Mr. Powell shortly just so he can touch on some of the facility and planning perspective.
Go ahead. Thank you, through you, Mayor. Facilities has seen significant efficiencies through the flexible work program, mostly involved through the savings in space. This approach has assisted us in managing space needs related to staff growth, to enable project team spaces, to enable team adjacencies, and really to prevent costly renovations to try to find that extra space or lease additional spaces. Our calculations, based on the number of folks that are sharing desks or working remotes, brings a total of about 10,000 square feet that we are short, or that we haven't had to lease at City Hall. So in cost avoidance, that relates to about $280,000 to $350,000 a year. Those are the facilities benefits that we see.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm now going to ask Ms. Johnson to let you know the impacts on her division, with particular emphasis on her information and technology area.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So I would reiterate a number of the points the others have already made. In my area, I oversee communications and marketing, Service Regina, tourism, and the IT division currently. The directors indicated a number of the staff would be inclined to quit or retire or look for other work if they were had to be in the office full time. A number of them, we also have given up a lot of office space in the various areas, so a number of them do share office space like cubicles, and they manage that throughout the week. That said, most of them are in the office at least a few days a week, so there's a true hybrid. From an IT perspective, just in terms of people who do work from home, there are no additional hardware or software costs to support work from home. We provide only one workstation and set of peripherals per employee, regardless of their work location. And we don't reimburse any home-based expenses like internet. So there are no incremental costs for things like VPN or Office 365 to support work from home.
Mr. Nicol?
Thank you. I'll now ask Ms. Bryden, who has a large contingent of professional staff in her division.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I want to start just by indicating that as administration, we clearly understand the importance of the downtown and in general city center revitalization, and we have several initiatives that we work on to help advance that priority for council, things like the Downtown Action Plan, infrastructure improvements, and then other grants and programs that we have in place for businesses or our office to residential conversion or housing incentives. So those types of things to help encourage and promote the city center and downtown in general. In addition to that, we have several professional staff, and a lot of those folks do work from home a couple days a week. So we have approximately 136 of our over 800 staff that work remotely. 99 of those work 1 to 2 days a week from home, and then we have about 37 that work 2 to 3 days a week from home. We have some staff, a couple in particular, that were hired under the arrangement that they could work from home partly, and we suspect that if we are removing this opportunity, we would see several engineers in particular that would be able to go work for consulting firms where working from home is quite frequently an option. So employee retention would be a significant issue for us. And then again, just that rehiring of folks when a lot of those professional designations can go and work from home elsewhere under those types of arrangements. So I would also add that morale seems to be quite good with the mix that we have right now, and I'm not sure that we would see an increase in spending in the downtown, but that's a hard to prove kind of a thing. So I'll turn that back to Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to come back to Ms. Williams to close this, so I'll ask Mr. May to speak on behalf of the finance area.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, my experience would be similar to Ms. Bryden's in that we have several professional staff who work 1 to 2 days from home. We don't have any, we have a few folks who are on accommodations, which isn't affected by this motion. But we have not experienced any negative consequences of having people work from home. It's worked well for them. It's worked well for us. I will say that I can confirm that it can occasionally rain in City Hall. That happened on my floor a few weeks ago. So I don't think that's the reason why we're having people work from home, but it does happen. It was a particularly bad rainstorm. It's just coming in at the right angle. Mr. Powell could speak more to that, but it does happen. But again, that's not the reason why we have people work from home. It allows, we've found it's a positive thing that allows folks flexibility. We have not seen any sort of indication that productivity has been negatively affected. And I could say on the morale piece that I had an employee who came to speak to me just after the motion was put on the agenda. This person does not have a work from home arrangement. They're in the office 5 days a week. And they were quite bummed by the prospect of being told that they could never have a flexible work arrangement. So I do believe morale would be negatively impacted.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll now ask Mr. Doney, who heads up the largest division in terms of personnel, but perhaps with the least amount of direct impact because of this. But nonetheless, he does have some employees impacted by this.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, so city operations, obviously the majority of our staff are driving snowplows, driving buses, fixing water mains, and so they're in the field and not able to work from home. But we do have a small group of professional staff, coordinators, administrators that do have the flexibility to work at home for 1 or 2 days a week, and we find that works very well, where they can have focused time to complete work and then also engage with our operational staff when they're in the office or through the Teams chat or other technology applications. So it's working very well for us, and we would see not a positive impact on employee morale and on retention and recruitment if this was to go forward.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll now ask Ms. Williams to talk about some of the more perhaps impactful or difficult decisions with respect to legal matters in terms of hirings, et cetera.
Thank you, through the chair. If I may just start with our own office, in the Office of the City Solicitor, we also do have several people within our office that do have a formal work from home arrangement. Many of them have been on that arrangement since before COVID, and so have been in that kind of working arrangement for many years, and have been very effective, I would say, within our office in that environment. And again, I would echo some of the comments my colleagues have made with respect to retention of professional employees in offering them some of that sort of flexibility in those working arrangements where operational requirements allow for it. And it's certainly been very effective within our office and has been something we have maintained for many years. With respect to some of the, I would say, labor or employment implications with respect to this motion, I think our delegates have touched on some of those things, and I would say that just at a very high level, when if somebody has an employee, just in general, I would say, if an employee has negotiated as part of their employment relationship a work arrangement, such as that includes a work from home portion of that, if that's part of their negotiated terms of employment, or if it's been a condition of their employment for many years, so to be a deemed condition of that employment, I think changing that condition could raise the possibility, particularly in out-of-scope employees, of a constructive dismissal argument, potentially, and again, for our in-scope employees, of a successful grievance. The likelihood of success of any of those kinds of things, of course, would be dependent upon the individual relationship and situation of any particular employee, it would be a specific analysis. So I can't say that, in general, that would be the case for every single individual, but it certainly is something that we would be, alerting council to and advising of that risk in this situation. So I think, from a very high level, those are of course, some of the legal implications potentially, and I know our delegates have talked about some of those as well.
So thank you, Mayor, for indulging us with this little presentation. So we're here for questions from everybody, but I think what I want to stress is that I think you've heard from admin that in general, we see this as being very positive, neutral at worst. I don't think it's impacting our operations. I fully appreciate where Councillor Bezo is coming from, particularly with his objective in terms of strengthening or enhancing what we do downtown. But I think that needs direction from a lot of areas, or support from a lot of areas, not just this. And based on the responses that we've given you, perhaps we've missed some, and you'll ask us those questions. We have to ask ourselves, is there some kind of problem we're trying to fix here? Or are things satisfactory? And from an administrative point of view, all things being equal, at this point in time, we're comfortable with how things are working.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nickel and our executive leadership team for providing the context and feedback. Hopefully that can help frame our discussion. So with that, I'll go back to you, Councillor Bezo, to make any initial comments or any questions that you have. Back to you.
No, I'm good for the comments and the questions. I think there's a lot of questions that were answered and details and explanations given. We will have some conversations at the close pertaining to I'm going to say the heart of the motion, which is our downtown.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. I guess first, just Councillor Bezo, Clark, I appreciate your commitment to support in the downtown. I do. So I commit to work with you on, greater attention and investment into our core. So thanks for that. Just a couple questions actually through the chair to the city manager, just to make sure. Do you have the authority to make the decision if you believed it was important to direct your staff to return to work?
As the Chief Administrative Officer for the city, I believe that I would have the authority to do that. But I'm not willing to do that because I think to do it without coming to council and getting a full airing of the implications, I would respectfully suggest would be reckless on my part. Because if the negative implications arose and we saw an exodus of people leaving, then we'd be having another very difficult discussion around this table.
Yeah, no, thank you through the chair for that. Last question would be through the chair to the clerk, if I may. Would there be any governance concerns from your perspective and the perspective of your office with council directing workers at this level of the organization, given that we have 3 staff that report to us?
Ms. Ackerman, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, no, based on the comments that the city manager has provided, there is delegated authority provided to the city manager. But obviously at any time, council can revoke what that delegated authority looks like. So.
Through the chair, thank you for that context to you both. That's good feedback for me. So I guess just briefly, I trust the staff at the city. I'm not suggesting that Councillor Bezo doesn't. But my worry is that this motion tells staff we don't trust them. So I intend to judge everyone by the quality of their work, not by how long they sit at their desk. So I think we've had some challenges in the past and previous years with culture and morale. And I personally believe we're trending in the right direction. I'm certainly heartened by that. And I don't want to do anything to compromise it. So certainly the way we work is changing. It might be uncomfortable, but I think we must change too. So in my view, notwithstanding the context provided by the clerk's office and the city manager, I don't believe it's appropriate for council to direct 2,600 staff. I believe we have 3 staff, and I think we should, judge the quality and outcome of everyone's work and be accountability partners, undoubtedly, but at the right level, at the strategic level. So that's all I have.
Ms. Williams, did you have a comment to make?
Yeah, through the chair, I can just provide sort of the authority under which the city manager has to make decisions about staff. So we do have the city manager's bylaw, and under section 8 of that bylaw, it recognizes the city manager has the authority to direct the city's workforce, including making decisions about conditions of work. And that would include, I would say, places of work. Having said that, I think also under section sort of 84 of the Cities Act, council is able to provide delegations to the city manager, and I don't think that those delegations mean that council loses that authority to sort of make direction with respect to the duties under section 53 of the Cities Act. So it provides in the city manager's bylaw as well, under section 8B of that bylaw, the city manager is also required to implement the policies, programs, and decisions of council. So I think it's sort of twofold. The city manager has the ability to direct the workforce, but I don't think that if council made a direction to do something, that the city manager would not follow that direction. So I think there's sort of two pieces to play there.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you for that background. And notwithstanding that, it's clear to me, typically from a precedence perspective, when I look at municipalities across the country, it's typically the city manager and through them their staff that direct where staff work and the work environment. So again, I do want to reiterate, I appreciate Council Bezo's focus on the downtown and commit to work with him on that. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So based on what I've just heard, it seems like the decision to manage our workforce the way it is, whether it's hybrid in office or at home, has been done very intentionally by every department based on the needs of the department and what works best. But also it has shown that it is not only an incentive, but it supports morale. So I'm really happy, and I really have appreciated hearing from every director because it provides that wholesome picture. So with that in mind, my question to the mover, Councillor Bezo, is, in preparing for this motion, did you have a chance to meet with administration to inform the motion with all of the things that we've heard from different teams to make sure that the motion is backed by evidence that this would be something needed? Or
go ahead, Councillor Bezo.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And through the chair, yes, I've had a few conversations with Mr. Nickel throughout my tenure here in council, and at certain points he indicated to me that there's times that he wished all the staff were back on site.
Right. And again, just so to be clear, it was comments about wishing the staff be back, but not necessarily having specific conversations on this motion specifically to inform the crafting of it.
Well, it's not typical that we work with the city manager on crafting motions, so the chief clerk and myself worked on the crafting of this motion. So at that point, we followed the process of what we need to do for the process and work with the clerk on the preparing and the drafting of the motion.
I think Mr. Nickel can comment as well. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Council Bezo is correct in both of his statements. On a personal level, I wish everybody was back in the city hall because I think we work better when people see each other in person versus on a TV screen. Having said that, I've moved a lot in the last 4 years on that. If my children were here today and they're in their early 30s, they'd say, "Dad, quit being such a dinosaur." So I appreciate life has changed, and here we are. I do want to acknowledge that Councillor Bezo has asked me a couple of times, can we do this? And I've always said, I'm not going to do anything reckless. I will come to council. So that may have spurred the motion, because I'm not going to order people back because I think, A, it's working, and B, I would want to make sure that the elected board of directors for this corporation, that I had their backing on whatever move I was going to do. And in this case, I'm saying I think we can leave things as they are.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So again, as I've said, I really appreciate it hearing both from the delegations, but also from all directors and members of administration to share why what we're doing is working well. And overall, I believe that this is the type of in the weeds of operations that unless administration comes to us saying, we have found that we need to make a change of so and so, and this is the evidence why, and this is what we're asking this and proposing this to council. I don't see a need to make this drastic of a change. I also want to be clear, just so folks at home don't misinterpret this. Our staff are working. Where people are not returning to work. Folks are working, and they have a hybrid arrangement, which means they're both in the office, so they are downtown, like we are seeing them, and they're also at home. Anecdotally, I've heard from many people, as I've mentioned, that there are offers from other places that might pay more, but the flexibility that the city offers is worth so much more than a higher pay rate because of all kinds of things in their schedule. So to me, is an attractive offer that allows us to retain folks that otherwise we might not be able to afford to retain. So in general, to me, I can't support this motion because it doesn't achieve anything meaningful other than saying we are revitalizing downtown, which I absolutely love and agree. And I really want to see the same energy when we bring evidence-based initiatives forward to revitalize downtown. And often that means investments, right? So when we see that forward, I will be really happy to see the support from my council colleagues that, if we have a motion or initiative to revitalize downtown, we're going to see the same energy because clearly it has been stated that that is really important to all of us. And I hope to see that in the future. And of course, for the purpose of this particular motion, I will listen to the directors, to the people that have told us why what we're doing is working. And if there are any changes or improvements, I will trust in their expertise that they do make those as needed. But I don't believe it is the role of council to meddle or direct at that level because we are not there in the day-to-day operations. So I appreciate Councilor Bizo's intent to use this as a way to revitalize downtown. And then, as Councilor Fro said, I also hope to work with him in the future when we have things that come forward for that actual purpose. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. First, I want to talk a bit about flexibility, whether parents or employees have a kid that's sick and now they can continue to be productive at their job. They've got an appointment with a plumber coming. A career mother or father that wants to work from home to continue their career while the kids are young and then resume their career in a more fulsome fashion once the kids are older. Some jobs can function properly with work from home, but work from home is not perfect. There are concerns. New people do not learn over the wall that they might when they're at home. There's no coffee talk, no impromptu learning, less development of interpersonal skills. When we did head to the hills during COVID, I knew what to expect from coworkers and had an established relationship, and vice versa. Is there a long-term issue with work from home? Maybe. But I'm not the HR expert. At this point, I would not be in favor of blanket return to office. I would suggest to you that there are certain points. If I want to bid a new job or the first 6 months on a job, if I want to move up the food chain, in that case, yes, being in the office would be more important here. And to be clear, I would prefer more majority of the time to be in the office, whether it's 3-2 or 4-1, and no problem with some jobs being entirely work from home. But these are details. I appreciate intent, Councillor Bizo, with your motion here, but at this point, the blanket return to the office would be problematic. I do push back, I'll say, against some in the younger generation that may have some unrealistic expectation about their commitment to work and how much flexibility an organization should provide to them. It is a privilege, not a right, to work from home and other flexibilities. I do believe, though, it is within City Council's mandate to push for increased in-the-office work, whether we explicitly state the number of days or push administration to simply increase it. The federal public servants were mandated to work on site at least 4 days per week through the Executive Council or Treasury Council, Treasury Board, effective July 6th. And it also had increased management requirements even before that to be in the office 5 days a week. So personally, yes, I would prefer a tilt towards more days in the office, but I do expect the administration to manage that. And I also do recognize that some positions are well suited to work from home and that there is a productive result for the company and for the employee here. So at this point, I would not be supporting it, but as I said, other scenarios, I would absolutely do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. I'll take a moment to briefly highlight my comments. So two things I want to highlight and appreciate that the intent of wanting to contribute towards revitalization of downtown. The intention, I appreciate that, and I also appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward because there is conversations happening across Canada, frankly, about what does remote work look like, and what does it look like today, and what does it look like tomorrow. That being said, I personally lived through this conversation firsthand in my previous life. I appreciate Councillor Burton's comment because I personally lived as two working parents trying to make it work when your kid's sick and can't go to daycare and finding a way to make that work on an important day with an important meeting that you wanted to be able to call in and participate in. So for me, it's always been about flexibility. I've heard time and time again from the staff that I've managed that flexibility is important, especially in the world that we live in today, where we do have different family dynamics and work arrangements, and we have the ability to enable that. So for me, what I've heard very clearly is that there is a good measure of how this is working today. I have a high level of confidence that this will be continually reviewed and monitored. And at the end of the day, it's not about butts and seats. It's about the outcomes. What is the output of work that is expected, and are we achieving that? And that's what I've heard today. So again, from my experience, and from our position here, it's governance. It's not to get into the operations. I've heard clearly that there's review and oversight on this, and there are space constraints, and there's a need to be competitive with other agencies that we would be competing with for the talent. So for that reason, I won't be able to support this motion. I think that there's a lot of other good work that we can do to help with downtown and bringing people downtown, but I want to see that as people being down here 24/7, not just during the workday as well. So with that, I'll go to the next councillor for questions. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello, thank you through the chair. First of all, I have to say thank you to administration. That was an excellent presentation that answered the majority of my questions. So I was originally thinking I would move an amendment to do a report, but I believe 7 out of 9 of my things were answered. So I greatly appreciate that. And I don't think that is needed anymore. So thank you for being on the ball and being on this topic. A little bit of personal perspective is that my background is in capital planning, and I have worked in facilities on the front line for a provincial organization when everyone was returned to the office, not to work. Everyone's already working. And so I have lived this in every functional, logistical way possible, trying to find solutions. So I'm trying not to get on the weeds on you, but I've seen those weeds and it can be hard. So I really appreciate that. And I think that when you are logistically moving people around and all of that kind of stuff, it's easy to make assumptions, and it costs a lot. Like when there's an empty space, it gets filled, and that's the way facilities work. And they have been getting filled over and over and over again. And so you end up in a spot where maybe there were empty offices, but now there are 300 people without offices, and each of those people costs money to be in the office, and it ends up adding up very quickly. And I did a little space analysis on the side, again, getting in the weeds when I shouldn't be. And it is very expensive in capital costs and lease costs to suddenly accommodate 300 extra staff. And that has nothing to say with our strategic imperatives and to do with our employee productivity and satisfaction and retention data. We have to keep employees and keep them happy and engaged. Losing employees is very expensive in knowledge base and what we can provide as a city. And it's not always about wages, but also about the environment and the flexibility. And I wouldn't be me unless I didn't talk about inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. And it's so important to be able to provide a workplace for everybody and flexibility and for the modern workplace. And the modern workplace is when your school is from 9 to 3, but your workplace is 8 to 5. Being able to go out the door on your coffee break when the bus comes by, things we've all lived. And it is a new world and there's a lot more technology. And maybe through COVID, we did develop to become a different place. So I think the key isn't trying to become who we were in the past, but moving forward in the future. And I really appreciate that. I guess I do have one question. I think you answered most of them. But how much work have you done looking at the comparison between return in office, hybrid, or other recommended models? How much work has been done already in the past to comparison that?
Mr. Froelich?
Sorry, Councillor Turnbull, through the mayor. Can you please repeat the question? I'm not sure I quite understood what you were asking there.
Sorry, sometimes I talk fast because the time limit. With the workplace model, how much work has been done to evaluate between the financial and employee satisfaction between like return to office, remote, and hybrid? Like how much work has been done here already to analyze the different work models and how it benefits?
Well, I think we laid out some of the benefits and what we're seeing in our workplace right now. We've definitely done a scan and have an idea of what the other cities that we mentioned and our competitors in the city are doing in terms of their models. Facilities has definitely assessed the facility space in terms of the costs around that. But in terms of, research in terms of what we can do better, I don't know that we've gotten that far. We're in year 3 here in terms of this policy, and I think it's working well right now. We're constantly looking at refreshing the model and making small tweaks to it.
And I guess a question for facilities. Do we have any report or is any work actively being done on our our space utilization of our leases and how our space is working for our actual productivity and work?
Go ahead. Yes. We've done a space utilization report of City Hall and all of our other facilities, and we have under 4% of, I'm going to say, unassigned desks at City Hall, and that's the same across the organization. Over the years, we have created quite a bit of efficiency, and specifically I'll use City Hall. It was designed for about 500 offices 10, 12, 15 years ago. Just in the last little while, through some renovations and through some furniture standards, minor renovations, finding some underutilized space, we've been able to get the number to up to 600 offices, and then utilizing flexible work, different furniture styles, further renovations. We have now approximately 700 office spaces at City Hall.
Okay.
That's roughly an increase of 40%.
Okay. Thank you for that. And do you use your own space standards, or do you use the same space standards as the province and the feds?
We have our own space standards that we utilize, and over the years we have adjusted them as well. So just recently we have revamped our office space sizes based on the new furniture that's available and based on the functional needs of the employees.
Perfect. And just so that people here are aware, when we're talking about doing retrofits, we're talking about not just the lease cost of the space costs, but your construction costs, your tenant improvement costs, your construction changes, your IT, your security, your furniture, your operational startup costs, your move costs, and all of those things, correct?
Yes, through the mayor, there's a basic lease cost, of course, per square foot and operational cost, but then you have your janitorial costs, you have your furniture to fit out the space, security, IT components, and the additional space that comes necessary with lease space, such as meeting space on site, privacy rooms, refreshment centers, those kinds of things.
So do you think it'd be fair that this would probably need an additional 10,000 square feet or so to do that?
Through the chair, our calculations right now would indicate that we need about 9,000 to 10,000 square feet to bring back all of the employees, so they would all have a desk to sit at. That is equivalent to one of our buildings, Building Y, the Alphabet building you referred to earlier too. And our lease and operating costs on that building are $280,000. That doesn't include the furniture.
Okay, and then just so you know, our numbers are dead on matching, so I'm feeling very validated right now. And then it would probably cost another $2 to $3 million to renovate and things.
Through you, the chair, it all depends on the type of renovation that we need to do. So a complete fit out certainly costs, or certainly will cost into the upper 2 million category, which would include all the furniture, fixtures, and equipment that we would need to put into it. So as an example, a fully renovated floor of City Hall is in that $2 million range.
About 30 seconds left, Councillor.
Okay, thank you so much for going through the costs and validating that I still have professional knowledge. I just wanted to point out the costs there. And that's not simply putting people in empty desks because we're heading. I just want to again reiterate thank you so much to administration. That was a good introduction.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. So a lot of benefits, and you know what? First of all, I would like to acknowledge Councillor Bezo, and I appreciate your intent on the motion, and well, anyway, so a lot of benefit to the hybrid, and staff satisfaction, quality professionals, morale, good employer. We can attract the best talents and it makes us competitive. The hybrid makes the city a good opportunity to be. The technology that we have in place now that allows us and gives us the ability to do a hybrid model is certainly there. And so in regards to the revitalization of downtown, it's extremely important, obviously, and this is not the way to do that. I mean, we've certainly heard many reasons why, and rather the items that Deputy City Manager Deb Ryden mentioned is probably the best way that we can work towards that. It is a slow process, obviously, and we talk about it. And I think that if we keep it on the table and we keep working towards that, it's going to happen. And so we'll just keep doing what we're doing as far as that goes. And thank you again for at least putting it on the table so we can have this discussion. It is important for us to look at all the angles and all the different avenues of how we can, revitalize our city. And so, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasovich, go ahead.
Through the chair, I guess when we were going around, because initially, when we had the initial delegate speaking, he mentioned that it was 100 people that were, I guess, working at hybrid or working at home. And then as we've been going around, heard other numbers of these numbers add up. So I'm wondering what's this, then we have the total number of people that are on a hybrid or working, because there's also mention of some people working 100% from home. What is the number? What's the total number?
Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. Froelich to answer this in detail, Councillor Rasovich. But I think the delegation that appeared is the president of the Civic Middle Managers Association. And so off the top of my head, they have perhaps 360 members. So he was only speaking of his membership.
Right.
So I believe the 110 or 100 that he referenced were out of that. But Mr. Froelich can give you the corporate-wide numbers.
Yeah.
Mr. Froelich?
Yep, through the chair, we have 351 employees on a remote work program, and 22 of those are fully remote in the organization.
Okay. So, and I think, okay, so in terms of furniture and equipment, for those 351 and 22, we're paying for, we pay for that, right? When they work at home? No?
Through the chair, they purchase their own equipment to work at home.
Do we reimburse any of it?
Through the chair, no.
No? Okay. Just kind of wondering on that one. So, I guess my next question is, so when people are working downtown from a desk, so there's 351 people, do they have an assigned desk or an assigned space?
Go ahead. Most of the remote employees who are working 1 or 2 days a week have an assigned desk that's their own. Employees who work remotely more than 2 days out of the week or full-time remote do not have an assigned desk. Those employees would typically share desks or book a desk.
So would they be booking a desk from someone who has an assigned one?
They may be sharing with an assigned person, and that way they would both be assigned to that desk, I think, on a regular basis. But we have some vacant desks or desks designed for employees to share. So it may be 3 different people throughout the week that are using the same desk.
And then, because you also said you have under 4% unassigned desks as well available.
Correct.
So, I mean, with Councillor Basil's motion, because we got some people coming, I guess, 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 3 days a week. I mean, in terms of the spirit of trying to get people back downtown, because other cities are doing it. In Canada, other cities are doing it. So if we, I guess some people are looking at me with a funny face over here, but I guess I kind of looked up, like Toronto, Ottawa, Edmonton, for example. I guess they're having their employees come back to work municipally. So I guess what I'm wondering is, for us to say, hey, 1 more day downtown, 1 more day, maybe, so we can still maintain, but again, leave it up to admin to decide, hey, there's certain job roles, certain employees, certain roles that maybe that's where it works better to have someone come. I'm just asking the question then, from admin, are there certain positions that would work better for them to be downtown 1 more a day than other positions? Overall, out of these 351.
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I'll let Mr. Froelich answer that in detail. But it is important to understand that anybody who's approved on any kind of flexible work arrangement or hybrid, it has to be operationally feasible and to the benefit of the corporation. So it's not just because somebody applies and said, I want to work 2 days from home or I want to work all the time. It's got to the position. There are certain key positions that you have to be here. And so it isn't just carte blanche. It does have to meet the operational needs, and the individual directors and managers would have the final say in that. So, but perhaps Mr. Froelich can elaborate on that.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, yeah, I don't know that I have much more to add based on what the city manager just indicated. All remote work arrangements are approved through their directors and are operationally feasible. They make the determination if it's going to work in their area and how many days work for their specific operational areas.
How do you decide that? Like, how do you decide if someone could stay at home 4 days and come once, or 2 days downtown and home 3 days, like, how do you decide that?
Oh, go ahead.
Through the chair, it's based on operational needs, depending on job descriptions. Obviously, some jobs can't work at home, so there'll be areas that don't have remote work. My area specifically, I have a unit of employees that job share basically a desk and share a desk throughout the week. So they're 2 days in, 2 days out, and then they're back on a Friday and then back on the next Friday. So they're constantly sharing that workspace.
No, but are there other workspaces that are vacant and just?
Specifically in my area or in the organization?
No, just in general. I mean.
Well, I think Mr. Powell already highlighted that there's 4% of the workspaces available.
Right, but that's like totally available. But I'm talking about you got somebody that's been dedicated a work desk, and they're coming in 2 days a week or 3 days a week, and that sits empty.
Go ahead.
In some areas, our desks are completely maxed out. The business area is completely full, and without flexible work, they would not be able to work together as a unit or have those adjacencies as a unit. Yeah. In other areas, there may be some growth space, if you will. The 4% vacancy rate that I mentioned is under industry standard, which is typically 5 to 10%. And by utilizing the shared desks, we're able to get more people in City Hall than we actually have desks, if you will, because there are more people sharing the spaces. So to extend that analogy, we have 700 desks at City Hall, approximately 700 desks at City Hall, but each week we have 800 people that come in to City Hall to work. So those are the opportunities to activate the downtown.
I guess, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many, desk space, obviously I don't want to get into the weeds of deciding who, maybe has to come back more or less. For me to know that, I can't know that. But administration or, managers would know that better than anybody else. And I guess my point is, maximizing that, the desk and, trying to do something to show the people of Regina that, hey, you know what? We want to revitalize downtown, because this in itself is not going to revitalize downtown, but it's a sign. You know what? It's setting a bit of a precedent and showing some leadership. I think that's important as a city to show that. And I think the workers should understand that as well. I just do. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. And so in terms of, Clark Basil's motion, maybe it's too rigid, but I guess my hope would be that if it got approved, that's where, instead of having people panic, be to follow the line of, where there is space available, where it works for certain people and certain jobs.
10 seconds left.
To, we take advantage of bringing them back downtown.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. And I don't see any further questions. I'll just make one quick comment just to clarify one more time. I think it was said once before, but we're talking about return to office. These employees are working remotely right now. We're talking about return to office, just to be clear that these are employees that are working, they're doing their jobs. We're talking about where they're doing their jobs. So just to be very clear. So with that, I don't see any further questions. So I will go to Councillor Bizo you have 3 minutes to close debate or any further questions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I won't take too much time. Bringing city office employees back to the workforce provides a powerful opportunity to strengthen leadership, improve collaboration. This point was pointed out by the city manager. The City of Ottawa, as provided by Councillor Burton, lobbied all levels of government to return to the office. The federal government has implemented a return to office initiative, which I can say I've clearly seen here in the city. I see more people at the malls, I see more people at the restaurants, and I see more people walking downtown. All levels of government have returned to the office except ours. Returning to the workplace is the easiest and most effective first step a city can take to address a host of challenges. To address some of the HR issues, informal face-to-face interactions fosters trust, mentorship, and accountability. We heard a few things today from our delegation that there might be some issues here, so I'm going to leave that with the city manager to address. Mr. Nickel, our employees contribute significantly to the downtown. They frequent restaurants, retail shops, and other services. Their daily presence increases foot traffic, supports small businesses, and helps create a vibrant, safe, and active downtown. This was also mentioned in the communication provided by the Downtown Business Improvement District and the Chamber of Commerce. Councillor Flores and the Mayor, this past March, you attended a SUMA meeting. Most of us attended some workshops hosted by Mary Rowe, who worked with several large Canadian cities and U.S. cities. Do you recall the name of that workshop?
Nope.
Okay, well, I'll help you out here.
Go ahead.
All right, downtown, where it's at. Now let's bring the people back. Mary
There's
spoke.
a point of order from Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Sorry. As my name was called out and Councillor Beazer chose to bring that up, I will also like to remind Councillor Beazer that at that meeting you stated that downtowns are dead. You were the one that spoke about downtown not being a priority. So if you're going to bring my name to this conversation to make a point, I would like that to be in context with what was brought up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So anyway, the name of the downtown workshop was Downtown Where It's At. Now let's bring our people back. Mary spoke how nice our city was. She walked around. She mentioned how nice her city is. She also mentioned the people are missing. Mayor, we discuss infrastructure projects. We invest heavily in the downtown with an expectation to bring people back. And as Councillor Flores stated, let's face it, it's not working.
30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. So, you know what? Let's talk about bringing people back to the downtown at minimal expense. A desk is cheaper than a new patio stones in a plaza. We all believe the importance and future of our downtown core. I want us to tell our business and our investors that the city stands behind the downtown. For those of you who do not support this motion, it's going to send a clear message. Do as I say, not as I do. A no vote may also jeopardize future opportunities such as a Globe Theatre, libraries, and transit services.
Okay, I'll get you to wrap up your comments. If you got a sentence left, go ahead.
I got about a sentence left. Ultimately, a no vote can be seen as a prioritization of rhetoric over policy. My fellow councillors, this is a policy that delivers an immediate impact for the community. It is also important to be clear about the role of council in this matter. Council is not here to negotiate matters of collecting bargaining units. It is that responsibility lies with the city manager. Our role is to look at all possibilities to create a downtown vibrant core. Our leadership, not paving stones, bring people back.
Okay, that was slightly more than one sentence, but we'll go to the vote. Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is lost in a vote result of 8-3. Those voting in favor as follows are Councillor Sickleys, Bezo, and Rasevich. Those voting against were Councillors Fro, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, thank you. We are past our dinner break, so we will break for dinner. We'll be back just before 7 o'clock.
of the City of Regina, and I'm with Campbell and Halliburton Group. And along with me here is Milton Friesen. He's also from our organization and lives in Regina.
Go ahead.
So we're just here regarding Windsor Towers. It's a 9-story international style apartment building built in 1965. It's centrally located. It's in Center Square. It's located at 2201 Lawrence Street. We have completed a 51-page detailed heritage and preservation report submitted on August 2025. As with everybody, we are experiencing increasing construction costs. But we do have a long history of this type of project. We have been proven in the past to be very committed to building improvements. We have 30 properties in the city, and 6 of them are very similar to this. One of the ones that I just wanted to highlight that we have been involved with very heavily is the Frontenac Apartments. It is a heritage building, and it's one that we spent about 2 years along with our business partner working on. But our team was the primary construction team, so we're quite accustomed to working on heritage properties and doing the work involved, everything from the building systems, plumbing, underpinning foundations, exterior envelope work, roofing work, and so on. So this is something that we've developed a bit of an expertise in, and something that we I would say are probably one of the best in Regina in terms of doing these projects. The merit, I guess, of some of these older buildings is we really need to focus on maintaining our housing stocks, and heritage buildings can be a very critical part of that. And so a lot of these buildings they're poured concrete buildings. They're good structures. However, they do come to a cycle where they do need a fair bit of input costs to maintain their livability and so on, as you know. So the Windsor Towers is one of those ones. It's a very important building in the Center Square area, and it's one that we would like to put a significant amount of dollars into over the next number of years. Our costs on this will definitely exceed sort of the costs that we're eligible for, but we are committed to doing the work and doing it properly. The Planning Commission has recommended the benefits of this property, and so we just wanted to come mostly just so that you could understand a little bit better about us, who we are. We've been a long-term Regina business. We have an insurance company in the cathedral there called Campbell and Halliburton. We also have a construction company as well as we are actively investing in properties in Regina and have continued to do so over the last 40 years. So that's a little bit about us. I just wanted you to be aware of kind of who we are, what we do, and that we do have a fair bit of experience doing these things, and we've got a track record to prove it, and have been involved in heritage properties previously.
Great. Thank you for your presentation today. See Councillor Fro with a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to try to frame this as a question, but I just want to acknowledge, because you're here for the record, of the contributions of the late Brian Gibson, who I believe is your father-in-law, who not only built an incredible amount of economy in this community, but an incredible amount of community. The philanthropic track record of Brian that you've continued on is just admirable. So I've probably violated our rules, but I wanted to say that to you. And perhaps so I don't get in too much trouble, I will ask a question, then others can have a turn, and we can let you go. You spoke about your background in heritage and restoration, and certainly I'm aware at a high level of the material impact of your company in Regina. I wonder if you can speak from your perspective as why heritage grants like that are important for a company like yours, which also puts a lot of capital both into our community, but also into heritage restoration as part of our overall efforts with housing.
The heritage grant, and also more specifically the property tax exemption, where that's a matching dollar for dollar program, it's very important because it enables us on these structures to do the real work that is going to extend the life of the property, not just cosmetic renovations, but actually do the type of structural work that you really don't get anything back for. It's just permission to play type things. And in order to maintain the buildings in a way that they will last, and you're preserving the structure itself and extending it, that type of work is very expensive and also has very little payback in terms of rents. You can't necessarily charge anymore, but it does extend the life of these buildings. And these buildings have a lot of merit. We're also involved in some new construction endeavors as well. And when I compare like the cost of the new construction, also the efficiency of the operating the new system, the new buildings, as opposed to some of these high-rise buildings that are built in the 60s and 70s, these buildings, they're probably somewhere around their half-life, but if we put money into them, we can realize the full potential of the building, and they can be important parts of our housing stock. And they're well located as well in these areas where we do want to see more density. We don't really want the city to sprawl. And so it helps us in that sense to be able to put back in to the buildings in these really meaningful ways that are going to truly extend the life of the building, and it helps us to make that economic case.
Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. John and Milton, thank you for being here and for your presentation. I appreciate I don't really have a question for you, just a comment, is appreciate the work you do, and happy to now know that you care about heritage properties and maintaining the history and, helping with that densification within our city. So appreciate the work that you do. Keep doing that.
Thank you.
I'll let the kind comments and not questions go this time, but I don't see any other questions. So thank you for presenting today. You can return to the gallery. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we have communication on item CR 26-79, Heritage Incentive Applications 2026 from Jackie Schmidt, Heritage Regina. Could I have a motion to receive and file this communication as item CP 26-34? Councillor Burton, and a seconder. Councillor Radens. Any opposed? And carried. Okay, let's consider item CR 26-79, Heritage Incentive Applications 2026. I will ask Deputy Mayor Bizo to please introduce the report.
Okay, 1 second here, please.
Hold on one sec. Clerk is telling me to hold on a second. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, Councillor Bizo, you can go ahead.
Wait 1 second here.
Excuse me, point of order. Is that?
This is Planning Commission one, right?
No, this is from Exec Committee.
Oh, okay, so this is June 24th, 2026. And if I can be correct, this is CR 26-82?
79.
Or 79, sorry.
It's okay.
You know what? Did we get the right numbers in here? CR 26-80, 86, it says Heritage. Oh, it clicked to the wrong spot. Heritage, sorry. It had one click too far to the left, not to the right. It's a technical challenge.
Oh, that's all right. Did you find 79 there?
I found 72. I found 82.
Hold on, we're sending help.
We are... All
Okay,
right,
go ahead.
thank you very much. It seemed like there was quite a few people technically assisting on this one. So the fact that we had two people come over and Councillor Mancinelli doesn't make it my fault at this case, okay? So at its meeting held on June 17th, 2026, the Executive Committee considered EX 26-70 Heritage Intensive Applications 2026 from the City Planning and Community Developments Division. So this report was introduced, which recognizes heritage property and provides a funding model for a descriptive list of projects that were provided from residents to the city for approvals, which when were brought to us to help incentivize a prosperous heritage community. So at this point, I will like to introduce the report.
Okay, and I'll ask for someone to move the report. Councillor Radens, and a seconder, Councillor Siklees. Councillor Radens, would you like to speak to the report?
No, thank you.
Okay, any questions from council members on this report?
Said it already.
Seeing none, any final words, Councillor Radens?
No, I already said it.
Okay.
Great. Carry on.
Very good. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now take our dinner break and be back at 7:11. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We will now consider item MN 26-6, infrastructure protection. So Deputy Mayor Bezo, I'll go to you to introduce your motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's a pleasure to introduce this motion. Instead of going through all the statements of the whereases and where ises, I'm just going to essentially paraphrase what's been happening throughout the province. This past year has been particularly bad for infrastructure being hit by over-dimensional loads. Saskatoon had several bridge strikes in a very short time period. I can recall not too long ago the Winnipeg Street rail overpass was also struck by a fairly large white truck, which caused some damage. And if you ever drive down Highway 11 right now, you will notice that the overpass from the bypass is actually under construction because last year a air seeder was definitely oversized and struck the overpass, causing a piece of preformed concrete girder to be now damaged to the point that the girder is being removed. So the infrastructure costs to strikes is extensive and very, very costly, in the tunes of low end hundreds of thousands of dollars, high end several millions of dollars. If you are the operator of a vehicle with an over-dimensional load, there is a permitting practice and permitting process that you follow, and you get permission to go down certain sized routes, that's for over-dimensional, without taking shortcuts. So shortcuts are usually through cities, which then have implications of bridge strikes.
Councilor Bezo, I just want to, if you could just highlight the intent of the motion, and then I'll go back to you to comment on it. Because I just need to get a seconder once it's introduced. So I'll go back to you to have time to comment. So if you do the overall intent.
So the intent of this motion is to us as a city council work with the city of Saskatoon, who is proceeding down the path, who's working with just say government relations, to introduce bylaws locally to have a stiff fine for operators of semis that strike bridges, and then a stiffer fine for the companies that strike bridges. So the notice of motion is to work with the city of Saskatoon, work with the other government departments to stiffen our fines for bridge strikes.
Great, thank you, Councilor Bezo, and I'm actually going to second this motion for you because I think it's incredibly important, and I appreciate it. So I'll second the motion, and I'll go back to you for any additional comments or questions that you have. Go ahead. Okay.
Well, I think this is a very concrete motion, and if everyone is in favor, we'll hit this one out of the park as well, too.
Okay, questions from councillors? Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
I think this is a well-intentioned, well-timed motion, noting what's going on in the province, the work being done by other municipalities, trying to coalesce our planning with them, I think is smart. And so, yeah, I'm really happy to support something. I've been pretty good at blocking motions lately. I don't mean to vote against things all the time, but, you know, I think this is an example of something that's prominent. You know, it's in the media, it's being worked on by others. And trying to bring those efficiencies together is exactly where we have to be. So, well put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
I also wanted to offer my support on this motion. I think it makes sense, and I like that we are working with Saskatoon, and it's together.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I'll concur with my colleagues about the motion and the positives of it. Just have a question for administration in terms of the timeline that is put forward in this motion. Is this something that is doable?
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, we would recommend and can commit to bring it back by Q2 of 2027. So if amenable, we'd ask for that change.
Okay. So if I could make maybe a friendly amendment to just match the timeline that administration is asking for so that we hit it out of the park and it's successful?
Councillor Bezo?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay,
Administration mentioned that and totally in favor.
Okay, and I'm, as a seconder, I'm good with that too, so it's great.
Fantastic. Yeah, that was all for me. Just wanted to check on the timeline.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Burton, go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you through the chair. Question to administration, when one of these strikes does occur, does the insurance for the vehicle cover any of it, all of it, part of it? What's the actual cost to the city and cost to the person that actually causes the damage?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I will start, and if legal wants to add, then we can ask for that. But it really depends on the magnitude of the strike. So if it's a small strike and the truck is not stuck underneath the bridge and they carry on, the city may never know actually who hit the bridge, and then the city is responsible to repair that. If there's a larger strike and it's very clear on who has done the damage, then there's a process that we can go through to recoup some of those costs. And I'll ask legal if they have any more details on those larger strikes.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. I don't really have much to add. That's true. We have a deductible that is relatively high on some of those strikes, and I don't know exactly. I can't recall what the exact amount is right now, but if it's beyond, like, we have to pay that deductible first before we'd be able to, of course, claim anything. And some vehicles, depending on the vehicle that actually would hit the strike, or hit the bridge or the infrastructure, may be maybe a city responsibility. Sometimes they are covered under SGI policies as well. So we'd have to look at the specific vehicle. We'd have to have some information about who was driving that vehicle and what vehicle it was that actually struck the infrastructure. So there's a lot of variables that come into play when we have to look at who actually would be responsible for the cost.
Okay, thank you. Follow up to that is how often are do most people that strike it carry enough insurance that and do we go after them if they don't have enough insurance, even if they could affect them significantly?
Ms. Williams?
Through the chair, I think it's very dependent upon who hits the bridge and whose insurance is covering that. So, if it's an individual operating an oversized vehicle, depending on what kind of insurance policy they carry, that would be determined on whether or not that insurance would cover some of that cost. It's very fact specific in terms of who it is that's involved in the collision, and what type of vehicle they're driving and how that vehicle is insured. So it's difficult to answer that question, I think, on a sort of a general basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions, so I will go to Councillor Bizo to close debate. Oh, sorry, Mr. Doney, I didn't see your hand up there. Go ahead.
Through the chair, just one small addition, just to make sure that there's no confusion, is that the current motion talks about engaging with the Ministry of Government Relations. We'd recommend expanding that to engaging with the provincial government.
Councillor Bizo, are you good with that?
That's perfect.
Okay, I am also in concurrence with that. Just 1 second, Councillor Zakidniak. We'll get that fixed up there. Okay, sorry, Councillor Zakidniak, I missed you as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I just see once it's updated, the updated motion? I understand the timeline's changed.
Yeah, the timeline, Councillor Flores asked administration about the timeline, and the
Yeah.
administration provided an updated timeline, which was concurred with Councillor Bizo and myself as the seconders.
Okay, and it was
extended. Yeah.
Q2 of 27. Oh, here it comes.
It's
okay,
coming.
and what my understanding is administration is in favor, not in favor, but sees the merit in this work, and the only concern was the timeline and whatever you just added. And Councillor Mancinelli filled me in on some of that, but mainly I just wanted to see the motion before we went to vote. So that's all accurate. And
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yes, that's accurate.
yeah, okay, thank you. And thank you to Councillor Mancinelli. Sorry I missed the first few minutes.
Okay, I'm going to check one more time. No hands up, no lights on. Okay, great. Councillor Bizo, go ahead if you would like to close debate.
Thank you very much for the support on this motion. I think this highlights the fact that we have to pay attention not only to our physical infrastructure from an investment perspective, but a protection perspective.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bizo. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider item CM 26-5, request for extension Board of Revision. I will ask Amber Ackerman, acting city clerk, to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. All the hearings and decisions on appeals before the Board of Revision must be completed by the decision deadline of July 14th, 2026, unless a decision deadline extension is granted by City Council in accordance with the Cities Act. In 2025, an amendment made to the Cities Act delegated the authority to grant extensions to the Board of Revision's decision deadline to City Council. This is why this report is before you today. The Board of Revision is formally requesting City Council approve an extension date of no more than 90 days from the July 14th, 2025 decision, July 14th, 2026 decision deadline to October 13th of 2026. Property valuations are assessed and property assessments are posted by the City Assessor in accordance with the Cities Act and the Assessment Management Agencies Act, which mandates that municipalities in Saskatchewan perform reassessments of properties every 4 years. 2026 is a non-revaluation year. Typically, the board receives a lower number of appeals in non-revaluation years compared to a revaluation year. The average number of appeals received by the board in the last 5 non-revaluation years is 238 appeals per year. The total number received in 2026 by the Secretary of the Board is 711 appeals, including appeals on annual, supplemental, and revised property assessments. This is a record number of appeals for a non-revaluation year, representing a 199% increase from the average of the previous 5 non-revaluation years. The purpose of this report is to submit a request for extension on behalf of the Board of Revision to ensure all hearings and decisions on appeals before the Board of Revision are completed by the decision deadline in accordance with the Act. The decision on this report is only in relation to a request for extension, which is the authority of Council to approve. Discussion or debate on how property assessments are evaluated or how the hearing process is conducted is not within Council's purview or authority. Council only has the authority to approve a Board of Revision extension to ensure all hearings and decisions on appeals before the Board of Revision are complete by the decision deadline in accordance with the Act and to appoint members to the Board of Revision.
Thank you for that. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli. And a seconder. Councillor Zakiniak, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
No, I think the city clerk covered it quite fine.
Okay. Any questions from council members on the report? Seeing none, Councillor Mancinelli, anything final?
I haven't had much time to think, so no.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we will now consider item CR 26-80, Mosaic Stadium 2027 Capital Program Advanced Approval. And I will ask Deputy Mayor Bizo to please introduce the report.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. At the last executive committee meeting, the council met to advance a predetermined funded project involving Mosaic Stadium in preparation for the 2027 Grey Cup. This was debated and discussed extensively. The project entails replacement of the score clock, which is by definitions end of life, and also replacement of the turf playing surface, which is determined end of life as well too. So these projects are slated in the capital book. The only thing administration is asking for is to advance the projects to coincide with the hosting of the 2027 Grey Cup. So at this point, I will introduce the report.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Can I have someone move the report?
There is a little bit of a point of order that the request, the 8.5, is actually not it's an additional request for the clock. So just in the introduction was a little bit misleading that all of that was in the book for 2027. This is the additional cost.
Okay. Okay, so can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, and a seconder, Councillor Sicklys. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to speak to the report?
Briefly, this is a case of asset renewal as was described. This has been planned since the building of the stadium. There's a little bit of a timeline. It was a give or take because things like electronic billboards, they don't have a best due date light milk. It was assessed and looked at with the timelines provided when it was installed, and this is how it's lining up. So this is asset management. It's necessary. It times in with our Grey Cup. As noted, controversy arises with the replacement of the turf and CFL rules, but that doesn't really play into the asset management of what we've been entrusted with behind the mortgage and the bricks and mortar of what builds Mosaic Stadium, and that's what this is really about. So that's why I've chose to move it, and I hope you guys support it because we got to look after what we have.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, and I will look to any questions from council members on this report. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
As stated last week, I do have an amendment I would like to bring forward this week. So might as well just get to it.
Okay, we'll just get it brought up and then I'll get you to introduce and then I'll look for a seconder. So just give us 1 second. Okay, Councillor Turnbull, I'll get you to introduce the amendment, sorry, and then I'll look for a seconder, and then once it's seconded, then I'll go back to you to any questions or comments. So I'll get you to introduce first.
Okay, amendment is to direct administration to report back to City Council before moving ahead with turf. That includes A, consulting stakeholders, including the Regina Rams, Regina Riot, Regina Thunder high schools, and bringing a recommendation of an agreement between stakeholders on how Mosaic Stadium field utilization sharing would work, ensuring community sports can continue. B, defining clearly associated costs with field setups, which with clearly defined costs for field changeovers and who is responsible to pay for the changeover. C, determining the cost difference between maintaining and operating the current field dimensions, status quo, and additional costs for revenue lease loss associated with maintaining and operating the field to new CFL field and dimensions. Then 2, direct administration to choose a turf replacement option that ensures usage for the collegiate, junior, and high school football and seeks the most flexible field option possible. And 3, direct administration to consult with CFL, Saskatchewan Fighters on covering the cost for improvements.
Okay, with that, I will look for a seconder for the amendment. You can ask a clarification question.
Yeah, clarification question. If I second this, it doesn't mean necessarily that I support everything in the motion, correct? But I might still ask to split the vote. I'm sorry.
I'll just let Ms. Ackerman comment. Yeah.
Through you, Chair, no. Just because you seconded, if you choose so after the debate that you wish to not support it.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, back to you for any comments or questions. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm bringing forward this amendment because in our discussions, some of the information which was sort of fuzzy was how we are going to support our community teams, and I know a lot of that still needs to be worked out. But with the new field, this isn't about the cost of the field itself. It's about the cost of the changeover of the field and the utilization of our community teams. It's recognized that our field is end of life, but the use and change of the field also has associated costs, community costs of not necessarily having the same user groups being able to use their field or ease. And as we look at different field options, if it does take 4 days to turn around the field, how are we going to work with the other communities on this? And what has been asked for, and I have been contacted and talked to so many people the past week, or they've reached out to me, is that reassurance that the field can be used and flexible. And what does that schedule look like? And how does the setup and go down? And who pays for the painting of the lines every 3 days or every 4 days? Does it come back to us as taxpayers, or does it go to the community groups, or is the CFL paying for it? So this is just asking for a report back on those questions to ensure the community reassurance that yes, whatever we do with the field is thoughtful, it won't push them out, and where is the cost? Is there additional cost with the maintenance and operation of changing the rules, and to actually get those answers before moving ahead? And I believe when we have that information, it makes it also easier to go to the CFL to ask for the cost of improvements once we know what the actual cost to operating and maintaining the new field would be like versus the old field.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Go to Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I agree with my colleague Mancinelli. This is asset maintenance. It was planned. It's important to reiterate that. I want to start off by acknowledging that staff are working on this. They share our concerns, and I have full confidence in them. My main interest here in going, and I want to thank Councillor Turnbull, by the way, for talking about some of these things specifically related to the CFL rules and the turf. In this case, we shouldn't underestimate the challenge this poses to university football, junior football, Regina Minor football, and high school football. And actually the main reason is interestingly less about Mosaic Stadium. It has to do with Libel Field, meaning that if these teams, including other sporting groups, can access Mosaic Stadium, the pressure it will put on Libel Field is really significant. And let's remember that while we technically own Libel Field, it is Regina Minor football that played for the upgrades, and they have first right of refusal for that field. So when I have spoken, as I have, to the Rams, to the Thunder, and to others, there is real concerns. And so we must absolutely have a scenario, and I know our team's working on it. I just want to say that again. We have to have a scenario where the outcome is those teams can access Mosaic, and we have a flexible field. We cannot have a situation, it just won't work for the health of our amateur, youth sport, and junior football, as well as other sports, if they can't access Mosaic Stadium. So I would say, as it relates to this amendment, what I don't want to do is slow down procurement, and that's important to me. And I am, and I do agree with you, Sarah. Thank you for that. Whether it's possible or not, I think it's important we send a message to the CFL that they may have put our community in a tough spot, and that's notwithstanding the fact that we're doing this work anyways. But this is our opportunity to talk about this. So for me, what is that? Number two. I'd like to ask administration about number two. So how can we, how much time do we have left? I'm rambling on, it's late.
1 minute.
Okay, first, point one, does that cause a problem for you in terms of your timelines? You said you need to move quickly, so that's my first question.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for that question, Councillor Fro, and I'll be very blunt. It absolutely does. If we are delaying the procurement process, the riders will not be able to play in the 2027 season at Mosaic Stadium.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to probably ask to split the vote here. My question number two, I do not want to see a scenario, notwithstanding how hard our team is working and how acutely aware of it are, where we end up with a scenario where those teams and other sports can access Mosaic Stadium. It will put too much strain on our limited assets which the community paid for, not the city of Regina. Could you give me your opinion on number two in terms of how you view that?
Thank you, through the chair. So I'll just reiterate, I think some of the information provided last week was soccer is actually the second highest user at Mosaic.
True.
So that's first off. And then also, this is work that we've already committed to doing, is the consultation process to determine what the best type of replacement would be for the turf, so we can determine all of the questions that you folks are asking about. But we certainly understand how important minor sport is within our community, and certainly with respect to the use of liable field, we understand that we have to balance all those things, and so we will be having those conversations, absolutely.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're undoubtedly soccer is important. We're fine until the fall. So I guess my question through the chair more directly is can we guarantee with certainty, understanding that you're aware of it, that we will have an option? I believe my colleague said most flexible space possible, but we will have an option whereby come fall that those sports can access Mosaic Stadium, because the pressure on Libel, including soccer, will be such where we will be putting a lot of our important user groups in a tough spot. No one wants that, but I guess I'm wondering is if you see this part of the motion as necessary, or we can commit on the floor of council today that we're not going to in several months have a conversation that, oh no, the worst case scenario has happened and our turf consultant couldn't find a scenario that is affordable or that we like.
Thank you through the chair. So I would say we are committed to doing that work with community, and we will be doing the best that we can to make the best decision for community with respect to all of the sports and users of Mosaic and Labo Field.
So it's through the chair, should I read that as that we cannot commit, however, to a scenario by which youth sport, collegiate sport, junior sport, high school sports will be able to access Mosaic Stadium, that we cannot guarantee with certainty?
We can guarantee with certainty they will have access, yes.
Access to a field that works for the rules that they play under, given that they're not changing their rules?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fro, did you have another question about the vote at all, or no?
I think in light of what I've heard from administration on the delays, I'd like to split these votes because I do not want to hold back their process.
Okay, which one did you want to split out?
I think we should, through the chair, to Councillor Turnbull, I would suggest you remove item 1, because I think we've heard that it's untenable for administration. And then our colleagues can decide how they want to vote on the others. But I think it's reasonable, given what we've heard, that this was planned asset maintenance, and that item number 1 does not work given the timelines for the riders in the Grey Cup. We remove item 1.
Through the chair, if I may add some clarification also for Councillor Fro, you referred to this fall. The user groups will all have access still to Mosaic Stadium, all the fields this fall. It's 2027.
Yeah, then I should rephrase my question. What I'm looking for is, I don't want to direct administration if it's unnecessary. What I'm looking for is certainty whether the turf option we procure will ensure that youth sport, junior sport, high school sport, right, can access Mosaic Stadium in the future with the new turf. Because if we cannot guarantee that with certainty, I'd like to move forward with item number 2. And the strain on Libel Field for a period of time in the fall will be significant in this community.
Through the chair, we can provide certainty that the user groups will have access to Mosaic to play within the rules that they need to play within for that turf. I'm saying this wrong. I'm going to refer.
No,
this
I think
to
I
Ms.
understand you. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss. Thank you.
So, Councillor Fro, just to confirm, you do want to split out number 1 as a separate vote? Sorry, go ahead. I just need to confirm, that's all.
Perhaps through you to the clerk, should I read number 1 as written? Is that those things would need to happen before they could procure the turf? If so, I'd like to split that out of it.
That's my understanding, and I'm seeing head nods by administration.
So I would request that be split, please.
Yeah, we'll split out number 1. No problem. Okay, thank you. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Thank you very much. More of a question for administration. Can administration tell me how much rent we get from Riffle playing at Mosaic Stadium?
Through the chair, thank you. I'll refer that to Ms. Burton, please.
Ms. Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, we do have the total value of the permit rentals for all users besides the Rough Riders, not necessarily broken down by the group that you mentioned, Councillor Bezo. But in 2025, that total was $71,800.
How much per event?
for soccer, it's an hourly rate that they pay, and then they pay for security and for the lighting.
So $71,000 is our revenue per year.
Per year for all the hours booked by the other users of Mosaic, by soccer, by the football teams mentioned in the amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I'm going to ask administration one more time, what do we get for the $12 recovery fee for the complex recovery fee per rider event?
About approximately $400,000 per game.
Okay, so
if it's a sellout.
So I'm going to say right now we're talking about a capital intensive project, which is an infrastructure renewal. As such, we're talking about the revenue streams as well. We're talking about the lines on the turf and making sure the community can use it. I do get it. I do want to emphasize the fact that Mosaic Stadium would not exist if it wasn't for the riders. It was built for professional football with community-minded focus as well too, but it was built for a football stadium that generates $400,000 per usage. Riffle does not generate $400,000 per usage. We heard $71,000 a year. So the longer we delay and have a potential delay on this project also puts at risk $42 million of economic benefit to the city by hosting Grey Cup, or the fact that we may not host Grey Cup. That's all I have to say on that one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bizo. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor. I think when we had the discussion last week on this topic, that we were told that consultation would be happening with community organizations beforehand, correct?
Ms. Braden?
Thank you. Through the chair, we are engaging a consultant to help us work with the community organizations to help determine the turf, etc., that we procure. And I see I'm probably saying something wrong. I'll refer this to Ms. Burton.
Ms. Burton, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. And through the chair, we have contracted a turf consultant. The turf can be ordered without question. The determination is on how we do the lines on the turf that can be determined after it's procured. So the engagement that we're going to do is about how those lines get on there, whether it's a hybrid of stitched and painted lines to be able to accommodate different size fields. That's the engagement, as to how we can put the lines on the turf in order to be able to accommodate the different users of the field.
Okay, so we are going to be engaged in that conversation. Good, check. All right, and so give me 1 minute here. I'm just trying to. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna say that this stadium was built in 2017 at the tune of $278 million by this community. And I think my point that I'm trying to make is that it would be really sad if the only people that can use this stadium is the riders and NFL or CFL teams that play here, because, and Grey Cup, to be clear, Grey Cup is a once in an every 3, 4, maybe 5 years event. And I'm trying to look at this in perspective, that our community teams and community organizations that, use this field kind of does matter, because they're going to be here year after year after year after year, and Grey Cup shows up once in a blue. And I think we need to be considerate of the people that are going to use the field. So what I've heard is that, check, yes, you are going to consult, you are going to work with these organizations to figure out how to, do this turf. So I'm just kind of in support of what you're trying to do here, though I'm not sure if it's redundant in a fashion, and not to be to be, disrespectful in that, but maybe I just let's see where the rest of the discussion goes. But I do think it's important for us to make sure we're having those conversations and be cognizant of our community that use this field, and whatever the dollar amount is for rent and this and that and whatever is frankly, in my mind, irrelevant in a fashion, because we need to make sure that we're providing something for teams and organizations in sports and rec to be able to use the facilities. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. I'll just briefly say I heard last week and I heard this week, we are doing the consultation. We're working with the groups. I think as a council, as governance oversight, that's all we can ask for, is to make sure that we're asking the right questions, which I think have been asked. I trust our folks that they are doing the work. They've got the right people engaged to work with those community groups to make sure that we are getting access and use as expected. So for that reason, my concern is that I think this is going to hold us up in the original intent of this, which is a pre-approval to get this work done and move ahead on it. So for that reason, I won't support the amendment. I appreciate that it's highlighting items that need to be done, but I think they're going to be done anyway. So I don't want to put any restrictions on that work that I'm confident that we are going to do. So with that, I'll go to Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Through the chair. So not only I guess we brought up $400,000 a game. So I guess it's about, is it just over $3 million a year? I guess that $12 fee, it's just over $3 million a year we collect. That's what Craig Reynolds told me anyways. So it's just $3,042,654. So that's that. Then also they have a lease that we didn't talk about that they're going to be paying $2 million, or just under $2 million, $1,960,000. Sponsorship rights, $500,000. And this is not so much anymore, but he mentioned suite revenue, which is about $191,000. So again, the riders are they're raising a lot of money, plus they're 50-50, which they give back in the community, is about $3.3 million they give back to the community, into not only minor football, but back into the community in general. So there's some pretty big numbers, but now I'm not discounting, the Rams play one game a year in there, like we've been told. The second biggest user is soccer. Admin's telling us they're going to use a combination of stitched and painted, probably to the best advantage. They'll figure it out so that it's the cheapest and the quickest turnover, because 7 out of the 9 stadiums in the CFL get painted. BC Place is always painted. So they accommodate all kinds of sports. They accommodate everything. Rugby, football, soccer, they paint it. So, let's don't get so worried. I talked to Len Antonini from, minor football, and he goes, Dan, they're going to just play on the field you give them. Because, the CFL changes. From 1890 till 1983, the end zones used to be 25 yards. Well, that changed. Because when BC Place was built, they didn't build it big enough to accommodate a 25-yard end zone. So the CFL changed. All the stadiums changed to a 20-yard end zone. And that's what's going to happen potentially now, unless the CFL comes to the league or to us and say, well, you know what, we're going to keep 110 yards, or main field, and then we'll go 15-yard end zones, and then we'll change, we'll accommodate, right? So, let's don't get so hung up. The field will get used. People will use it if it eventually, the riders are committed to move the goalposts and pay for that. So whether, we do it and then eventually, all the high schools and all the universities decide to go to the field size that the CFL decides to go with, they'll probably change too. So they'll play on the field that they're supplied with, basically. That's what will happen. Just like in 1983, when the field dimensions changed, what CIS changed to it?
About 10 seconds left, Councillor.
CIS changed to it. Minor football changed to it. So it will change. So let's just move on with this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So what I heard from administration is that, you know, so the request is to come back with this information before moving ahead with the turf. But I heard that it's the turf is not the part that is would be a community concern. It's the lines, right? So I wonder, Councillor Turnbull, if, or maybe first to administration, if there was the desire, like I've heard that some of my colleagues would like to have this information, would there instead be the possibility of giving the reporting, like just sending a memo to council with the results of the feedback, the community consultation that you're already going to do, so that we don't hold up the process? Those who want to read more about the engagement process can do so, and then there is the ability to, if folks don't like the results of that, then they can sort out next steps. Would that be an alternate option?
Ms. Braden?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, we can certainly report back to council on the results of the engagement and the costs. And I want to reiterate, regardless of the field size determination by the CFL, the turf needs to be replaced first and foremost.
Right.
And then second of all, in order for the riders to play in the CFL in the 2027 season, they have to have the right lines. So it's not even about the Grey Cup is what I'm trying to say. I just wanted to get that out there. It's about the CFL and the 27 CFL season. But in answer directly to your question, absolutely, we can provide that information back to council.
And so is that just like, I can't remember what, is that just something you can do regardless of what happens with this amendment?
That's absolutely, I'm committing right now that we will report back.
Okay. And so for the sake of clarity, Councillor Fro, did you ask for the vote to be separated or no?
He separated one, but I think we're going to separate each point. We're going to separate 1, 2, and 3. So 1, 2, and 3 will all be separate votes. So we'll have 3 votes.
Okay. So because I think we have to move ahead with the turf regardless, you know, as you just pointed out. And it's the lines that there needs to be the engagement on. The way this is written, I can't support it, but I think it's important that administration will come back to let folks know the results of the engagement, because in terms of the line, it sounds the lines, there's still the possibility once the engagement's done, if there's more work that needs to be done in relation to these lines, to do that more work. I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, you need to move ahead with the turf replacement. The lines is something that will be sorted out after the turf has been ordered.
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct. Yeah. And we will have the ability to accommodate the different sport requirements. Yeah. And we will certainly report back to council via memo as the result of our engagement and the next steps.
Right. Okay, I think that makes sense. And then, so that's what I support. But yeah, and then for number 2, you're saying the turf replacement option, because it's not, the turf's not the problem, so the turf will work for all users, right? It's the...
Through the chair, that's correct. And yeah. I'll refer that to Ms. Burton if she wants to add.
Ms. Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, the size of the turf remains the same. It's the solution that we use for the lines on the turf.
Okay. Okay, so I think the memo will help address folks' concerns and help for us to have additional information for those who wish to continue to ensure, like, I mean, sure, I think that's good information for us to have. In terms of point 3, I mean, I think we can consult with the CFL and riders. It doesn't hurt. It never hurts to have these conversations, regardless of what we think the outcome might be. It doesn't hurt to have the conversation. So I'm okay with supporting that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Councillor Turnbull, would you like to close debate on your amendment?
Yes. So what I've been hearing in this discussion is that I don't think we need to wait to order the turf, because as I've been listening, it's about the lines. So I guess what question I should have asked administration is can you actually answer question B and C now. Do you have the information with the field switch up and cost for changeovers, or the cost difference between maintaining the operation and current field and dimensions and additional costs? Like, is that information we already have?
Ms. Bratton?
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll refer this question to Ms. Burton. But I would say right off the hop, if we keep the current lines, we can pretty much say that we can't meet our contractual obligations for the riders. I'll refer to Ms. Burton if she wants to speak more specifically.
Point of clarification, the question wasn't the implications, it was the cost difference between the setup of the painting the lines versus the sewing in lines versus the switchover, like the cost difference in operations and maintenance, not the implications to the sport, just the actual cost implications.
Ms. Burton?
Thank you. And through the chair, we don't know the implications of the cost because we haven't determined what solution for the lines we're going to do. That is because we're going to do that in consultation with the other users or with all of the users of Mosaic Stadium and to try to come up with the best solution that allows everybody to play at the least amount of cost.
Okay, so I would like the A is happening, we know this. I would like to see the field utilization sharing. What I've noticed with our language is, yes, there's access, but what I would like to know about access is if it's at the same frequency. So we also know on the one end of this, it could take 4 days to change over. So yes, there may be access to the Regina Rams, or the high schools, but will they be able to play every week with the changeover? So it's not just simply access to the field, but at the same frequency they're already using it. And I want to be careful with the language that is also important, not just for a one-off event that takes a week to change over.
Ms. Bratton?
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely, we understand that that's important. That is also one of the things that we need to work through as we sort out with the user groups and determine how we're going to proceed with the lines. So
I think we're all on the same page with A, B, and C. When we get this information, I know it's important to the public as well. So is it more than a memo to council? Is there a way that we could actually get this information out to interested parties?
Ms. Bratton?
Through the chair, we can bring a report back to council if that is council's wish. It would be basically a receive and file report as to how things were resolved.
Okay, if that's the case, I would like to change this to be a receive and file with number one at whatever timeline.
Okay, so that with that, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment. Oh, sorry. With which one, sorry? I missed. Okay, sorry, we're going to remove before moving ahead. Councillor Fro, are you, as a seconder, are you okay with that?
Sorry, through the chair, I just need some certainty from the clerk as to what this means. Is this simply means that there is a report that will come back as a receive and file as to the work they did and what happened, so we can share that with user groups?
Ms. Ackerman, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, my understanding is that what is being asked now, this won't hold up the process. Administration can still move forward with the work that they need to do to procure the turf that they need to procure. How it was written before is that it would have held up that process.
Okay, so that's been changed. Ms. Bratton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to clarify, this would be after we've done the consultation with the user groups. User groups would be well aware of the decisions in the process, just moving forward.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fro.
I know we're all tired, so I apologize. I need a point of clarification on the record, and Ms. Bratton, you may want to as well. What I heard, and I need to clarify through you, Chair, that this is what I heard, that number 2 may not be necessary because administration believes that the outcome in the end will ensure that U Sport, junior football, and high school, amongst other groups, will be able to access the field fall, okay, I just need to make sure I heard that correctly. Because
Ms. Bratton?
much like you, Mayor, I don't want to direct the work, but that is a really important point.
Through the chair, that is the work that we are doing, is we
Okay,
are
thanks.
engaging with the user groups. Yeah.
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a point from the horseshoe over here is, I'm going to ask the clerk her opinion. This is an information report, as says in 1, but A includes the words bringing a recommendation. An information report.
Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute recess and look at this offline. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
We can't bring an information.
Okay, if folks could take their seats, we'll get going in a minute or less. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. I'm going to go to Councillor Turnbull. There's a couple of adjustments made, so I'm going to get you to look at the wording and just confirm if that covers the intent.
It does. We're just, I think Amber's doing it right now. We're just going to change the word difference to comparable on C. And then we are going to remove item number 2 as it's redundant. So what this becomes is an informational report back with the work that administration is already doing, with some of the details on how we are going to make this field work for everything, and any repercussions in costs, etc. And that will come to council as information report. It will not delay any turf replacements, because we do need a new turf, because this is about the lines and how we're going to do this. So they will come back with that report.
Okay, Councillor Fro, I'll get you to confirm as well, if you're good with it.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor.
Yeah, she's on her close.
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, it's, I think, just still on your close for debate for the amendment.
I think this was a really important discussion to have, talking to stakeholders, not just in Regina, but everywhere. There's a lot of concern about how this is going to work, and there's a lot of things we don't know yet, which administration is working on. So I think this is a really good way to move forward, where we have administration doing the work and coming back to us with how things are going to work, and hopefully giving some transparency and comfort to our community and to us to make sure that the field will work for everyone. Yeah, and then number 2 is just to talk to the CFL and the Rough Riders on covering the cost for improvements. To me, that has a lot to do with the cost comparables, which we don't know the answer to yet. But the maintenance and operations of moving things around is likely going to be more than having our stitched in lines. So by changing the spec and changing the use, there's costs which are unknowns right now, and we won't know until we have the field sorted out. So I think it's very fair, even with a turf replacement, to talk to the CFL on covering the cost for improvements, especially when the rule changes are really bringing a brand new deal to the CFL. I think there's a $500 million media deal for the CFL there, based on these rule changes. So I think it would be fair for the CFL to share some of that additional wealth they're going to make off of the rule changes.
Okay, with that, we'll have 2 separate votes. We'll have a vote for point number 1 and a vote for point number 2 on the amendment. So I will call the clerk to start the vote on point number 1. That includes ABC together. So 1 ABC is the first vote. Councillor, yeah, so this vote is for point number 1. That includes 1 ABC of the amendment. So 1 ABC, that's the vote right now. Number 2 will be a separate vote.
Through you, Mayor, the amendment for point number 1 is lost in a vote result of 6 to 5. Those voting in favor as follows were Councillors Fro, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, and Rasevich. Those voting against were Councillor Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Burton, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, now I'll call the vote on point number 2. This next vote will be for point number 2. On the amendment.
Through you, Mayor, point number 2 of the amendment is carried in a vote result of 7 to 4. Those voting in favor as follows: Councillors Fro, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Radins, Zakidniak, Flores, and Mayor Bashinsky. Those voting against are Councillors Sickley, Spizo, Burton, and Rasevich.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Turnbull, back to you on the main motion as amended.
Okay, can I, do I have to talk to it now, or I can come back to it?
This is your time to speak to the main motion as amended, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I think this is, I do have some questions, I guess. Just let me pull those up. I have to change my mind mode here. So last week I had asked, and I had warned you that I was going to ask about our lease requirements on what we have to give as a sign to for them to play the CFL in our lease requirements. Do we have to give them a certain level of build sign, or does it have to be status quo? Yeah.
Ms. Braden?
Through the chair, can I just get clarification on that question, please?
Yeah, it was a legal question I asked last week about looking into our lease requirements on what quality of, I believe it was our responsibility to provide the CFL field as the landlord to the riders. And the question was, in our lease terms, did it specify and to what level, what quality or level these signs and fields have to be at? And I had said I would mention it again this week.
Through the chair, I'll refer that to Ms. Williams, please.
Ms. Williams, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. There isn't specifications within the lease, like definite specifications within the lease in terms of what the requirements are. The lease speaks to the city's requirement to provide for that, the turf replacement, to provide for the needs of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. It doesn't speak to specifics about what that lighting or that sign must look like.
Okay, so it wouldn't be our obligation to provide them the best, newest technology score time. I'm saying it wrong. I need to look at store time clock. There is.
Ms. Braden?
Through the chair, are you referring to the LED?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Burton can speak to that, please.
Ms. Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, I believe the lease agreement with the Rough Riders speaks to providing the video display board and signs up to the level that equivalent of what was provided when the stadium was built. But if the group wanted, if the Rough Riders wanted to have anything above and beyond that, that would be their responsibility to pay.
Okay, so according to that lease words, it does sound like that could possibly be their responsibility for this upgrade.
No, we are required to provide up to the level of what was installed when the stadium was built, And if they wanted a higher level technology or a higher level screen than that, that would be their responsibility to pay the difference in cost.
Okay, so maybe I need a clarification. I thought that they were upgrading and that this is an upgrade.
No, this is changing because they're end of life.
Okay, so
They're failing.
So it's end of life. It's not an upgrade because I was under the understanding that this is a brand new technology and new sign and all of that.
No, the current video display board signs, all of the ribbon boards around the outside of Mosaic and the Maxtron are at end of life.
Through the chair, if I may add, they're at end of life and they are several years old, and just by the nature of them being replaced means they're a newer technology. Would that be clear, Ms. Burton?
Correct.
Okay, but they are comparable in, like, other than the inflation of time, they are comparable?
That's correct.
Okay. And then I do have another question about our Mosaic Reserve. When do we expect our Mosaic Reserve to go back up? And how do we plan to get there? And how are we going to get a healthy place with our reserve?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Burton, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, the Mosaic Reserve is expected to be in a positive position again in 2034. The funding that goes into the Mosaic Reserve every year is based on the use of Mosaic. So if we were to see more events where we get that facility charge, the $12 surcharge or things like that, then it would be sooner. But right now, our estimate has it going back into the positive in 2034.
How many events are we planning to have to get to be in the positive in the 2034 goal?
I believe the estimate to get to 2034 is represents the funding that we get from the Rough Riders football games.
Through the chair, if I may add, any additional events that occur that are stadium events would be in addition to the rider revenues, which are not incorporated into that projection.
So that projection is with the rider games alone, we would get into the positive in 2034. And does that account for the maintenance and other operations we may need to take out of the reserve?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
And how much do we currently put into our reserve and pay into Mosaic Stadium annually from our taxes?
Through the chair, Mosaic Stadium operates on a reserve and is self-funded reserve. So revenues that come in go into the reserve, and any expenditures that we have for operations and maintenance come out of the reserve. The tax base does not. There is no property tax allocation to fund Mosaic Stadium. Sorry. Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Burton's going to correct me.
Go ahead, Ms. Burton.
Thank you. Through the chair, there is a property tax allocation that was contemplated when the RRI Stadium Reserve was created. In 2025, the property tax allocation that went to the Mosaic Stadium Reserve was $10.86 million.
Okay. In our budget book, and I think we have to go to Mr. May there, it does say that money goes to Mosaic from our mill rate. So can I clarify that?
Mr. May, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Burton is correct. When the stadium was constructed, and we put together our 30-year funding and financing model for the stadium, the council of the day directed a dedicated mill rate to help fund the repayment of Mosaic Stadium debt and its ongoing operations over the 30-year life of those loans and of the stadium. So that dedicated stream of property tax revenue to the stadium is around $10.8 million per year, as Ms. Burton said. To your earlier question about how is it that we're going to repay the Mosaic Stadium Reserve, we are forecasting operating surpluses at the stadium in the order of $1.8 to $2.2 million over that period of time. And that's just its normal annual operations. We are taking in more revenue than we are putting out in operating costs, and those are meant to pay for capital, and then in this case, replenish the reserve for capital that we have to do in advance.
Okay. I think that answered those questions. Yeah, and then since we are going to like the minus 10 million in this reserve, I still don't quite grasp how this all works out in the end of the day, but it's because of the balancing of the reserves. We can balance our sheets. That's how that works.
I'll just let Mr. May answer that question. Go ahead, Mr. May.
Through the mayor, that's correct. We're looking right now at Mosaic Stadium in isolation of the rest of the city. When you add it up to the rest of the city, we are in a positive balance in our reserves overall. Again, for context, at December 31st, 2025, the city had $121 million in cash on hand and another $473 million in investments. So we are able to cash flow this work right now with existing cash reserves.
Okay. In my learning about football in the past little bit, one of the things I learned is that one of the best ways for us to get more games is to get in host finals. So I just wanted to point that out, that the more games we win and the more we get in the finals, it seems to be the best boost for the stadium. So go Riders, go that way. And I think with that amendment that I put forward earlier to understand the rule games and that, an understanding that we do need the new turf, and if it's the clock, I can be in favor with this. I don't like I don't like that we can go minus $10 million in a reserve and go for a scorecard clock and these things, and at the same meeting,
But 1 minute left.
debate over 2.2 for transit. It doesn't make me feel very good, but I do understand this, and I do appreciate the work that's being put in, and I do appreciate, I know that amendment didn't pass for that report, but I guess my question is, will you still be able to provide a memo with that information, with that amendment information?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, yes, we can certainly provide a memo.
Okay. I guess that's the most important question I should ask first. So I do appreciate getting that information.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Beazle, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to have a point of clarification. So in the audit and finance meeting that we had last month and coming up again, we're having discussions around what is considered a negative reserve, if it actually makes sense or not. So the reserve account, and Mr. May, jump in at any time, it's not like you have 27 bank accounts. It's an Excel spreadsheet that you're tracking expense. You got a min-max on it. All Mr. May has said that in this event that it goes to negative, it's not like you owe money into this reserve. It's at zero. The number is zero. You don't have a min, it's at zero. The max is the max. Money is coming out of the cash, which is our cash investments that cover the cost of this. So it's, it's a misconception if we say we have a negative reserve, because that means it's coming out of the cash.
Okay, Mr. May, is there anything you would like to add or clarify?
Yes, through you, Mayor, thank you. Both things are true. We are paying for the work in advance with the cash. Our accounting records will reflect that this particular reserve is in a negative position, and we're doing that. We have subdivided various operations of the city into their own reserves. We have the general fund reserve, which is everything that isn't segregated. This is a piece that's segregated. And for the purposes of clarity, of transparency, when the admin bylaw was created and this reserve was created through the admin bylaw, my apologies, it was specified that we knew that there would be timing issues with the amount of revenue we could generate at the stadium versus when capital work would need to happen, that they probably wouldn't match. So under the bylaw, this one is allowed to go into the negative, and it sits there, and we'll be able to see it, and we'll be able to know and understand that we have an issue here that we are working to repay over time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. May, for the clarification and information. I don't see any further questions, so I will go to Councillor Mancinelli to close debate. Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks, Mr. Bashinsky. Appreciate the debate on this one. I have to say, when I say football, like 7.99 billion people think of soccer. Really, football, as we know it to be played with your hands, is only really in the States and Canada. There's 2 professional leagues. One of them plays with the type of field we're looking at changing ours over to. The CFL is the one making the change. All the junior football, all the university football, all the high school football, it all feeds, just like that big league song by Tom Cochrane, it all feeds those kids hoping to play in the big leagues. And so I think that if the CFL's moving to match the NFL, I'd have to imagine that all the feeder leagues that move towards the CFL will end up matching the CFL, because I think they're all kind of connected, because that's how football seems to work, unless you're in Ireland, because then you're playing it with your feet. So when we're debating this, I found it to be really micromanaging administration, because for last week's debate and this week's debate, they seem to be in tune, aware, having spoken to, already planned for consultants, and they had all the answers for all the questions we could dream of. And if I seem short, that's because I feel like we were micromanaging, and so I have to apologize. That's why it came across that way. To me, it was just a common sense thing that if the big boys made this change, the smaller leagues would follow up, because that's really their idols. That's what they're playing towards. That's who they look up to. And it seems like one of those hand-in-hand moves in society, kind of like what Councillor Rasevich talked about. If you put the field there, they'll play. If they're playing because they love the game and they want to move forward, they'll keep on matching their heroes. So my apologies if I came across a little short, but this was kind of, 1 + 1 is 2 to me on this one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote as amended.
Through you, Chair, the main motion as amended is carried in a vote result of 10-1. Those voting in favor as follows are Councillors Fro, Sickles, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radin, Zakidniak, Flores, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky, and the member voting against is Councillor Turnbull.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 26-82, the wastewater stormwater bylaw number 2016-24, proposed amendments. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Bezo to please introduce the report.
Did we miss 81? Mayor? The Bill Conlon.
It was a consent agenda item, so that's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, Mayor, get ready for this one. Pipes and pumps.
Pipes and pumps.
Pipes and pumps. You like this one. Mayor, at the last council meeting, we had some information with regards to bylaw amendments outlined in Appendix A of the report, which is the wastewater stormwater bylaw number 2016-24 with proposed amendments. All the details are laid out in the appendix. And at this point, I will introduce the report.
Thank you. Can I have a motion, or can I have someone move the report with an amendment to Appendix A of its attachment EX 26-72, the wastewater and stormwater bylaw number 2016-24, proposed amendments to correct mineral grease limit of 100 milligrams per liter to read as mineral grease limit of 25 milligrams per liter. Councillor Radins, and a seconder. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Radins, would you like to speak to the report? Okay, any questions from members on this? Seeing no questions, Councillor Radins, are you good?
Can we please carry on?
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 26-84, citizen appointments to Board of Revision. And I'll ask Acting City Clerk Amber Ackerman to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This report is before you today to facilitate the appointments of 2 citizen members to sit on the Board of Revision. There was 2 members appointed in the fall that had to resign for their own reasons. And therefore, today before you are 2 recommended appointments.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro and a seconder. Councillor Burton. Councillor Fro, would you like to speak to the report?
No.
Any questions from members on the report? Seeing none, Councillor Fro, would you like to close? I will ask the clerk to start the vote then.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 26-85, 2030/2032 Federation of Canadian Municipalities Annual Conference and Trade Show. I will ask Deputy City Manager J.J. to introduce the report.
Thank you. And through the chair, the City of Regina administration is recommending an approval of up to $200,000 from the Events, Conventions and Trade Show Fund to support the bid to host the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, annual conference and trade show in 2030 or 2032. Events, conventions, and trade shows are important drivers of the local, provincial, and national economy, contributing to trade and investment outcomes, job creation, and tourism. The ECT policy and fund are designed to attract events which contribute to our community's economic prosperity by boosting the visitor economy through domestic and international visitation, such as transport, hotels, retail, and restaurants, facilitating small business growth by connecting buyers and sellers, enabling knowledge sharing leading to innovation and business collaboration, and providing a platform for international trade and investment. Attracting these events to Regina, it also plays a significant role in supporting the City of Regina's vision to become Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity by building the community's reputation as a destination of choice and an attractive place to visit, live, work, and play. The conference is 7 days long and is estimated to bring about 2,500 people to the city. The event impact summary completed by FCM for hosting the FCM annual conference and trade show is that there will be about a $4.5 million to $6 million boost to the local economy during the event. Supporting the FCM conference and trade show in Regina is a positive opportunity that creates opportunities for local businesses, organizations, institutions, and community partners to engage directly with municipal leaders from across Canada. At this time, the ECT fund has earmarked about $60,000 for events in 2030 and $50,000 in 2032, leaving the remaining budget in those calendar years available to support this event. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I will move this report and I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll just briefly say this is something that is supported and run a lot through, a lot of the support is run through my office. Very much support the visibility it brings to the city, and obviously for all the reasons that Ms. Johnson did mention. So I'll look to see if there's any questions on the report. Seeing none, I don't need to close debate, so we'll go to vote. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Sickley's? Just need your vote. Thank you. That's okay.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, just to make sure we get through these, we're going to consider our bylaws. So heads up, Councillor Bezo. We're gonna. You got your you got your bylaws in front of you. Perfect. Okay, I'm ready if you're ready. Okay, we'll now consider the following bylaws: 2026-36, a bylaw of the City of Regina concerning a plan for certain employees and elected officials, repeal B, and 2026-37, the Regina Transit Fare Amendment Bylaw 2026 number 2. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Bezo to do first reading of the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws number 2026-36 and 2026-37 be introduced and read at a first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, first reading of the 2 bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bezo, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will move, seconded by Councillor Rasevich, that bylaws number 2026-36 and 2026-37 be read a second time.
Does any member have any questions on the bylaws? Okay, so seeing none, I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the second reading of the bylaws.
Through you, Mayor, second reading of the 2 bylaws is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bezo, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
Yes, thank you, Mary. Our move, seconded by Councillor Teclis, that bylaws number 2026-36 and 2026-37 go into a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, consent for third reading of the 2 bylaws is carried unanimously as required by law.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Bezo, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Fro, that bylaws number 2026-36 and 2026-37 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor, third and final reading of the 2 bylaws is carried unanimously.
So, Councillor Sickley's, one of your motions is next, but we don't have the delegation on yet. Would you like to wait on this motion, or do you want to proceed and we would forego, if that delegation isn't available, then we would forego, or we could move this in a different order of the meeting? Okay, so we'll, so we will move to, we'll now consider MN 26-10, 9th Avenue North traffic improvements. And I will go to Councillor Mancinelli to introduce your motion.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just having problems bringing it up. Give me a second here so I got something to stare at in front of me. And that's not working well, so I'll just go for it. Okay. The reason for this motion is the stretch of the ring road that ends up in 9th Avenue North between Courtney and the bypass. That stretch of road was formerly a grid road that was paved over once the bypass was finished. You guys might remember I asked that we held trucks off that stretch of road for safety. What's happening now is Costco's being developed, and the ring road should be one of the major thoroughfares for people to traverse on their way to Costco from the north end of the city. To start to increase traffic on that road, I believe poses a danger to the neighborhood. The road is single lane, no deviation between the oncoming lanes, with poor falling off shoulders, as well as a re-engineered intersection at Fairways West that incorporates a left turn lane into what was formerly the oncoming lane. As an interim measure without a lot of traffic, Regina has a lot of roads to worry about. But with the advent of Costco and the debate that it's brought and the admission about the type of traffic and draw that Costco is, alongside the fact that our transportation network is out of alignment with our growth plan, and it's going to take a little bit to catch it up. This turns a blind left turn onto a busy street into a really dangerous intersection. When you start to think of the different weather circumstances that people run into, whether it be snow or fog, incorporated with people's driving habits, administration usually comes back to us with traffic recommendations based on the best data of what's happened for dangerous accidents and problems. What I'm asking for here is administration to come back with a revised speed limit to compensate for the fact that I don't want to wait for a problem to happen. We've already seen, or believe, I think, that Costco is a big investment for a big draw for our community, so we know that road's going to get used. Coopertown's growth will cause that road to be rebuilt, so administration's already in the process of planning to revise it for a proper expressway for the type of traffic it's supposed to handle and will be handling. It's just caught at an orphan stage between our growth plan because how it came out of organization. So to try to keep this safe so we don't have to wait for a couple really serious accidents when there's a real rush to go to Costco, considering that this will be rebuilt and repaired within the next number of years as Coopertown goes out, I'm asking for support for administration to go out, do a little bit of thinking, and come back with a revised speed limit change to make this safe for both the users of the road and the residents as we expand on a road that isn't being expanded. So this is an interim measure. We all have our problems in our wards. We have high traffic spots that could have been engineered better. I have a couple of those too floating throughout where I really wonder about, but this is a bit different. We all recognized what was being done when Costco went out to the GTH. We know the draw it has. I've been talking about this since you guys arrived in council. It's really easily visually verified if you just drive down the road and see where they've reincorporated a left turn lane into a formerly oncoming lane. No right lane deviation on a 70-kilometer road. And then you imagine maybe a son or a daughter or a niece, 17 years old, on their way to school on a foggy morning. That's the type of data that would facilitate administration to lift their hand to take action, being that this is just an interim till Coopertown allows for that to be rebuilt. I'm just asking to add the safety ahead of time so we don't have to have a horrible incident. I'm not asking for a big change, a small speed limit change, and I'm hoping it'll be for a short duration while they actually fix the road.
Okay, I'm just going to ask for a seconder on your motion. Councillor Burton? Okay. And you got about a minute left if you have any other comments or questions, Councilor Manson.
No, I think I've made my point well across. There's no timelines or anything on this, but the point of the motion is for this to happen ahead of Costco, so the timeline's built into the motion. There again, I'm not asking for what speed to go to or saying it must be, but it's for a speed limit lowering, so that's kind of built into the motion as well. So yeah, I'm expecting this to drop down to a more reasonable limit to allow for traffic maneuvers in that area and safety for the residents until we can do a proper job on the road.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. I'll look to questions from members. Councilor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so I do have some questions. I guess my first one is I appreciate the concerns, excuse me, that Councilor Mancinelli is bringing forward. Additionally, we're talking about this new Costco opening. The implications of the Costco opening in relation to traffic and the impacts of that traffic for Costco extend just beyond that one area. I guess my first question to Councilor Mancinelli would be, would you be amenable to point D, that would be also them talking about the implications with the Costco opening on traffic safety in the area, period, not just in that area, but also other traffic implications that we need to consider. I'm okay with starting with this, but I think we should also consider it more broadly. Like, what are the other implications?
Just in reply, because this is a little bit of an orphan, administration's currently working on a Northwest master traffic plan. That would be throughout the area, Dewdney all the way out to Armour. That'll encompass all of our major arterials and our traffic motions and everything else. Once again, the reason I'm asking for this is because this was a re-engineered grid road that follows through the rest of Ring Road, that has the same speed limit as the rest of Ring Road, but only has 2 oncoming lanes and a left turn coming into it. It's kind of been set to the side and never been invested in as we opened the bypass, and now we're opening this Costco. That master Northwest traffic plan, I think it should do exactly what you're asking for and what we all expect in finding the safety and the flow that we need out of the northwest corner of the city. This is an interim measure for something we don't have the funds to properly support otherwise.
Okay, so I will direct some questions to administration then as a starting point. I guess my first question for administration is the report back time frame for part 1 was requested to be Q4 of this year. So just want to check in about that report back and whatever else if there's other feedback you'd like to give.
Just before that, I just want to note it's 8:57, so we're less than 3 minutes away from our mandatory stoppage. So I'll just look to see if any councillor is wanting to make a motion to extend, or if not, then we would have to stop. We'll have to stop right at 9 o'clock. Councillor Burton?
Okay, because I would make a motion to adjourn instead. So, but that's okay. I'll just vote against.
Sorry, yeah, Councillor Burton, sorry, saw him put his hand up to motion to extend. So I'll see if there's a seconder for motion to extend. Councillor Sickleys, okay. Okay, so seconders. Okay. So Councillor Burton, is there anything you'd like to speak to on extending the meeting?
Get her done.
Okay, I see questions from councillors on the motion to extend. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to go around and see if anyone had any considerations that they couldn't be able to stay, or any children things or anything that before I make my vote. I would like to know how people have on their agendas. I don't want to make a vote without knowing who I'm affecting and why.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turnbull. If anybody else has questions or would like to comment? Okay, Councillor Radens. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to know how many more items we have to go over tonight.
Sure,
because
so there's
I don't
this-
want to be here till midnight, to be honest. I have to be at work at.
So there's this one and then two other items. So there's the MN 26-9, urgent pedestrian safety and accessibility lighting retrofits in Harbor Landing, and then the MN 26-11, establishment of a mayor's heroism board. Those are the two after this one that we're on right now.
Okay, so we figure this might take, what, an hour, or half an hour?
I don't.
Well, there's been a lot of talking already.
Okay, so I don't think we can predict necessarily. I'm not sure what
Okay,
comments or
so
questions.
I'll be in favor of staying, but I think for 1 hour, and that's about all I'm gonna give you.
Okay, Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
I'm not in favor of staying, and I just want to quickly note that I think that, you know, there's a reason that we do our meetings for a time frame in this for 8 hours, up to 8 hours. Beyond that, I don't think there is the same amount of energy and attention or care put into our discussion. And so, you know, out of respect, honestly, to my colleagues who took the time to craft motions, I don't want to rush through them, and I think that's what we will be trying to do if we extend the meeting. So I don't think we make our best decisions when we do these, when we extend the meetings like this. So I will not be in favor.
Okay, any other questions before we vote on extending the meeting? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Burton, anything to close on extending the meeting? Okay. Okay, so we'll. Okay, okay, I'll just ask anyone opposed to extending the meeting. Keep your hands up for a second. Okay, so with that, the motion to extend the meeting passes, so we will continue and we will go back to administration to answer Councillor Zakiniak's question. If you need to reiterate again, I know it was a minute, so go ahead.
Are we asking me to reiterate?
I would say maybe just reiterate your question
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
I don't even think I necessarily got to the question. So where I was asking Councillor Mancinelli, and I said that I would ask administration. So I think the question then is for administration for, oh yes, it was about that timeline. Does the Q4 2026 timeline, does that work for administration? And then also the opportunity to just respond to this motion generally.
Who would like to speak to that? Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we, well, the proposed timeline is okay. I think our preference would be to allow for a little bit more time, potentially into Q2 of 2027.
And I guess for, oh, sorry, was there anything else or just that?
Through the chair, I've got multiple pages of Q&A. So like we have lots of potential responses to potential questions. So
okay, we can start with that then. What is the timeline for the opening of Costco? I know it's changed in multiple times. Like what's the current updated opening projection for this new Costco?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So currently, everything indicates that Costco is scheduled to open, I believe, in Q4 of 27. I would also like to add that at the time of the development application of the Costco, we did, as we do for most of these types of priorities or projects, do a traffic impact analysis. At that time, the traffic impact analysis for the Costco indicated some fairly significant improvements, but none of which were impacting 9th Avenue North.
What were the improvements that came up in the traffic impact analysis?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Grazier, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Grazier.
Yeah, through the chair, the impacts were mainly located closer to the site, so kind of the turning lanes and some signalization, but more isolated, just along Dudney and Pinkie near where the Costco is located.
So, because those came up in the traffic impact analysis, does that mean that's work that will be done prior to Costco opening, or like what's the plan for those then?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Yes, anything that is impacting traffic for those types of development has to concur with the opening of the business. Or yes.
So this would be in the immediate vicinity of Costco.
Through the chair, as Mr. Grazier indicated, I think most of the improvements were related to Dudney and signalization at Pinkie. And Pinkie and Dudney intersection.
Okay. I guess to the mover of the motion, so administration's indicated that Q2 2027 would work better for them. Costco is currently projected to open now in Q4 of 27. Do you have any thoughts on potentially changing your timeline? Does that work for you, or are you interested in that?
I need a mic, please.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I worked with administration on this motion. I actually have no problems with the timeline being changed through it. The impetus of the motion was to beat the Costco opening.
Yeah.
Once again, noting the traffic changes to Pinkie and Dudney. And there's only a couple ways to get there, and how many people live in Uplands, Welsh Acres, Regent Park, Northern View West, and Sherwood Estates, and all the other subdivisions that bridge the ring road to get to that location. Those are all the feeders that lead to those intersections they talked about, and I strongly suspect they might be coming down 9th Avenue North to get to that intersection. So once again, that's why I push for why I'm looking at this so strongly.
Okay, so Q2 2027, okay?
Okay, I'm just going to check with Councillor Burton if you're okay with that, as well as the seconder. Yep, okay, thank you.
And I guess as well, so we have the report for 1, but points 2 through 4 are not a part of that report and do have, so this is just work that would occur, but we don't know what the costs are. Is that, like this would be us directing administration to take on that work, 2 through 4, but we don't actually have the costing in front of us. So just to confirm, that is accurate. I don't know who wants to confirm that.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I think I can refer that question to Mr. Warren for a high-level cost estimate.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I think we estimated that for additional truck prohibited signage, it would be around $3,500. And solar powered speed feedback signs would be about $15,000 for 2 of them. And just a flag that obviously this would be unplanned work, and implementing those those new signage requests and the new speed feedback request would be, I guess we'd need to be deferring some of our current existing plan work, likely scheduled traffic accommodation, traffic calming locations. So there would be some trade-offs there that we would need to look at.
Thank you. I wonder if the mover has any interest in just having all of those items as part of the report back in Q4 of 2026, so we can make sure that we have comprehensive information before we're directing administration to move forward.
Councilman Mancinelli?
I'm fine. Just for a little bit of depth to it, when you mentioned the change up for the sign for $3,500 for no truck sign, I never considered that as budgeting matters with such a small amount. It was more of just a correction because they have a sign the size of a postage stamp and a lot of mistaken trucks coming down the wrong way. So if you think that's better for coming through and cooperating, I'm all in. Noting the size of budget items we usually debate, they start out in the hundreds of thousands, and this is well under. I wasn't trying to sneak anything through. It was just that, I thought it was
Yeah, it's just because there's the other costs, and then they're saying, oh, it'll have these other repercussions. So I just want to make sure that.
If you're more comfortable with that way, I have no
having-
problems at all. I wasn't trying to pull a fast one. It just seems small on the money scale compared to our usual debates.
Okay, so thank you. And then
So
just.
can we make sure, are we making an adjustment? Is that, I just want to clarify before we move on, so we capture that. So can someone just iterate the adjustment?
So I had asked if he would be amenable to having everything as part of the report back in Q4 of 2026. So now I guess it's a point one with A, B, C, D, E, F.
Yeah, really, it has no bearing. If the report comes back with it, these things all happen to have for what the report recommends, so they tie together, so it's kind of semantics. I'm good with it either way.
Okay, so instead of directing, it'll come as a report before actually directing the work. That's what I'm understanding. I'm just gonna go to Councillor Burton, if you're okay with that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and so I guess the only thank you, by the way, to Councillor Mancinelli. I mean, I think my only concern about this, as I already mentioned to Councillor Mancinelli, is when we're talking, I understand the concerns he's talking about on 9th Avenue North specifically. When we bring Costco into the mix, I'm aware that there's broader concerns and impacts on that, not just on 9th Avenue North, on Dudney, as was already mentioned.
About 30 seconds left.
These are the sorts of things that I have conversations with my residents regularly about. So if we do this, this is just a report back. Will we continue to get information about traffic impacts on the broader area of Costco in other ways?
Ms. Braden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we are doing the work, as Councillor Mancinelli indicated, on that Northwest Transportation Study. And so that will take into account all of the future growth in the northwest side of the city, as well as the future development or the development of the Costco, et cetera. So it'll include a review of the current conditions using data, field observations, and then previous studies for more than 30 of the intersections in the Northwest study area. So yes.
Okay, last quick question.
Okay, just the timing of when that's going to come back to council.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will refer that question to Mr. Grazier, please.
Mr. Grazier, go ahead.
Through the chair, the study that Ms. Bryden mentioned is in the process of being finalized over the next couple of months, and that will be a really big input into our transportation master plan update, as well as some of other long-range planning. And I believe the intent with this motion, with one of the points, was to provide a bit of an overview in the return report on some of the findings coming out of that study. So that could be layered into that, I guess now Q2 2027 return report. Yeah, through the chair, I don't envision it as it being maybe the whole study, but yeah, certainly a synopsis and overview.
Okay, Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. If I can provide clarification. So the transportation master plan is expected to be completed in late 2027.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
At the risk of sounding like Councillor Mancinelli, I actually don't think this is our role. I hear that there's a Northwest report. I hear there's a master plan. I don't believe it's our role to direct administration to particular traffic issues. One of the first exposures to city council I ever had before maybe Shannon and Jason were here, was council fighting over speed limits and changing the speed limits on the floor. And I don't think that is our role to get into, like, we have these reports that come to us, and there are traffic calming measures which are happening in Ward 5 I don't want to risk because I put this forward. University Park Drive and Arcola is third or fourth for collisions as part of the Arcola traffic study. I don't, like, that work is happening, And when we have these reports that have all the reasons we do things and why, and when they come, it takes all this into it. And what I've heard administration say is there's at least 2 reports coming. And I also know that this is a precedent. Also seen other upcoming motions of all these motions which are specific to wards and roads and infrastructure items. What we've done is have all these plans which identify our analytics and our data, and administration has done the work to figure out what needs to come through and do the report. So on principle, I'm against the pushing a ward specific issue on top of the line. And so I guess my question would be is if this didn't come up from a counselor, would it have come up anyways? And how would have this been dealt with?
Ms. Braden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, as we indicated, that Northwest Sector Transportation Study will feed into, it'll be a major piece of work that feeds into our transportation master plan. So any kinds of changes in the roadways would come through that process.
So I can't support this. It sounds like is taking one piece from one ward and giving it special treatment when we do have all of these things, and I think it's a dangerous precedent for us to do. It sounds like the work is being done. Yeah, and I don't ever want to repeat of what I witnessed years ago with the speed limit being discussed on council back and forth over and over again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly through the chair, Ms. Burton answered my question. I mean, I do think Councillor Mazzinelli cautioned us about the level of governments we should engage in. And at the same time, I think he's raised a pretty important point around public safety. And so I too am cautious about us coming forward with a laundry list. This is not that, but a laundry list of things specific to our ward when we have a process to determine what traffic calming or other safety requirements are needed in this city. So it is a challenge, but I think what I see here is asking for information. I don't see a lot of pushback from administration, but I think I would reiterate part of Council Turnbull's comments that we've got to be mindful. We all have a laundry list of areas in our specific ward that we're concerned about. Saying that, I think what Jason has asked for, Councillor Mazzinelli rather, is reasonable, but we should heed his advice previously to the extent that we can moving forward. So I'll support this, and I appreciate Ms. Bryden's comments, because that's what I was going to ask, is what is the typical process for us to make decisions on that? And we should follow that. That does not mean from time to time, when there's a justified, well-reasoned suggestion, like I believe Jason has made, that we can't collect information as he's asking here. So that's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. I'll just briefly, I think given what I'm seeing is this is now, it's simply a report bringing it back information. I know Councillor Mazzinelli has indicated he's trying to get information to relate to his residents in his area about what this would look like or could look like to solve a problem, and he did indicate it was temporary. So for all those reasons, I will support this motion. Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I just want a little bit of clarification because I do agree it's in Councillor Mazzinelli's own advice, it's hard to kind of do one-off suggestions or asks. However, it is my understanding that providing this information does not take away from the work in any other portions of the city. Rather, it is kind of like a proactive measure from a councillor in a space where he's noticed some concerns and is asking to bring information to relate those concerns, right? It's not necessarily we're going to do this instead of that, or we're skipping the line, or like anything like that in relation to the work.
Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. So anytime we're doing a specific work, it does take away from what's on our existing work plans. Having said that, we are doing the Northwest study. We do have some data information. I don't know, what it would take away from, and I would refer that question to Mr. Grazer if he wants to speak to that. I suspect that, this is data that we're collecting already, but I'll refer that question.
Mr. Grazer, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, as Ms. Bryden alluded to, the timing works with that Northwest study nearing completion, as well as some of the analysis that we've already done in the lead up to this. So, those components, will be ready to be integrated into this report and analysis here. I'm not sure if Mr. Warren might want to add anything on the operational side of things, though.
Mr. Warren, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So no, I would just echo similar comments. Some of this work, most of this work, we have existing data, and when it comes to installing signage and things like that, we have costs associated with that, and these are things that we do on a daily basis. So it might might displace some of the work or defer some of the work down the line, but ultimately when it comes to providing the information for the report, it's fairly minimal.
Thank you for that. Through you, Mayor, would it defer any urgent work, or would it defer work that we can deem as, because what I'm reading from here is like with the construction of the Costco there, we're seeing an increased need for some of this work to be done. So I just want to make sure, and I think that was some of the concerns that Councillor Turnbull raised, is not wanting to defer other necessary work. But would it be fair to assume that we can trust administration that while we know some stuff might be deferred, it wouldn't be urgent work or work that is safety related work?
Just before I go to administration, I think Councillor Turnbull has a point of clarification. Go ahead.
Yes, I just am hearing two conflicting things. Earlier, Mr. Warren mentioned the cost things and that it would possibly take away from other calming measures in different parts of the city. And now I'm hearing that it's not. So I would just like that point of clarification if this is going to affect other things. Because earlier you said it would, and now it's sounding like it's being said that it's not.
Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Through the chair, the reason that it's changed is because the motion has changed. So now we're just bringing a report back. We're not doing any physical work in the field.
Guess the follow-up would be that, so the report back would then say what it would be displacing?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yes, and the costs associated with that.
Okay, sorry, back to you, Councillor Flores.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So yeah, just confirming if it would be, because my only concern with this, I have no concerns with the report, and I see some merit in this, and I see some merit in some of the concerns that were raised, but it's just confirming that that we are mindful that if there are things that are urgent or safety related, this wouldn't necessarily impede that work, but rather that report would show us like what the priorities would be like with any other work around the city.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, by pushing it out to Q2 of 2027, we can build our work plan to make sure we can meet the objectives of this report without having any significant safety concerns of pushing other work out.
All right. Thank you for that. Through you, Mayor, just seeing that the motion has changed to meet timelines that work for administration to make sure that this does not cause any safety or urgent work delays. And knowing that Councillor Mancinelli did work with administration to inform this motion, I'm okay supporting something that asks for information about creating safety, traffic-related things in his ward. I don't believe this is a case where it's like ward-specific. Even though it's happening in his ward, it is asking for a report to mitigate something that is happening there. So I'm okay supporting a report that asks for that type of information. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions, so I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli to close debate on his motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the debate. So I don't really want to report on how fast you can drive on the last portion of 9th Avenue North just to make administration write a bunch of words down. What I'm asking for is a safety change for the residents of Regina. I've heard this referred to as a report now, like it's something we can pick up and read once we get it back. If that's how you're viewing it, just vote it down. I don't want to make administration write a bunch of words down so we can read it and move it along. That's wasteful. What I'm saying is there's 200,000 people in Regina. About 80,000 of them live north of Sherwood and west and east of that. And when we open up with Costco, a whole bunch of them are going to hop on the ring road and drive out to the new Costco. And that's going to take them down that stretch of 9th Avenue North. That stretch, although not many people drive it because there's no pull there. I don't know how many councillors have taken the time to drive it. It has drop-offs and potholes along the shoulder that get covered up in the winter and suck you in and suck you into the ditch. It's got a little swing-out right lane that you're allowed to drive straight through. But if you can't see it because the lines are covered up with snow, once again, you get sucked in the ditch and possibly a turnover. It's got entrance from People to West Hill to turn onto the ring road heading towards the bypass. They only have a stop sign but no signalized actions for anyone coming any which way, and a lot of days with snow and fog. And like I said, we're going to put a Costco and a bunch of people wanting to get out there. So a report just to denote a speed limit, don't support that. That's wasteful. I'm expecting us to come back and say, yeah, you know what, this Costco, they got a big pull. There's a lot of people going to be hopping down here, and we can't rebuild this stretch till Coopertown gets going for a couple of years. So we're going to recommend to lower the speed limit 10 or 20 kilometers an hour, I guess 20 kilometers an hour for 500 meters or 600 meters, whatever it measures out to make sure it's safe for the people at West Hill and the people getting to Costco, and we don't have a fatal T intersection like what used to happen before the bypass over by White City and Pilot Butte and all those bedroom communities that had to enter onto the Trans-Canada Highway at level intersections. I just want a bit of safety for everyone in Regina until we can adjust the roadway and have a proper moving expressway like what's been planned and what's been working on the big plan. The talk about minimizing this down to a report and costing, like I said, they said $3,500 for a sign. Between utility and capital, we're dealing in the billions a year in budgeting. Like these are a couple speed signs. If you don't agree with the solar, okay, like I'm just trying to make sure people know how fast they're going and bring a bit of attention, or the same thing for the mobile sign that we move all over the city. I might display someone else's location for a year with a change in this speed limit on this stretch. But I'm not trying to get one ahead on my word on anyone else's, and I'm not trying to sneak one by for costing or anything like that. So when they say report, if you believe in this, then just accept it's going to be a speed limit sign change, and there's a bit of cost to that. And I hope I can get this through before Costco, because it might not be a Ward 9 resident. It might be someone else that encounters the problem, because I'm sure this will exponentially increase traffic along the ring road to get to a Costco. I don't have any doubts. I don't think I'm crazy for that. So I'm not meaning to sound aggressive, because I find I'm sounding that way today, but it's just like the language used and the minimizing of it. I know it's just a report, but it's because I want the speed limit sides changed, and there's a couple dollars behind that. And it's not because I want to displace any of your residents. Just want it to be safe till we can get it corrected with proper planning and designing of the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. So with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 10-1. Those voting in favor as follows are Councillors Fro, Seklis, Bezo, Mancinelli, Burton, Radins, Zakitniak, Flores, Rasovich, and Mayor Pashinsky. And the member voting against is Councillor Turnbull.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Sikleys. I think you wanted to move something on your delegations and on your motion there. Go ahead.
Are you reading my mind?
A little
That's
bit.
what my fortune cookie told me. I'd like to table my motion to a future date and the requisite delegations that aren't here.
To the July 29th meeting, to the next meeting?
I think it's the 29th, is that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, so we will table motion MN 26-9, the delegation, communication, and motion to the July 29th City Council meeting. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Mancinelli. Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, last but not least, we will now consider item MN 26-11, establishment of a Mayor's Heroism Award. And I will introduce my motion. So just to introduce it quickly, part of my goals is around supporting great people and great things happening in our community. This is something that a lot of other cities do, so my intention with this is to look for council's support if others feel the same in recognizing individuals in our community. So this is not directive of what the criteria is. This is to see if council is amenable to going, and it'll be mostly done through my office to do the work to bring back comparable cities and establish a framework for a heroism award from my office. So with that, I'll look for a seconder, if Councillor Sickley's. Thank you. And yeah, I don't need to speak any further. I think that's pretty clear. So I'll look to any questions that members have. Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Good job, Mayor. Fully support this motion. I'm just going to comment that there are a couple, processes out there right now through the Governor General of Lieutenant Governors. So I would encourage whatever protocol comes back to ensure the people that are awarded this in the future have the ability to actually wear this as a ribbon and as a medal.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. That is noted. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Hi. Okay, so I have a amendment that I would like to include. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out if it makes any kind of sense to do that or do it as a standalone. And so just bear with me in terms of my rationale. I support what you're looking at doing, though I did go and look up some information pertaining to awards and what the city currently does in terms of recognition for people in the community. So maybe you could put that up and then we could see where we're going to go with this. Okay. Currently.
So I'll get you to.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I'll get you to introduce it, and then I'll look for a seconder, and then you can speak to it further.
Sure. So to move in an amendment, seconded, okay, the City Council direct administration to bring as part of the, well, you guys can read that there yourself, eligibility criteria and definitions options for the inclusion of recognition of people who volunteer from the community on councils of committees and quasi-judicial boards. So, sorry, it's a little bit kind of wordy.
Okay. Okay, I will look for a seconder for the amendment. Oh, sorry, Councillor Turnbull. Okay. Councillor Radens, you can go ahead and speak to your amendment.
Okay, so what I've spent some time researching what we do for recognition and recognizing people in our community, and currently there is the YWCA, who annually recognizes women of distinction from various categories. There is the Regina 25 Awards. Economic Development Regina celebrates community-driven individuals under various categories: game changers, bold innovators, grassroots community leaders, and growers. That is funded with some of the $2.1 million City of Regina businesses, and the Paragon Awards, Regina District Chamber of Commerce, who honors local businesses, entrepreneurs for economic well-being, community involvement, and business excellence. Municipal Heritage Awards, City of Regina, that recognizes projects that preserve or enhance city's architectural and cultural heritage. Henry Baker's Scholarship Awards, City of Regina, students that excel in their studies. So, and provincially, there are so many awards: the Order of Merit, Volunteer Medal, Saskatchewan Protective Service Medal, Premier's Award for Excellence in the Public Service, Lieutenant Governor's Heritage Award. Regina residents are usually recognized provincially and nationally by organizations that partner with the Lieutenant Governor and federal government. Federally, there are also a few Order of Canada, the Order of Canada, Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers, Meritorious Service Decorations, Exemplary Service Medals. And so far, not a lot of cities participate in this, which is designed to recognize heroes, bravery, and volunteerism. And so some of the municipalities that I found were Toronto, which is a Mayor's Community Safety Awards. Then there's Jasper, Vaughan, Leamington,
About 40
and
seconds
Red
left.
Deer. And the question, so also question that I do have, which I can ask after. Can I do that or now?
You can ask now, yep.
Sure. Does the city recognize everyday bravery and community acts of kindness through the 100 Acts of Kindness initiative?
Through the 100 Acts of Kindness, is that the initiative from Creative Options Regina? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
So that's not through the city, that's through Creative Options.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Am I out of time yet?
Just under 30 seconds.
Okay. So what I would like to see is a different awards that is compared to what is already here, to recognize the people that are doing exemplary like work on committees that spend a lot of time preparing ahead of time, and then also sitting at committees and for hours, right? So that's what, and so it might be completely different, which I'm okay with, but I thought I'd bring that forward to see if there's a possibility we can figure out if it's coming back with a report anyways, or it could be incorporated with the event.
Okay, I'll just let Ms. Ackerman speak to it.
Sure.
Through you, Chair, I just want to get some clarity, Councillor Radins, to make sure that we understand, because how this is written right now is it's just indicating that as part of the work that administration is being directed to do in this motion. The way that this has been written is that the ask is that as part of that work, they look at potentially looking at the volunteers that sit on the committees of council and quasi-judicial boards, what the eligibility criteria may look like if they were to be included as part of the Mayor's Heroism Award. Is that what you're wanting to achieve? Or is it something completely different? Because I heard you talking about like
Yes.
having an event and everything else.
Yeah, I think it's slightly different. Yeah, it's going to be different. It was just trying to figure out if there was a way that we can perhaps incorporate it into one event rather than two.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll maybe just speak to it. Just seeing it written down and kind of hearing it, I don't think it's the same. I think it should be two separate things, because I don't think that the volunteers on the committees of council and the quasi-judicial boards, I don't think that falls under my intention of a Mayor's Heroism Award. So I wouldn't want to see this as a part of the eligibility criteria for that, because I think that's a different type of award from what I read through this and from what I heard from the narrative. So yeah, I wouldn't want to have that included as a part of this, because this is really directing from really looking at broadly as a starting point to look at a heroism award from the mayor's office. And so for that reason, I'd like to keep it out, and I'd rather see what comes back in terms of what that looks like. And then if that scan includes something like this, then when that comes back in October in the time frame that I laid out, then that would give us a better indication of where something like this would fit. But I wouldn't want to put this in now. I'd rather keep it broad, so that way we can get the most basically comparable criteria before bringing it back in October.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
that's just
I was amenable
Yeah.
to either or, so like, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so then we get to speak to the motion. Okay.
do you want to pull
You
this
know what, I
one
think,
for now?
can we
or-
just pull this?
Sure.
Well, you know what, actually, no. There's a lot of
I'll have
lights
to ask.
on, and so I think I'd like to hear what people have to say regarding this, first of all, and look at it from, decide from there.
Sorry, I had,
No, I'm not going to withdraw. I just see a lot of lights on right now, so I'd like to hear what people have to
Okay,
say.
no problem.
first,
Yep.
If that's okay.
No problem. Okay, so we will go to Councillor Bezo. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to not support this amendment because the mayor's motion is very specific around kind of a hero award. So if you want to compare this to the highest order of Canada, it would be the Victoria Cross versus a volunteer service medal. So they're completely two different awards, two different criteria. Saskatchewan government has the volunteer service medal, so maybe that would be a duplicate program that you'd want to jump on or piggyback on for a City of Regina aspect, but it's two different awards issued for two different aspects. So one is kind of the hero award, as the councillor alluded to, and the other one is more of a volunteer. So it's not in the same ballpark or category.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I echo Councillor Bezo's comments here that this does not fit the criteria for the heroic or extraordinary actions. I fully understand the intent, Councillor Radons. As past chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, I viewed that as doing just community service, and simply serving to me is not good enough. But I do, as the champion of the volunteer recognition motion that passed earlier this year to provide passes to attract, retain, and reward volunteers, I definitely support the concept. And I can tell you there are volunteers out there. I would love to see another one that I'd urge you to pull it out, that we could come up with a volunteer medal or something like that, because I know there are some people that pour hours and their souls, and their wives are frustrated, or husbands, which as accordingly. That to me that is something that is needed in the community, but I don't feel it respects what Mayor Bashinsky's intent is for his. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so my dilemma here is what I would actually like to understand if we move ahead with this report as requested by the mayor. What I like about, I think, like Councillor, in my mind, Councillor Radins is bringing an alternative possibility that we could either, we'll see the costs and all of that associated if this passes with the mayor's proposal. And then I think a relevant question for me is, do I think that would I rather see those costs utilized to create a new award program, or would I rather utilize that money to recognize the folks who are already volunteering on our committees? So I understand that the way that it's written is not seen as complementary to the mayor's motion, and that's fine. But what I'm wondering then is if there is the desire to explore this option as an alternate proposal, when would be the appropriate time to consider that? And it sounds like the clerk.
Yeah, Ms. Ackerman, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, another option that members of council have, or Councillor Radins, if they so choose not to go forward with this amendment at this meeting today, is I'm happy to work with somebody on this separately to bring it forward as a separate notice of motion, or this is something that can be discussed during the pre-budget deliberation meetings as well too, as a potential referral motion that could be added at that time.
Okay, so also, I guess with the report comes back in terms of the costs associated with the award, if there is the desire to either also or move on this instead, would that also be the time to give that indication? But like, okay, we'll start with that.
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, I apologize, Councillor Zakiniak. I don't know that I understand the question that you're asking.
Well, I guess my concern is if because I like the idea that Councillor Radens is bringing forward. And then if this is withdrawn, and we now need to vote on, do we go ahead with this report? The question was, could we make, theoretically, we get all this information in a report, we could direct for that money to be spent in another option at that time when the report comes back. Like, that could be possible.
Through you, Chair, if Council decides that they feel that this amendment is out of order with respect to the motion that is here before you, the other options that I had indicated, we can work together to bring something forward for the July 29th meeting and indicate direction that they would like that work done for a report to come forward at the same time as this report at that same meeting.
Okay, so like in the same report?
Through you, Chair, not necessarily.
Okay.
It would
Two
separate reports.
So, Councillor Radens, if this gets withdrawn, would that be a potential other option, that it would be a notice of motion and then it would come forward in a report and we could consider both reports at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we'll see if Councillor Radens, what she wants to do with the amendment, but I just wanted to understand how else this could play out. Thank you.
Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hello. I actually really like this amendment, and the reason I like this amendment is because awards cost money, and award shows cost money, and they're putting two awards into one actually helps us have a better awards with an efficiency in there. And I don't know what you want to label it or what you want it to mean, but I've been to a lot of these awards, and actually way back I was on the environmental committee with the city of Regina when that existed, and I got a plaque, and I went to a committee meeting, and I got a picture taken with the mayor at the time, and it was wonderful. I've also gotten a Premier's Excellence Award for interior design, and that was also wonderful, getting all these things. And they were very comparable as receiving both of those two different things. And they easily could have, they're two different things completely, but you have the same sort of networking and this and that. And I think with the way our budget is and trying to be frugal in this, I think they could go hand in hand in how you want to brand it. And I think that there's some efficiencies there. And by bringing, and if I had to choose, but which we're missing more, I probably would say recognizing our community members who are on our community meetings who do nothing, because I was also on the accessibility committee when that didn't exist, and I barely got an email thanking me for my service. And so for my time from being on the environmental committee, which doesn't exist anymore, and getting that plaque and being recognized that way, and then being on the accessibility committee and basically not even getting an email, was night and day with appreciation. And I've gotten awards at these other things too and been to them as an attendant, and they're really not all that different. And if we can save some costs by having one event and also recognize that, because I would choose to recognize our committees first because of all the other events. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nickel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Not here to enter into debate with any member of council. From administration's perspective, I think these are two separate entities. I think that council respectfully is going to have some, I'm sure you're going to have some elongated debates when the initial report comes back about the definition of heroic or extraordinary. I mean, I think that those alone are going to create quite a discussion here amongst council. I think that's completely distinct from awarding our committees, quasi-judicial boards, which I also think has merit. I also don't think, respectfully, that there's a huge efficiency to be gained here. My view of this is that the mayor, on behalf of council, would recognize individuals at the start of a council meeting. We're not talking about having an evening gala here and a red carpet. So I'm just trying to put it in perspective that I think the two are distinctly separate, and at no time does this restrict any member of council, Councillor Radens, from you bringing an appropriate notice of motion to add to the long list of notices of motion that we are dealing with.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nickel. Maybe I'll just comment, because this is, after all, the Mayor's Heroism Award that I'm bringing forward, just to be clear. I'm not looking for efficiencies. I'm looking for a specific award coming from, with my name behind it, to bring criteria forward. I'm looking for support if you're interested. If you're not interested in that award, that's okay. You can vote against that. I am absolutely willing to support a volunteer's recognition in any way, but not as a part of this. So I'll just make that comment. Go ahead, Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. I just want to acknowledge that I think the mayor, and I suspect his team, put a lot of work behind this. He gave us advance notice of this. It's coming back in October. I support it. And to reiterate what I believe Shobna also sort of acknowledged it, and as did the clerk, there's an opportunity to bring our own notice of motions at a later date. So we've also put in a heroic 12-hour day. I'm done. I think this was well thought out, and I'll support it, but not the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Seeing no other questions, Councillor Radens will go to you to close debate on your amendment.
Okay, so it's not exactly clear, because that's why we're asking for a report, or why you're asking for a report about what this would look like. I think in our own heads, when we think of awards, we think of a big gala. And if that's not the case, well, then that's fair, because we're talking about dollars and cents. But I'm okay with, actually, I think I want to recraft this anyways. So I will definitely be withdrawing it and working with the clerk to come up with something a little bit crisper.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So I'll just look for a seconder to withdraw. Councillor Turnbull, and anyone opposed to withdrawing the amendment? Okay, that's carried. Okay, back to you, Councillor Radens, on the main motion. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that I spoke to a lot of things earlier when I was speaking to this amendment, and frankly, I guess I would support a report back, but I would be interested to know, like, definitely we're going to find out dollars and cents. And frankly, I go back to my point that there is a lot of awards that are already being given out in our city. And so that's where I am kind of struggling a little bit, because we're potentially now looking at one person can end up with 2 or 3 awards. And so that's my concern. And I mean, hey, if someone gets 2 or 3 awards, good for them. But I am looking forward to see what the financial implications on it would be for sure. But I can support a report back for sure. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thanks. So I guess I do have a question to you, Mayor, as the mover. So the city manager noted that he was envisioning this as just part of a council meeting. Does that match what you were envisioning as the mover?
It could be. It could be a part of another event. It could be a lot of things. And that's why I'm just looking to see if council overall is in support of this type of an award. It absolutely could be at the beginning of a council meeting, but I don't want to surmise that, because I would like, before I go and have work being done, I would like to know if council overall is in favor of this type of award.
Now, in terms of associated costs and recommended funding sources, I did hear you say, like, this is something as, like, that would be coming from your office as your award. So does that mean it would be part of your budget?
Great question. And if you're in support of this type of award, that information would be part of the report that would come back to clarify everything from whether it's a medal or a ribbon or a paper certificate, all those types of details. I don't want to go and do work to figure out what that looks like until I know that the majority of council is in favor of that.
Well, okay, so here's the issue. I echo the concerns that there are lots of awards ceremonies that already exist. In terms of if I'm in support of something, like, I don't know, because like it's pretty wide open at this point. So I don't necessarily, like, I was saying that I am in support of recognizing and actually providing compensation for the volunteers who already serve on different committees for the city. I would like to see us do that. Do I think we need additional awards? I'm not sure. So am I in support? I don't know. There's not a lot of information for me to go from. And how would they, so I guess I'm feeling that folks are clearly, as I had suggested might happen, in a rush to go, just wanting to push something through. We don't even know what we're asking for work on. It could be anything. It could be a red carpet gala or now a part of a council meeting or anything in between. So that's a pretty wide range, and I'm not sure how we'll have clarity on that.
Mr. Nicol, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully with the objective of helping along this so we can come to a conclusion tonight, the report that's coming back in October is to outline what this might look like. This is just step one. You're not being asked to endorse this. You're being asked to say, develop a policy to establish what this would look like, and please include the following. At that point in time, the report will be written to say, do you approve the following, X, Y, and Z? Just
right.
like any other report.
So I guess because folks want to bring this to a closure, I feel this is too wide open for me to support it. I was able to support Councillor Mancinelli's because he had a very clear idea of what he was trying to accomplish. The way this is written, I don't know what I would be asking administration to report on, and without that clarity, I'm not able to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. All right. I know it's late and we all want to get home. I would like to say I will always be in favor of celebrating our community as many times as we have. I don't think there is a cap on how many awards or celebrations we do. I think that brings community morale up, and I'll be happy to see this report to see how we do that. But my question is to you, Mayor. I'm actually just curious to see what is your vision and why would you like to see this, and what do you want this to accomplish? Because I see something positive here, and I want to hear from you. What is it that we want to celebrate in a community? What's your vision for this?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I appreciate the words leading up to it. For me, it's to be able to leverage the title of this office, of my office, and a recognition from the City of Regina at an elevated level to recognize extraordinary efforts throughout the community. I see that as a gap because other cities do it. They have a Mayor's Heroism Award at the municipal level, and I think that we have deserving members of our community that should be recognized at that level, with that level of prestige from the Mayor's office. That's my intent. It aligns with my goals in this role to recognize our community, to celebrate the good in our community and the good people of our community. That's my vision behind this.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Like with that, I think we can all, in the way that I've seen all of our councillors serve their constituents and the way they've spoken in many occasions, I think we can all support celebrating the people and the good work that happens in our city. And I am more than happy to support, even before a report, I think it's a good thing to take the positive in our city. And I think ideally, if, we can continue to do that. And I'm looking forward to seeing this report because, as it was said, we'll figure out how that happens. But I think in the end, the intent is let's celebrate the positive, and I have no objections to making Regina a place where people feel like the great work they do is celebrated and acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trimble, go ahead.
So this is for the report, and then the budget considerations is a consideration, right? So like, we're not voting on approving this. We're not voting on the actual funds. And we're not deciding now if the awards are going forward or other awards are happening, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I think that that's fine. I don't know if I'm going to be supportive of the report. I will be honest with you there when it comes with touch budgets and all these kind of things. But I am interested in seeing what a mayor's award could mean, what gaps it could possibly fill. And I don't think there's any harm in figuring out that part. When it comes to the budget, I don't know. But I do think figuring out where the gaps are, and I would like to know how, I know you're saying it's the mayor's award, but how all of council is involved in it. Because I also did research on what these mayor's awards mean, and it does have possible council opportunities for us all to participate and to create categories as a group, as a team in the mayor's award. And I think that's important to acknowledge to us in unity, not just have it like it is the mayor's award. But when I looked into this, it was kind of from the city and as a group and in unity, and that we recognize you as the city. And I think that's a very important part to stay active as part of when you're researching this, is how we're going to involve the community. How are we going to involve council? How are we going to fill in the gaps to awards or people that may not exist currently or may not even be traditional heroes? Because heroes, people have images maybe of like firefighters or this or that, but there are heroes every day that go unacknowledged. And they could be some of the people you would never get nominated. It was just Father's Day and Mother's Day, but there's a lot of single parents out there who don't have the support necessarily. I would just encourage you to look to our strategic plan into what we actually want to value when you look into the Heroes Awards. Like, go to the strategic plan, see how we can involve even our group charter. And I think that would be really great to see in a report how everything can come together.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I think I've said most of what I need to say. So, like I said, this is something that I feel important for to add something for the community that I do see as a gap, just in terms of seeing other municipalities do and have it at that level. So it's late. We don't need to hang on any longer. I think I know where folks are at. So with that, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Through you, Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor as follows are Councillors Froh, Sickley, Spizo, Mancinelli, Turnbull, Burton, Radins, Flores, Rasevich, and Mayor Bashinsky. And the member voting against is Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Councillor Sickley and a seconder. Councillor Flores, any opposed? And carried.